This is my most comprehensive, free, no strings attached Amazon PPC course for those doing over $100,000 in revenue per year. If you're doing over $100,000 per year, I want to show you exactly how we grow brands to $1 million per year by increasing organic rankings and sales while reducing your ACoS, which of course increases your profit, putting more cash in your pocket. I also want to show you how to take this Amazon headache of yours and create a 7-figure perpetual sales machine. However, I'm also going to show you how we take brands from $1 million per year to $10 million per year in revenue and beyond. But in reality, you should be hiring us to do it for you if you're at that level, which you can do at profitablepineapple.com or by clicking the link somewhere below this video. Additionally, if you want this free Amazon PPC masterclass sent to your inbox, you can do that by visiting profitablepineapple.com or again, clicking the link somewhere around this video and signing up for our email list. Finally, we're not just going to be going over Amazon PPC in this masterclass because you can't just grow an Amazon business and a brand using only Amazon PPC in 2025. You have to create a perpetual sales machine. A perpetual sales machine will lead to more sales, increased organic rank, and more profits. I'm going to show you how to do all these things in less time than what you're spending right now. So why should you listen to me? I'm Dr. Travis Ziegler, and I built an online business on Amazon to $500,000 per month and then sold it for a multi-million-dollar exit using my perpetual sales machine system and Amazon PPC on autopilot. In this training today, I'm going to be going over that entire system. I used to be an optometrist enslaved to the 9-to-5, going into the office every day, but I was able to retire from seeing patients and focus on this by the age of 33. I tell you all this because most gurus teaching you strategies around Amazon PPC and around building a business online have never built a business on Amazon, or they haven't built anything really. And I have. Why would I give this away for free? I want to help other entrepreneurs reach financial freedom so they can make an impact on the world. It's about the impact that you make on society and not about the money you create for yourself and your family. I have a net worth of over $5 million. And the best part about that is I can now focus on making an impact and helping others. My main mission in life is to eradicate the 1 billion people that are blind due to lack of glasses. Yes, that's billion with a B, 1 billion people that are blind due to lack of glasses. But again, I also love helping other entrepreneurs make their impact as well. In this masterclass, you'll be getting the keys to building a highly profitable, semi-automated e-commerce business. These are the exact strategies I've used to scale multiple brands to 7 and even 8 figures. I've done this in a wholesale business, a product opportunity business, 2 real businesses that solve real problems, and an agency. I've also done this for hundreds of clients in my agency and in another business we bought in March of 2024, Dr. Barry's Eclectic Remedies. Now here's what I need from you. Take what you learn here in this masterclass and only work on these strategies for the next 8 to 12 months of your life. Give me your full, undivided attention. Block out all other distractions and completely immerse yourself in this training. This isn't just another hack, but a real strategy to create a cash printing machine. I promise, if you focus exclusively on implementing what I teach and commit to implementing it, your business and your life will be transformed. You'll quickly get to the point of paying yourself out of your business within 24 months, and you'll get to complete financial freedom within 5 years. This works. The only time it doesn't work is if your product sucks or if you sell a commodity. If you're struggling as a business owner, it's most likely because you have been duped by all the gurus showing you how to pick the perfect product so they can sell you their software, but not here. We're going to discuss how to become a real entrepreneur that solves problems and not just someone who's looking for the next product opportunity. Some of you may realize that you need to pivot your whole business, and that's okay, while others will need to make a few tweaks here and there. In this system, you're going to learn my proven freedom flywheel strategies for building a semi-automated, hyper-profitable e-commerce business. The 3 flywheels that we'll be going over today are 1. In Freedom Flywheel 1, I'm going to show you how to identify and consolidate down to your highest potential products. I'll show you how to spot winners, cut underperformers, and build authority in your niche. In Freedom Flywheel 2, I'm going to show you how to drive consistent, profitable traffic with Amazon PPC with automated software and scaling your top campaigns. This flywheel keeps visitors flowing to your listing 24/7. Finally, in Freedom Flywheel 3, we're going to move beyond Amazon to capture traffic, focusing on Google Ads, building your email list, and boosting your overall sales velocity. And this is mostly hands-off once you get your messaging right and you get it set up, hence the name Perpetual, forever, Perpetual Sales Machine. Each flywheel builds on the others to compound growth and profits. If you take focused action over the next 24 months, applying only what you learn here, your success is guaranteed. Actually, hold on. I'm not going to guarantee anything because ultimately I know this works because I've done it many times. It's guaranteed to work for you if you actually put in the work. Additionally, the biggest part of this business is not the next tactic or strategy. You're going to get all that here, but it is what is between your ears. Your mindset. Your mindset is the most important part of building a business. So make sure you go through all the mindset chapters as well. If at any time you want coaching or help with this program, that's what I'm here for. If you're doing over $100,000 per year in revenue or around $8,000 per month or more, visit profitablepineapple.com and apply to work with us. On top of receiving my coaching weekly, you also get all the software that we're going to use in today's masterclass included. Now wait, Did I just say I use software? Yes. Yes, I use software. This is part of doing business. You have to get things off your plate by automating tasks with software and delegating tasks to teammates so you can focus on building a bigger business and focusing on a higher level activities. Look at any expense not as an expense, but rather an investment, which should bring you a return on your investment. Software and people are those things. The difference between people that have success and those that don't is action and focus. I need you to step outside your comfort zone and challenge yourself. Embrace these challenges because breakthroughs are usually on the other side of a challenging situation. It is your responsibility for the results you get. Celebrate every single win. Put it down in the comments below. If you bring a commitment to this, I promise game-changing strategies. Our goal is to help you serve the world to make it a better place. You are an entrepreneur. You are the 1%. You are the one that will change the world. So get ready to take notes, take action, and start building your perpetual sales machine. I can't wait to see what you accomplish. If you're ready to take action, please post it in the comments below. If you have any questions throughout this training, post it in the comments below. And if you hate any part of this video or you just don't like me, post it in the comments below. I'd love to see that too. Now, I know you're ready to jump into all the Amazon PPC hacks, but if you really want to build a real business that impacts not only you and your family's bank account, but also the lives of thousands, these next two sections are so vitally important. Like I said before, mindset. Mindset plays a bigger role than the actual strategies and hacks of your Amazon business. Again, you can skip these next two very short sections and jump straight to the PPC sections. However, this will make you more money than anything else. So let's jump in to the 3 traits of a millionaire. Becoming a millionaire is no easy feat, but those who achieve it all share key traits that set them apart. After building multiple 7-figure businesses ourselves, and with the help of Justice, we've identified obsession, focus, and sacrifice as the 3 critical pillars of a millionaire mindset. Let's go over trait number 1, obsession. Millionaires are obsessed in 3 key areas. Number 1, customer obsession, going above and beyond to ensure complete customer satisfaction. Prioritizing the customer experience builds loyalty and fuels growth. Number 2, product obsession, creating remarkable products that deliver exceptional value. When you make something people love, growth happens organically. And then finally, number 3, business obsession. You need to embrace a positive, abundant money mindset. Understanding the power of money to create impact shifts limiting beliefs. With obsession across these 3 areas, you lay the foundation for a thriving, purpose-driven business. Customer satisfaction turns one-time buyers into raving fans. Breakthrough products market themselves, and the right mindset unlocks capacity to make an impact. Trait number 2, focus. The law of focus states that whatever you focus on grows. Millionaires leverage this principle to drive their success. They identify the key levers in their business, like daily sales or strategic initiatives, and focus intently on moving those numbers higher. It's this focus effort that enables growth. I woke up every single day thinking, how could I sell more Hydrate Lid Lash Cleanser when I owned I Love? Every single day I woke up thinking that. In Dr. Barry's, I'm going to wake up every single day and think, how can I sell more of the reflux essentials to acid reflux sufferers? So I want you to take time to determine the 1 or 2 areas that will have the biggest impact if improved, and give those your relentless focus to drive progress daily. Maintain this focus long enough and you'll reach that $1 million milestone. Trait number 3, sacrifice. Millionaires are willing to sacrifice short-term pleasures for long-term gain. They forego that instant gratification in favor of smart investments. In our early days, despite earning 7 figures annually, we chose to drive old cars, 2 used 5-plus-year-old Chevrolets. We lived modestly. We lived in a $180,000 house. Those sacrifices fueled our growth. We didn't indulge until we had built substantial wealth and our business was on autopilot. Delayed gratification paved the way for financial abundance. Look at your spending and determine where you can trim excess and instead reinvest in your future. Small daily sacrifices compound into the fortunes that millionaires build. Obsession, focus, sacrifice. Embrace these 3 traits and you'll be well on your way to millionaire status. As an entrepreneur and business owner, it's easy to get pulled in 100 different directions. The path to success starts with getting crystal clear on 2 things, your mission and your target audience. First, who are you seeking to help? Define your ideal audience and be as specific as possible about the demographic and problem. Here are some examples. I help dry eye sufferers heal their dry eye naturally. I help acid reflux sufferers heal their acid reflux naturally. I help frustrated e-commerce business owners in the health and wellness achieve financial freedom within 5 years and start paying themselves within 24 months. I help people with their gut health. I help busy moms get fit. I help seniors improve balance. You get the idea. Once you have your audience defined, now I want you to write a 1-sentence statement about what it is you do, such as I help acid reflux sufferers heal their acid reflux naturally. Do that now. Now, once you have your 1 simple sentence and your audience defined, we're going to plug that into ChatGPT with the ChatGPT prompt below. Let me switch over to my screen and I'm going to show you exactly how we do this. All right, I'm going to show you how to use this ChatGPT prompt. It's pretty simple. So we're going to take all of this. It's in the SOP and or below this video. You're gonna come over here to ChatGPT, just do your basic ChatGPT, put it in here. And what I like to do is if you have a product, put it in here to give them an idea. So we have a product called Reflux Essentials by Dr. Berries. And then you can just leave second, third, and fourth product blank. And what that's doing is just going to give you some ideas of once you hit that $1 million mark for that one product, you're then going to be able to have ideas for other products as well to replicate this model. But then what you need to do is scroll all the way to the top and see where it says insert your sentence here. Just like what I went over before, put in your sentence here about who you help. So please fill out this mission statement for a physical products-based e-commerce brand for insert your sentence. I help acid reflux sufferers heal their acid reflux naturally through functional medicine and supplements. Once you do that, you just hit enter. And then there you have it. So I'm going to take this and I'm going to put it in the SOP and below this video so you guys have it for your own reference. So I'm going to put this right down here. Now we're going to edit it. So I'm going to look at it. I help acid reflux sufferers achieve a life free from painful reflux, regain their digestive health, and enjoy eating without fear so that they can live vibrantly and without constant discomfort. Without my help, these people will continue to suffer from excruciating heartburn, disruptive sleep, and damaging esophageal issues. This makes their life a living hell because every meal becomes a source of dread. Their sleep is constantly interrupted by burning pain. Their overall health deteriorates due to ongoing inflammation and damage. But with my help, these acid reflux sufferers will experience soothing relief, improved digestion, and restful nights. This benefits everything in their life because they can enjoy food again without pain, sleep through the night without waking up in agony, and feel more energetic and healthy as their body heals. The way I help them achieve this result is and then you have products. So we have Reflux Essentials, and then they give us other ideas. Come out with a digestive enzyme, maybe a soothing aloe vera gel to drink, gut health probiotics, and acid balance herbal tea. I do this because I believe in the body's ability to heal naturally, and I understand the debilitating effects of acid reflux firsthand. I'm dedicated to providing real, effective solutions to those suffering. I believe it is one's destiny to live a life free from unnecessary pain and discomfort. This isn't just my business, it's God's business. I just work here. My success is preordained because I'm the best in the world at what I do. That should get you fired up. So if this doesn't get you fired up, change it, edit it, make it your own. And this will be huge. Now, once you do that, make sure you submit it to us. But that fires me up. I want to help some acid reflux sufferers. Edit this mission statement to make it sound more like yours. This is an internal mission statement. Then I want you to submit it to us. This mission statement is for your eyes only. So don't worry about sounding salesy. You need an intense, vivid reminder of who you serve and the profound impact that you make. It's easy to lose sight of this and miss the day-to-day grind. Defining your audience and crafting your mission gives you a North Star to guide all marketing and product decisions. When you keep your ideal customer at the center, you'll effortlessly attract your perfect tribe. So take some time right now to get clear on these two fundamentals. It will provide the direction and motivation needed to build a thriving business around transforming lives. I can't wait to read your statements. Defining your purpose and audience is the critical first step to building a thriving business. Financial freedom, time freedom, and location freedom. These are the three things that I hear most when I ask entrepreneurs why they do what they do. I'm Dr. Travis Ziegler, and I have all these. I have financial freedom, time freedom, and location freedom. I achieve them through building a business online up to $500,000 per month and selling it for millions. I was able to retire from seeing patients, I'm an optometrist by trade, and focus fully online at the age of 33. I tell you this because most gurus teaching you strategies around Amazon PPC have never built a business on Amazon, and I have. A big focus of mine was through selling on Amazon with Amazon PPC. I'm gonna walk you through my Amazon PPC system that I've used to help build 5 multi-million-dollar companies of my own and countless other businesses to beyond $10 million in my agency. So let's get started with the 5 secrets to success with Amazon PPC. Number 1, the key to increasing Amazon sales. I recently had a conversation with a member of our Perpetual Sales Machine Mastermind who was curious about the Amazon's A9 algorithm. While it's complex, the key takeaway is simple. Amazon prioritizes sales velocity and conversion rate. Think about it. Amazon is a sales channel. It wants to show listings to customers that convert at a high rate and that sell a lot. From personal experience, I learned this lesson the hard way when I lost over $250,000 because 4 of my 5 best sellers went out of stock. This mistake severely impacted our sales velocity and plummeted our organic rank. One product never even recovered. So how do you avoid this costly mistake? It's all about listing optimization, which we will get to in a later video.
video and effective inventory management. You need to stop using outdated spreadsheets and use software
like SKU Compass inventory management software. Head to SKUcompass.com to see more.
This tool is a game changer. It offers real-time inventory tracking, helping you stay ahead of stock needs and ensuring you never miss a sale due to stockouts. Save hours of you and your team's time because you can know exactly what you need to order and the time it takes to check an email. Remember, maintaining your inventory not only keeps your sales flowing, but it also boosts your organic rank, keeping you visible and competitive on Amazon. Secret number 2, Pareto's principle, aka the 80-20 rule. Embracing the 80-20 rule in your Amazon business isn't about doing less work. It's about doing more of what actually works. Secret number 2 is all about leveraging this powerful principle to drive growth, improve your cash flow, and reduce your stress by focusing on the most lucrative aspects of your business. Let's dive into one of these core areas where the 80-20 rule can transform your success. First up, product focus. Did you know that 80% of your revenue comes from just 20% of your products? This means you should concentrate all your efforts and advertising dollars on these top performing products, enhancing their visibility and optimizing their listings. Meanwhile, it's time to reduce focus on those underperforming products to free up your resources for what truly drives your business forward. I went from over 70 SKUs to just focus on 3 SKUs, and it helped me scale my business to $500,000 per month, and it made it a lot easier to do so. Next, a staggering 80% of your revenue is linked to just 20% of your search terms with Amazon PPC. This insight is crucial for refining your SEO and PPC strategies. By identifying and focusing on these high-performing search terms, you can significantly improve your product's discoverability, profitability, and sales. Next, you need to recognize that 20% of your customers are responsible for the majority of your revenue. This small, valuable segment deserves special attention. Tailoring your marketing, customer service, and product offerings to these customers can boost loyalty and increase spending. I called more than 400 of our top customers to see how we could serve them better. It helped me write better sales copy, it helped me write better marketing, and I upsold most of them to more of our products because they weren't familiar with them. In Amazon advertising, 80% of your sales often come from sponsored products. Spend more time learning sponsored products over other types like sponsored brands or sponsored display ads. You'll get a more effective return on your investment. And that is what the majority of today's video in this free Amazon PPC Masterclass is all about, sponsored products and really focusing on that. 20% of your sales channels, particularly Amazon, is vital. Focusing your efforts on optimizing your presence on this platform can significantly enhance your sales. We were in Amazon US, Amazon UK, Germany, Italy, Spain, France, Canada, Shopify, ClickFunnels, we were everywhere. And when I looked at all this, it was a huge headache with a big team and a bunch of agencies to help with it. We pretty much stopped focusing on all of it except for Amazon US. I shut down every other channel except for our Shopify store, which we just stopped advertising for. We just let it run in the background. Now, what should you do next? I want you to go download your products report on Amazon, shut off all your ads for all your other products while we optimize your account for the 20% of products that produce the majority of your results. This targeted approach will skyrocket your profits, increase your cash flow, and reduce stress. Now, I already hear your ego talking and how I have all these products and they're all great. They're not. 20% of your products produce 80% of your results. Focus on that. Trust me, it works. Now let's switch over to my screen and show you how to find the 20% of products producing 80% of your results.
All right, let me show you how to find the 80-20 of your business, the 20% of products that are bringing 80% of your results. So we're inside Seller Central. We're going to come down here to Reports, Business Reports. Scroll over here to Child Detail Page Sales and Traffic by Child Item. What I like to do is go about a year back. This is a brand we bought in March of 2024. And we've been out of stock. So we're getting back into stock here soon, which is great at the time of this recording, that is. Just went back a little too far. You're worried about talking and not doing. All right, you can see everything right here. I'm going to download this CSV. I'm going to come over here to a Google Sheet. We're going to go to File, Import, Upload, Browse. Then we're going to find that Google Sheet, the business report. And then I'm just going to replace the current sheet right here. All right, we got everything here. Here's our child agent right here. Make the title a little bigger. Don't care much about all this because we're just looking at units ordered and sales. So here's units ordered. This is B2B. I don't need that. And here's the big one right here. That's all that really matters. So what you can see here is total, we're doing about $112,000 when you add all this up. I'll show you that. And then you can see over half of that is just our one product. All right, so if we look at this a little closer, we're going to delete these ones that are 0. So you can see we have 7 products total. Let me just make one new column to the right. And this top product right here is 59% of our revenue. And so what we're going to do is we're going to focus all advertising around this one product right here. Everything's going to be around this product, and we're actually discontinuing all of these other products as well. And so that's going to be our focus moving forward.
Again, we did this with iLove. We went from over 70 SKUs to around 3 that we focused on. This helped build our company up to $500,000 per month much faster because we could focus. With our newest company that we just bought, Dr. Berry's, we bought them, they had over 20 SKUs. We took them down to 7 SKUs, and now we're down to 1 single core focus SKU. And we're in the process of building that one right now. Remember, stop chasing shiny objects. That doesn't move the needle. Start focusing on that 20%, your golden 20%, to maximize your effectiveness and success in business. You'll have more cash flow, you'll have more profit to pay yourself, and you'll have more time as well. Secret number 3, Amazon PPC's true objective: sales for increased organic rank and increased profit. This is going to be one of the hardest concepts to understand, but when you get this part of Amazon PPC, you'll grow your business incredibly fast. Amazon PPC isn't just a tool for immediate sales. It's a powerful strategy to boost your organic rank and increase your profits.
The number one goal of Amazon PPC is to get you to the top of page 1, preferably positions 1 through 3, so you can increase your profits from the organic sales. I'm going to say this again for emphasis. The number one goal of Amazon PPC is to get you to the top of page 1, preferably positions 1 through 3, so you can increase your profits by increasing your organic rank.
This is achieved by targeting keywords that are relevant, moderately competitive, and have both a significant search volume and a high conversion rate for your brand. Because high conversion rate and high search volume means more sales velocity. Now, you might be familiar with advertising cost of sale, or your ACoS, which measures the efficiency of your advertising campaign. However, it's crucial to look beyond ACoS and focus on total advertising cost of sale, or your TACoS. TACoS considers the impact of PPC on your overall sales as a business, ensuring that you're driving profitable growth. So let's talk about how to maximize your PPC. Number 1, focus on keywords that not only drive sales, but also enhance your product's organic ranking. Choose keywords with a high conversion rate and a good sales velocity to reduce your TACoS. Number 2, move from focusing on individual campaign ACoSs to an overall account perspective. This shift helps you understand how each campaign contributes to a broader business goal. Number 3, it might seem counterintuitive, but a high ACoS in one campaign can actually be beneficial, as it leads to a reduced TACoS across your entire account, leading to more profitability. For example, we once had a campaign with a 30 to 40% conversion rate. It got 4 sales a day, high conversion rate, high sales velocity, but it had 150% ACoS. We kept it running because it drove high converting traffic and it maintained a high sales velocity. This ultimately boosted our overall profitability. By focusing on these strategies, you can transform your approach to Amazon PPC from just another advertising expense to a strategic tool of growth and profit. I'm going to say this a second time for clarity. The goal of Amazon PPC is not solely about the sales you make directly from your ads. The real aim is to improve your product's organic ranking on Amazon, which will increase your profit and bring down your TACoS, your total advertising cost of sale. We have one client that when we took over their account, they had $336,000 in revenue with 161% ACoS and a 29% TACoS and only $100,000 in profit per month. We first made their advertising incredibly lean by focusing on the 20% of search terms, and revenue stayed about the same. Their ACoS improved from 161% to 63% with a 12% TACoS, but we increased their profit by more than $50,000 to $150,000 in profit per month, but only then we went to work to get him scale. 12 months after pushing their ACoS, they now make almost $500,000 in revenue at 64% ACoS, 10% TACoS, but their profit has jumped from $90,000 a month to $205,000 per month. Most newer sellers leave money on the table because they try to keep their ACoS low. ACoS is just one metric, but we do not make big decisions based on ACoS. Remember, the key to success with Amazon PPC isn't just about cutting costs, it's about investing smartly in campaigns that improve your organic rank and enhance overall profitability. Secret number 4, continuity or subscription. Shifting from a purely transactional model to one that embraces continuity. This isn't just a change in strategy, it's a fundamental shift in how you view and grow your Amazon business. Why does continuity matter? First, let's talk about steady revenue streams. A continuity model, especially through subscriptions, provides a predictable and stable flow of income. This isn't just about easing financial planning and forecasting, it's about enabling more strategic decision makings for future growth. Next, consider the value of customer loyalty and lifetime value. When customers subscribe, they're expressing trust and committing to your brand long term. This deepens customer relationships and significantly increases the lifetime value of each customer, leading to more sustainable profits. Another major advantage is reduced marketing costs. It's often more costly to acquire a new customer than it is to retain an existing one. With a continuity model, you focus more on nurturing existing customer relationships, which cuts down on the need and expense of constant new customer acquisition. Finally, there's the enhanced business valuation. A business built on a continuity model is generally more attractive to investors and buyers because it's predictable revenue. This reduces perceived risk and increases overall valuation of your business, making it a more lucrative asset if you ever decide to sell. A business built on a continuity model is generally more attractive to investors and buyers because of its predictable revenue. This reduces perceived risk and increases overall valuation of your business, making it a more lucrative asset if you ever decide to sell. A great way to integrate continuity into your Amazon business is through the subscribe and save feature. This allows customers to sign up for regular deliveries of your products, ensuring a continuous revenue stream for you and convenience for them. To make this option more appealing, considering offering a significant initial discount, like a 50% off coupon exclusively for subscribe and save orders. This not only incentivizes the first subscription, but also boosts the uptake rate, locking in future sales. We have a client that has continuity and we used a 50% subscribe and save strategy on. They did $1 million in 2022, $2 million in 2023, and are on pace to do $4 million this year on one product. By focusing on continuity, you're not just selling a product, you're building a lasting relationship with your customers, which is a cornerstone of long-term business success. Secret number 5, the illusion of product selection on Amazon. Building a successful business on Amazon isn't just about jumping on the latest product trend, it's about solving real problems for real people. I see entrepreneurs in this space that focus too much on choosing the perfect product that everyone teaches. Choosing a product to sell on Amazon can feel exciting. You might sift through the lists of the top selling products, hoping to discover that one product that will skyrocket your sales. But here's the problem. This method is inherently short-sighted and unsustainable. It's like building a house on sand. You might make some quick money, but eventually the market will saturate. I've seen it thousands of times. Other sellers will enter the space and your sales will begin to dwindle. Does this sound familiar to you? If so, I have hope for you. Shift your focus to identifying a problem to solve. This is what entrepreneurship is really about. The most successful businesses in history were built on solving problems. For instance, Amazon began with the simple idea of making books more accessible, while Apple focused on making technology user-friendly. Every day, people face countless problems, from staying healthy to saving time to learning new skills or managing life transitions. These are real issues that provide opportunities for you to step in and offer solutions. By focusing on solving these problems, you transform your business from selling products to serving people. This not only creates a more sustainable business model, but it also builds a deeper connection with your customers. When customers see that you understand and are addressing their needs, they're more likely to trust you, buy from you, and recommend your products to others. So how do you start? Begin with research. Dive deep into understanding your target market. What are their pain points, their needs, their desires? When you truly understand the problems your potential customers face, you can think about products, but not just any products. You should focus on products that directly solve these problems. This approach not only improves your chances of success on Amazon, but also ensures that your business contributes positively to the lives of your customers, enhancing customer loyalty and satisfaction. In conclusion, remember that entrepreneurship is not a get-rich-quick scheme. It's a journey of problem solving, service, and building sustainable success. So go out there, find a problem you're passionate about solving, and watch as your business grows, not just in profit, but in value and relevance. So here's your action items for this video. Number 1, don't let stockouts derail your Amazon success.
Visit SKUcompass.com and sign up for SKU Compass inventory management software to learn more and sign up for a system that keeps you stocked and selling.
Number 2, apply Pareto's principle in your business. Conduct an in-depth analysis of your business using the 80-20 rule. Start by downloading your Amazon product reports and identifying the top 20% of your products that generate 80% of your revenue. Action item number 3, focus on TACoS, total advertising cost of sale over ACoS, advertising cost of sale. This ensures that you're driving profitable growth. Number 4, embrace continuity and subscription models. Implement Amazon's subscribe and save feature for your products. Consider offering a significant discount such as 50% for subscribe and save customers to encourage long-term commitment. Number 5, shift your focus from product selection to problem solving. Conduct market research to identify common problems faced by your target audience. Instead of chasing trending products, look for solutions that address these problems. In this video, I'm going to break down the 7 easy steps to transform your PPC game and maximize your profits by going over keyword research. When I started focusing my attention on keyword research and really learning it, it helped scale my business to over $4 million per year. The process of keyword research for Amazon has saved and made me millions of dollars throughout my career. Let's jump into the 7 easy steps for keyword research. I'm first going to go over the strategies, and then I'm going to share my screen and show you exactly how to do it. Number 1, you have to understand the goal of keyword research. The aim here is to find keywords that are not just relevant, but are gold mines due to their moderate competition, significant search volumes, and high conversion rates. Focus on total advertising cost of sale, or TACoS, rather than just advertising cost of sale, ACoS. This strategic shift into focusing on TACoS instead of ACoS helps you enhance your organic ranking and ultimately cuts down your costs, boosting profitability. Additionally, stop focusing on ACoS of individual campaigns or at the keyword level. Instead, look at the overall account level ACoS and not individual campaign level ACoSs. Although the ACoS might be high on a campaign, it might be reducing your TACoS, therefore actually making you more profitable. Number 2, the power of mid-tail and long-tail keywords. Forget word count, it's all about search volume. These keywords are your hidden gems that can propel organic growth in competitive terms. Think beyond the obvious and find those unique phrases that others aren't using, which also come with low PPC bids. Try to find keyword phrases that no one else is using in their titles with low PPC bids. Number 3, use the Keywords on Fire tool or other tools. These can be your research companion. I start my research with my product's ASIN and base search term. This allows me to analyze up to 25 similar products, providing crucial insights into the competitive landscape and uncovering the potential keyword opportunities. Number 4, then you need to dissect the data. After the analysis, I download the results into a CSV file and import them into a Google Sheet. Here, I zero in on key data points like Zonguru score, search volume, keyword title broad, keyword title exact, and PPC bid, focusing on what really matters and eliminating unnecessary clutter for more effective decision making. Number 5, we then craft a negative keyword list. Negative keywords are essential to refining your PPC campaigns. They will help ensure that your ads do not appear for irrelevant searches, saving costs and increasing campaign efficiency. Start by reviewing your keywords to identify those that don't apply to your product and should be excluded. Focus on creating a list of negative phrase match keywords. We are looking for phrase keywords that will take out a lot of words. It will avoid us spending thousands of dollars on wasted ad spend. A negative phrase word is a word that doesn't allow searches that contain that complete phrase or close variations of that word. For example, I sell an eye cream. I don't want my ads to show up for face cream, hand cream, foot cream, or body cream. To avoid this, I add face, hand, foot, and body as negative phrases to my campaigns. Additionally, it's useful to periodically review your search term reports. Look for search terms that are unprofitable with an ACoS higher than 150% or those that haven't resulted in any orders. Adding these terms to your negative keyword list can further optimize your spending and improve your overall efficiency of your campaigns. We'll upload these in a later lesson to our auto, broad, and phrase campaigns if applicable. Number 6, categorize the keywords. You need to understand the buyer intent in Amazon PPC. Understanding where shoppers are in their buying journey is crucial. By categorizing keywords based on the customer intent, you can tailor your bidding strategies more effectively, optimizing your ad spend for profitability. Now let's break down the 4 categories. Number 1, competition keywords. These are the least converting and most expensive. Typically, these keywords are brand names of competitors. Customers searching for these are often loyal to these brands, making it challenging and costly to sway them. For new product launches, I avoid these keywords and often set them as a negative phrase to prevent wasteful spending. Number 2, browse keywords. This category captures potential customers who are exploring their options without firm intent to purchase immediately. They are just kind of looking, akin to someone wandering around a mall, just kind of wandering and looking, don't really know what they want to buy. Keywords like eye care product or sty treatment fall into this category, where multiple products, including eyelid wipes, could be potential solutions. Number 3, shop keywords. Customers here know what products they want but haven't decided on a brand yet. Keywords such as eyelid wipes or eye makeup remover pads belong in this group. These shoppers are closer to making a purchase, making it worthwhile to bid higher on these terms due to their higher conversion rate potential. Finally, brand name keywords. The most lucrative category, these keywords are specific to your brand, indicating that customers are actively seeking your products. They convert the highest and cost the least, representing an optimal use in your advertising budget. Sorting keywords into these categories helps you understand and react to the varying levels of buyer intent. It allows you to deploy your ad budget more efficiently, bidding differently based on how ready the shopper is to purchase. For example, your approach to someone just browsing for eye care solutions will differ from how you engage with someone specifically shopping for eyelid wipes. Also, if you are on a budget or you want to focus on profitability, you should only focus on high converting keywords in the shop and brand name category. If you are starting to move up the funnel in your advertising, then starting to go after browse keywords is next. And finally, going after your competition would be the final steps, as it gets much costlier and your conversion rate will go down as you move up the funnel. Number 7, setting the stage for success. With my keywords neatly categorized, I revisited my initial strategy strategy focusing on high volume, high conversion rate, relevant keywords that aren't overly competitive. This tactic is particularly effective for sellers with limited budgets by targeting less competitive keywords. You can achieve organic growth and gradually improve your position in search rankings. To summarize, I'm on the lookout for keywords that no one else is using in their title that fall into our shop category. I then incorporate these keywords into my product title in the exact phrase they appear and support them with high PPC bids, but only as long as I'm confident they will convert at a high level. Remember, Amazon wants two things: high conversion rate, high sales velocity. This is the cornerstone to building your organic ranks. High converting keywords lead to an increase in organic rank, which leads to a decrease in tacos, ultimately resulting in increased profitability. This 7-step process is more than just about finding the right keywords. It's about grasping the subtleties of Amazon PPC and aligning your strategy with the buyer's journey. By focusing on mid-tail and long-tail keywords, crafting an effective negative keyword list, and categorizing keywords based on buyer intent, you can create PPC campaigns that are not only cost-effective, but also remarkably effective in driving sales. This is all best shown with an example. So let me switch over to my screen and show you how to do this. Also, after watching this video all the way through, go back to the beginning right away and watch it again, and then apply it right away. So I don't want you to do anything but watch this video first, and then go back to the beginning of this video and then take action on it. This is the only way you learn. You haven't learned anything unless you take action. All right, let's jump over to my screen.
Here we are inside ZonGuru. This is what I use for my keyword research. You can use whatever tool you want, but this is what I use. And if you want, I have an affiliate link down below that will get you 20% off for life, so you can check that out. All right, so what I did is I came down here to listing optimization and keywords on fire. I'm going to put my ASIN in right there, the ASIN that we've been working with. I'm going to put hiatal hernia supplements. Actually, I'm just going to put hiatal hernia. Yeah, we're going to do supplements, because that's what we're going for. We're going to click create session. It's going to bring this up, and then we're going to add our own listing. So I'm going to put our product in here first, and then we're going to search by keywords, and we're going to search hiatal hernia supplements. And then you can see a bunch that comes up. I'm going to pick about 10 of these because I'm also going to pick another keyword as well. As you can see right there, it kind of stops with hiatal hernia. And I'm going to look at some of these hernia belts right here because I want to get those in here as well. Hernia gone. I'm really talking about hiatal hernia right there. So let's add those listings. And then we're going to do one more phrase and just do hiatal hernia. And that's going to probably bring up a bunch of belts and a book. So a bunch of books, actually. So I'll put those in there too. You never know what you're going to uncover with that. I want to get some of those belts like I talked about earlier. But yeah, this is a lot of books. A lot of products here. There's a belt. And so I'd like to get all 25. But for this one, I might not be able to get to 25. So I'm just going to do the 14 that I found that are really relevant for my product. I'm going to hit run. And then this is going to take anywhere from 10 to 15 minutes because it takes a little bit to work. And so we'll let that run. And then we'll come back in about 10 to 15 minutes and we'll download this report and upload it to a Google Sheet. All right, you can see that it's done working now. And so what we're going to do now is just open up that session. And I like to download this as a CSV. And then we're going to go to our folder. And we're going to bring it in here, go to File, Import, Upload, Browse, Insert New Sheet, Import Data. That's going to pull it in. I'm just going to put keywords, KOF for keywords on fire. Bring this in right here, right after we did the 80/20 business report. All right, so there's not a lot of stuff in here that I need to have in here, but there's a lot of relevant things that I do want to have in there. So ZG score is great because that tells you the relevance of that keyword. And so I do like to keep that one in there. Just do a couple things. This is the keyword value. And so how valuable that keyword is, obviously. Currency, I don't care about that. I do care about search volume. Top 25 competitors, ZG launch just tells you how much you need to launch per day to get to that top. Estimated units sold, average ratings. Those are all good to have, but not for what I'm using it for right now. One thing I do like to have is keyword titles broad, keyword titles exact. This tells me how many people have those keywords in their title as exact match or broad match. And so if you can find something that has 0, like hiatal hernia supplements, that's a direct claim, so I would not recommend putting that in, but that's an example of something that you could take advantage of. Hiatal hernia relief, only 4% of people have that in their title. And so another opportunity, but it's an FDA structure function claim, so avoid that, please. Otherwise, you're going to get in a lot of trouble with the FDA, and that could be bad. PPC bid, this tells you about what you need to be paying for that search term in order to, or that keyword to get it to the top of the PPC. Top 3 keywords, I don't really care about any of this stuff. And so what we're doing is we're going to categorize most of these keywords. And I like to keep it sorted by ZonGuru score.
However, I like to get rid of ones that have a very, very low search volume. And so let's see how many keywords we have. So we have, go right to here, about 500 keywords, and that's a lot to go comb through. And so the first thing I want to do is I want to get high volume search terms. Not completely high volume, like 353,000, but I do want to go after some that are more, they're higher than like 50. And so I'm going to highlight everything. I'm going to go to sort range, advanced range sorting options. Data has headers, and then we're going to go to search volume. I'm going to go Z to A. You're going to see all the top ones come to the top. And then you can see, oh, I think I picked the wrong one, didn't I? No, I didn't. Search volume. Okay. You can see pretty quickly that we drop quite a bit to 30 search volumes per month. And I don't care about any of those. So I'm just going to delete those. So now we've already narrowed it down to about 162. And then what we could do is just take a look at these. So what I'm going to do now is resort it back by Zonguru score from Z to A, because that's your relevance. And so now what I'm looking for here is highly relevant keywords for my product. And then those are the ones I'm going to be going after first. I'm going to pick about anywhere from 10 to 20 of these to do an exact match campaign for, to go after these. If you have a little bit more money, and maybe do 1 or 2 broads or maybe even an auto to start discovering more keywords. But the keywords or the search terms, the key is to look for words that will have a high conversion rate for your product that will lead to high sales velocity. Those two things are going to push you up in the organic rank, and you want to stay focused when you're just launching. We can get more aggressive later on when we have that high conversion rate and high sales velocity, but you want to stay incredibly focused for now. So let me show you what that looks like. I'm going to categorize these into the 4 categories that we talked about. Competitive keywords, which are going to be yellow, browse keywords, which are going to be purple, shop keywords, which are going to be blue, and then brain keywords, which are going to be orange. So let me show you how to do that. So hiatal hernia is going to be more of a browse keyword because people are just looking for anything for hiatal hernia. Hiatal hernia supplements, that's going to be more of a shop keyword. So I'm going to make that blue. Hernia belts for men, hernia belt for women. These are all going to be shop keywords. However, they're not quite as relevant for our product. This would be an experimental. So people are looking for hernia belts. Do we want to go after hernia belts? And they may not be necessarily looking for hiatal hernia belts. They're just looking for hernia belts. And so even though the search volume is very high, I don't think I'm going to want to go after that. And so I'm going to make that a negative keyword. And so in my PPC build over here, you're going to see a little bit I've already done, but in my PPC build, I'm going to pull it up in a separate file. I'm going to put belts and belt as negative phrase because I don't want to show up for those right away. Because if I show up for those right away, then I might have some problems and I might spend a lot of money. And so I'm actually going to take these out, and they are going to be in my negatives. Hiatal hernia relief, that does apply for us, but it's still somebody browsing. And so we may not want to go after that one right away. It doesn't have a huge search volume either. Umbilical hernia belt. Now this one's interesting because umbilical, let's see if that's the same as hiatal. Let's see, is hiatal hernia the same as an umbilical hernia? And it doesn't look like it is. So we'll go back to this, and then I'm going to take this and make it umbilical as a negative keyword. And then I'm going to take that out. Tums gets a lot of search volume, and that's what we're going after, is kind of replacing that. However, I don't want to go after it right away. So that's going to be a competitor. And then I'm going to take Tums and I'm going to move it over to my negative phrase. There is a time and place, but not right now. FSA and FHA eligible. I don't want to show up for either of those because we are not. So I'm going to put those in my phrase, and I'm going to delete those. Pepsid, brand name, and put it in our phrase. I want to save our budget. Postpartum belly band. We are not a postpartum belly band. So this is mostly getting me a lot of good negatives. We haven't found a lot of good words to go after other than these 3. And that may be our only 3. Low search volume, but hey, that might be what we're dealing with this product. So digestive health. Ours is good for digestive health, but we don't necessarily market it for that. And so that's one that I will say is a very, very browse-based keyword. I'll keep it for now. Acid reflux medicine. We're not a medicine, and we're not targeting acid reflux directly. And so I'm going to put medicine and medications in, and I'm also going to put acid reflux and acid. I don't need to have this since I have acid and reflux below. So we're going to put that right here. Let's go back to here. So acid reflux, abdominal binder post-surgery. We're not for abdominal, we're for the hiatal hernia. So I'm going to get rid of that. C-section, going to get rid of that. So these are all things that you might show up for and waste a ton of money on. Abdominal hernia belts, hiatal hernia syndrome book. So this is somebody looking for a specific book for this, and that could be a good keyword target. All these I'm going to delete because they don't apply to a belly band, a belly binder. Those are both for pregnancy. So belly band, belly binder, both those there. Abdominal hernia belt, hiatal hernia foods. So that's a good one. That's another browse-based keyword and does get some search volume. Hernia belt for men, abdominal. We already got rid of that. So let's get rid of all the words with belt. So you can see 56 keywords. We don't really need to review those anymore because we're not going after belt right away. So I'm going to delete all those. Then let's see. Okay, same thing. Let's get rid of all of these belt keywords. And Jamel, you can of course fast forward this part. All right, let's continue down this list. Pregnancy, we already got rid of that too, I think. Where's pregnancy? We did not. So let's try that. Pregnant, preg, and C. Get both of those. So let's get all those words out of the way. All right, now we're back to this. So we got hiatal hernia diet. That's going to be another browse-based keyword. Healthcare products, that's a terrible word. I don't know. I'm going to make that, now I'll keep it right where it is, but it's not a great word. Hernia relief seems a little more broad to me, so I don't like that word. Abdominal binder, I don't even know what this is, so let's look it up. Yeah, same thing, so those belts. So I'm going to put binder in here. Now we can get rid of belly binder now. So binders, there's 30 keywords. Okay. Hernia relief, hiatal hernia syndrome. Hernia relief seems a little too generic for me, so I'm going to delete that one. Hiatal hernia syndrome is a browse-based keyword. They're just looking for some relief. Herniated disc, this is a good one. Put in negatives because we're not herniated disc product, which is your back. Hernia generic, let's look what that comes up with on Amazon. So you can see it's going to be those belts again. So just a little too generic for me. Not going to go after that, or hernia support or umbilical, gurnia, heartburn, acid reflux. I'm going to start keeping these now as possible ones just because we're running out of keywords. This must be somebody great in this profession, so I might target him. And then Blitzu, Fajas, abdominal hernias, hernia girdle, hernia support. These are all for umbilical hernias, hernia support for men, reflux relief. Let's get rid of all those. This don't apply to our product. Inaugural, let's see, let's keep going. Hiatal hernia pillow. So there's a pillow. This is giving me product ideas too. So that's a very specific one. Reflux relief, again, a browse-based keyword. Health supplement, terrible keyword to go after. Acid reflux relief, natural acid reflux relief. Herniated disc, we are not that either. So we're going to take this over, our negatives. We're going to do herniated and disc like that. Yeah, that's okay. And then let's get rid of those. Belly support, source naturals, enzymes, FHA eligible, belly support, abdominal swelling reducer, stomach pain, best acid reducer. Get rid of all those. And you can see we've just really narrowed down our list to pretty much just a couple keywords. And then you can see right here, these are going to be browse as well. All right, so we've really narrowed it down to 4 main search terms. 4 main shop search terms. These are people looking for very specific things in this space. What I want to do is make it more relevant for us. So I'm going to stay closer to this top, very, very low search volume. Digestive health, I'm going to stay away from. And so the keywords I'm going to go after to start are going to be these 3. Probably these 3 and this one. I'm staying very specific to hiatal hernia because we are a hiatal health product. And so I may go after this one too and this one. And you can see our search volume is incredibly low for this. So we have about 5,000 searches a month, but I'm going to be at the top of that space. I want to be at the very top. That's going to really help out. So I hope this made sense from a keyword standpoint. And I hope this kind of helped you narrow down your keywords using Keywords on Fire as a research source. In the next video, I'm going to be going over how to create a listing around these keywords. And then also right after this video, I'm going to show you one more Keywords on Fire session that I did with a category and a product that has more search volume. And that's going to go into our eyelid wipes that we used to have in our previous company. Here we are inside ZonGuru. This is what I use for keyword analysis. You can use whatever tool you like best. I'm just going to show you how I do keyword analysis with ZonGuru. And then I'm going to show you how we create those campaigns in the back end in Campaign Manager. So let's jump in. So our example has been eyelid wipes. And so what I'm going to do is name that session, this session name eyelid wipes. And I'm going to go to add products by phrases. You should have a general idea of what your best selling keyword is or search term, only because you pick the product. And so if you pick the product, it's got probably a base seed keyword around it. Ours is eyelid wipes. It can be sunglasses. It can be eye cream. It can be face wash. It can be any of those, rubber spatula. And so what I'm going to do is search phrase. So I'm going to click that, put eyelid wipes into here. Then I'm going to click search. All right, so the results have pulled up. And now what we're going to do is we're just going to select every product that applies to ours. It looks like all of these do. So I'm just going to select, you can select up to 25 of them. And as long as they're relevant, here's our product right here. And I'm just going to keep going. I like to get as much data as possible. So I'm going to keep going. And I'm going to select all 25 because we can. More data, the better. And there we got 25. So now we're going to click add products. You can see it's going to fill in all these ASINs We're then going to name our session eyelid wipes, run keyword analysis. This will take close to about 10 to 20 minutes, depending on how much data you're bringing in. All right, so our data has pulled up here. And you can see a couple different things here. You can see the keyword value. And so what this is just an estimated combined monthly revenue. Our ZG score is just how relevant that keyword is for this search for eyelid wipes. You can see the search volume right here as well. And then you can see some other metrics here like PPC bid, ratings, things like that. What I like to do is come up here to the gear icon and then hit export to CSV. And it's going to export it. And then I like to go to a Google Sheet and I like to import it. So I'll go to File, Import, and then Upload. Once we go to Browse, we can then pull that into here. Then what I like to do is just eliminate some of these things. Like you can eliminate some of this stuff like currency because it's all in the same currency. I like search volume. These two, I don't care as much unless you're launching. This is telling you how many you need to give away essentially in order per day in order to get to the top of page 1 or get close to the top of page 1. This talks about the units sold on that and average ratings and price. For this video, I'm not going to use any of those, so I'm just going to delete them. This tells you how many keyword titles are broadly matched in the title for that particular keyword. So eyelid wipes, 88% of page 1 has eyelid wipes in the title. 16% has ACoS lid scrubs. That's a trademark term. So that's probably the people that actually sell that. Same thing with Optase and Clearadex. 4% have those in the title. Most likely the brand names that are associated with those. Eye wipes, only 52% of the title are in the title. And so that's an opportunity. Only half the listings on page 1 have eye wipes in the title. That might be an opportunity for you to come in and seal that. So we'll go over that here in just a little bit. I like to keep that and maybe keep the exact match title in the PPC bid. I'm going to get rid of these 3. And then I don't care the organic rank of all these other ones, but I do want to keep the organic rank for my product. So I highlighted it right there. And this is a lot of data, so don't get mixed up in the data. Just know that you can use each data piece and you can go as deep as you want, but you don't have to go incredibly deep. So now what I like to do is sort it by search volume, which is this category or this column right here. So I'm going to highlight everything, sort range by search volume. Go Z to A. So the highest ones first. And what I'm looking for here is just things that I can put into my negative phrase, things I can put into my negative exact to help with that. So coconut oil, those are 2 things I do not have in my product. And so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to create a separate sheet here. I'm going to call this negative list. So we're going to make negative phrase. Like I discussed before, a negative phrase is essentially a term that you don't want to rank for at all. And the example I gave before was I sell an eye cream. I don't want to rank for hand, foot, body. So if somebody's searching for body cream, I don't want to show up for that. So that's a negative phrase. I want body to be in there because I don't want to show up for that. So in this example, coconut has nothing to do with my product. And so I want to make sure I do not show up for coconut. So that's that word right there. So I'm just going to delete it now. Tea tree oil. We're not tea tree oil. We're not argan oil. And so those 2 things I'm going to put into negative exact because our product does have tea tree oil in it, but it is not tea tree oil. And so we want to make sure Amazon specifies that because it's eyelid wipes with tea tree oil and it might show up for tea tree oil exact. I don't want to show up because people that are typing in tea tree oil exact are looking for tea tree oil, not what I have. And so those 2 keywords are out as well. Stye treatment, this is a browse-based keyword. And so I'm just going to colors are arbitrary. I'm just going to color this one purple. So purple is browse, and that's a browse-based keyword. I'm just going to put that in there so you can see it. A browse-based keyword is going to be a little more expensive. You can see a 371 PPC bid, and the conversion rate is going to be lower as a result. Now, nobody should have this in their title because if they say they are a stye eye treatment, that means that they have an FDA claim because they're claiming they treat a disease. You can't do that. So ACoS is a competitor. So I'm going to make that yellow, and yellow is competition. Brooder, competitor, competition. You don't have to put that in there. I'm just putting it in there just so you can kind of see what my color references are. ACoS, competition. Brooder, ACoS, allergy, competition. Allergy is a browse keyword. Somebody that's searching for allergy doesn't know what they're looking for yet, so that's a browse keyword. Eyelid wipes. Here's our first shop keyword. So a shop keyword being that people that are looking for eyelid wipes are looking to buy eyelid wipes. So they're shopping for that particular keyword and product. So we're going to do that. Now I'm going to go through this and I'm going to do probably the top 50 here, and then we'll jump in a little bit ahead.
All right, now we have all of our, narrowed it down to our top 150 keywords that we got in that search result. And you can see we're down to about 148. And now what you can see is that I have them categorized into 4 different categories. Purple being browse keywords, meaning they're browsing for something, they don't know exactly what they want. Blue being eyelid wipes or eye wipes, being very specific. These are shop-based keywords. They're specifically shopping for a particular product. They know exactly what they want. Yellow being competition. I don't like to go after competitors' keywords because they're expensive and you're going to have a lower conversion rate, especially when you're launching, but even when you're scaling. If you want to increase your organic rank, you need to go after search terms that have a high conversion rate potential, or they already have proven to you that they have a high conversion rate. So make sure you keep that in mind when you're launching. Don't go after your competition. I actually like to put our competition into our negative phrase because it can save you a significant amount of money. So let's do that real quick. So we got Avanova right here, that's a competitor. We got Blefidex right here, that's a competitor. And when you put these in phrase, it will pretty much eliminate all 3 of these. So we'll get rid of those. And then we'll get rid of this Avanova one too. Brooder, that's another competitor. So we'll put Brooder in right here. And again, I don't like to show up for those. So I'm going to turn all these and I'm going to delete them all. I don't even want to look at them. Clearadex, we're going to put that right there. And then we're going to delete them all. And then we can start to analyze some of these too, but let's keep looking. So ACoS, this is a big one. This is our biggest player in our space. So we're going to delete that one. And let's see, that's spelled correctly. Now I'm going to scroll down a little bit more. There's ACoS again, just going to delete that. And ACoS again. Here's Hypochlor and Ibiza and Ivisa. So we're going to do all 3 of those, bring them up here, put them all in. Now I just want the brand name though, because again, it's going to be very costly to go against these competitors because they have that market part, that segment of the market tied up. Here's ACoS again. So let me find all my competition. I'm going to put them in my negative phrase list and then we'll get back to this. All right, so we've got all our competition out. And now we're looking to find keywords that we want to go after. So what I like to do is find 5 to 10 keywords to make exact match campaigns for. Now these keywords, I want them to be longer tail, meaning they don't have the highest search volume. So they're not right here at the top. They're more towards the middle. And there's huge opportunity, meaning that there may not be that keyword in the title as much on this page 1. And then we're not showing up for it maybe organically. So we need to fix that as well. So let's go through that. So we're looking for blue keywords. And so these ones with the higher search volume, you want these blue ones, of course, to be in your title. That way you index for them and you show up higher in the search results for those. But that may not necessarily mean we want to advertise for them. We will later on, but at the beginning, we may not want to because we want to look for high converting keywords that we can nail. So here's a good example. Eyelid cleaning wipes. Eyelid being 2 words. So only 4% of people have it in their title in both exact match and broad match. And we're already ranked, our product is ranked 12th for that. So putting this in your title, but also advertising for it is going to be huge for you. So I'm going to just completely highlight that one. Eyelid scrub is even a good one because you can see 56% have it broad, 12% have it exact. So there's 2 good ones that get pretty decent search volume of about 3,500. Which is high in this category. Lid scrubs for eyes. Lid scrubs is actually a trademark term, and I know that just because of my research, so I would avoid that one. Eye wipes for dry eyes, that would be considered an FDA claim, so I would avoid that one. As you can see, 0% have that in there, so that's why, because it's a claim. Eye cleaning wipes again. So eye cleaning wipes and eyelid cleaning wipes both have nobody's using this in the title. And so if you put this into the title, if you put eyelid cleaning wipes into the title, you're going to show up really fast for these. You're going to vault from number 8 to number 1, number 12 to number 1, because nobody else is going after that. If we add cleansing in, you can see that is still pretty low. 20% use it in the title, 44%. So I like that word as well. And then eye wipes for blepharitis is a claim. Lid scrub is a trademark term, so I'm going to avoid those. Tea tree eyelid cleanser, only 8% have it in exact, and we are a tea tree eyelid cleanser, so I'm going to put that one in as well. I'm going to avoid all the purple ones because I don't want to go after brows yet. We're not an eye rinse, so I'm actually going to put rinse over in the negative phrase. Put it right there, and I'm going to delete it. Tea tree eye wipes, 0% of people have tea tree eye wipes in the title. You can see we're already ranked number 3 for that. And then let's say we said tea tree eye wipes for people. 0% have those in the title. We could rank high for those very quickly. It may sound a little funny, but that's what people are searching for. You can see 3,000 searches a month if you put tea tree eye wipes for people in the category. And then tea tree wipes right here. This would cover the broad. You can see a lot of people have broad, but nobody has it exact yet.
Baby eye wipes, that's an opportunity to come out with baby eye wipes because there's not many people that have it. Let's see, how many do we have so far? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And if you have more budget, go for 10. So let's find a couple more. Eye cleaner wipes. Nobody has it in their title. Pretty high PPC bid. A little bit of search volume, so we'll add that one too. Tea tree eyelid wipes, 581. You can see a lot of people have it in their title. Tea tree eyelid cleansing wipes, it's a long tail. Let's do that one too. So you kind of get the idea. We're looking for high search volume. 813 is okay still. I mean, that's still 30 people a day looking for that. And if you have a high conversion rate, you're going to move up in all of these keywords in this category. But we'll start at the top. And so what I'm going to do is just show you how to make an exact match campaign. I like to go after exact match first, especially when I'm launching, because again, high conversion. You want high conversion and high volume keywords, which will then drive organic rank, which will then decrease your costs and increase your profits. So let me say that one more time. High volume, high converting keywords will increase your organic rank, which will then increase your profits. So just keep that in mind as you're doing this. That should be going in the back of your head at all times. So let's just do eyelid cleaning wipes. I'm a big fan of single keyword ad campaigns. So we're going to come in here to create campaign. We're going to hit continue. And this is going to be a sponsored product campaign. And then I'm going to do exact match. We're going to do the ASIN, then we're going to do the keyword. And this obviously is not, this is a dummy account. We're going to do manual targeting, select the ASIN that you're going after. And then we're going to do manual targeting. We're going to do keyword targeting. We're going to enter a list. I like to do exact single keyword ad campaigns, eyelid cleaning wipes, add keyword. What bid should you start out with? It will give you a suggested bid. You can see that's pretty high. Let's go back to our sheet here. You can see that's what it's pretty much showing for all these. So we may want to go after eye cleaning wipes just because it's a little lower. And if you find yourself in a highly competitive category, you may be paying a lot for clicks. And that's just how it goes if you want to make a name for yourself in that category. All right, so we've put that in, and then we're going to scroll down here, and we're going to upload our negative list. We're going to do this. Here's our phrase. And then we're going to do our exact. And then we're going to go down here, dynamic bid down only. You can name the campaign. I thought that's what I did up above, but I might have just named the ad group up above. Yeah, there you go. Come all the way down here. If you have portfolios, you can put it in your portfolio. Start date, daily budget, just start low. $25 is good, 10's good, launch campaign. And that's it. That's how you create, that's how you go from keyword research to campaign creation. I'm going to do this for all 10 keywords in exact match. If I still have budget left over after that, I'll then start rolling out broad match starting at the top again. And broad match is more of a discovery campaign, where exact match is more of a scale campaign. Remember, our goal is high volume with high conversion rate to increase that organic rank. Action items for this video. Number 1, conduct comprehensive keyword research using Zanguru's Keywords on Fire and find a list of 10 to 20 initial keywords that could drive high conversions for your product, focusing on those mid to long tail keywords. Action item number 2, develop and refine your negative keyword list, focusing on phrase match negative keywords. 10 to 20 is a good start. Action item number 3, categorize your keywords based on buyer intent and adjust your bidding strategy to competition, browse, shop, and brand name.
What you're watching right now is my entire Amazon PPC and Perpetual sales machine program. I leave nothing out in this. And this is how I turned $1 million in debt into $5 million net worth in 4 years. If you're struggling to scale your Amazon business beyond 6 figures and are tired of competing on price and fighting for search ranking, there's a better way. Again, I'm Dr. Travis Ziegler, and just 6 years ago, I was $1 million in debt, trying desperately to grow my Amazon store. Then I discovered the Perpetual sales machine in 2017, a system for creating what I call a profit moat around your business. It focuses on just one thing: maximizing real profit through advanced PPC, external traffic, and automation. I use this to scale from zero to over $500,000 in monthly revenue. You probably noticed that I used Zanguru software in the previous chapter, and I'm going to be going over some other software that we use to help Amazon sellers like you explode their earnings. If you're doing over $100,000 per year in revenue and are looking for sustainable growth and real profits, then I want to invite you to apply to work with us in our Perpetual Sales Machine coaching program. In this program, we give you all the software you need for scaling your brand beyond $1 million per year. If you're already doing $1 million per year, then I invite you to apply to work with us and get all of this off your plate. No more chasing products or PPC hacks, just sustainable growth and real profits. Apply to work with us at profitablepineapple.com. All right, let's move on to the next section.
In this video, I want to share with you my 3-step process for increasing your conversion rate on your Amazon listing with ChatGPT. This strategy has proven to significantly boost organic rank, increasing your sales and profit. The journey begins with robust keywords research, which I showed you in the previous video. I can't emphasize the importance of mastering keyword research for your business. This is the roadmap guiding every aspect of your listing, from title to enhanced brand content. Our aim is twofold: to identify highly searched keywords and to use these strategically across various elements of your listing. Let's jump into my 3-step process for increasing your conversion rate on your Amazon listing with ChatGPT. I'm going to briefly explain the process, and then Tony is going to share his screen and show you how to do it. Step number 1, utilize Listing Optimizer by ZonGuru. After you do your keyword research, which again I showed you in the previous video, we leverage ZonGuru's Listing Optimizer. This is integrated with ChatGPT. We pull our top 5 to 8 listings and competitors with this Listing Optimizer, including yours, and we base it on the primary search terms we identified earlier and integrate Keywords on Fire data. Step number 2, we compare your listings to your competitors. We use Listing Optimizer to dissect your listing's performance against competitors, understand why their optimization score and listing strength surpasses yours, and then we focus on your titles, bullet points, photos, and then we move on to step number 3, which is to build up your reviews. Reviews are the lifeblood of credibility. They are social proof. It is like a busy restaurant versus a restaurant that has no one in it. Which one are you going to go to? To bolster them, source high-quality products, utilize a compliant automated review requester such as Review Automator in ZonGuru, cultivate a list of loyal customers, and serve their needs. In my early days, I personally called the first 300 purchasers for their feedback, nudging them to leave a review on Amazon. Now, Tony is going to go into much more depth and share his screen.
In the previous video, I showed you how I came up with these keywords with Keywords on Fire. So if you haven't watched that, make sure you go back and see that just so you can see how I get my initial list of keywords and how I categorize them like this. So shop keywords and then also browse keywords. It's a hugely important go through that to make sure you understand it. Now in this video, I'm going to be showing you how I create my listing based on these keywords. So let's jump right in to ZonGuru and I'm going to show you how we do that. So here we are inside ZonGuru. Here's the Keywords on Fire session that we made in the previous video. We're now going to jump to Listing Optimizer right here. We're going to call this session name hiatal hernia. Actually, let me go back. I like to make it the same as what I did before. So we're going to do that. Listing Optimizer, session name, create new session. Then we're going to add keywords. We're going to import these from Keywords on Fire. And then we're going to pick the one that we just did. We're just going to do the strong and medium. You can do all keywords. It's just going to bring in a lot of keywords. So strong and medium keywords from that and add keywords. And so you're going to see that all pull up. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull listings from around this main keyword of hiatal hernia to kind of compare these. And I'm actually going to focus just on the hiatal hernia supplements right here, including our listing as well. So let's pull up our listing first, which is right here. We're going to add it. And then I'm going to add listings from Amazon. So we're going to find that. And here's another one and another one and maybe another one. Not too many around this. So let's see what we have. That could be about it. So not too many around hiatal hernia. Not a big search volume, so I don't see a lot of people going after it, so that's why. You just need those to compare. So you can see our listing is an optimization score of 2297 with a potential search volume of 77,000, mostly because of the hernia belts. But I'm actually going to eliminate this one. I'm going to delete hernia belts, anything to do with belt. So we kind of did that in the last video. And then you could go through and delete all those, but what I'm going to do is just kind of select these top ones. So hiatal hernia, supplements, hiatal hernia relief, acid reflux. I don't want medicine, so I'm just going to look for these: digestive health, and that could be it. Then hernia relief, don't want that one, that's too generic. So I'm mostly going to focus on those, and I don't really want the rest of them. And so I'm going to highlight those, and then I'm going to come over here to AI generate. And then what I'm going to do is just type in a couple things. So we're going to put in Dr. Barry's hiatal health, because that's what the product is. Product description, if you have a product description, you could pull it off your website or whatever. I have a current listing that I could pull it off of, but let's just say I have something on my website, so I'm just going to get it from there. If you don't have anything, then I recommend just starting from scratch. Let me actually show you that. Go right here, add a blank listing. Let's go over that one. All right, so we're going to AI generate this one completely. So I'm going to click AI generate. Again, Dr. Barry's hiatal. We'll just put that. And then we're going to say hiatal health. And negative keywords. You made a list of keywords in the previous video, so let me go grab those. So we made all these as a negative keyword. I'm going to just grab those. That was just due to our keyword research. See if I did it right, or if it's not going to be able to recognize that format. Probably not.
So let's see, we may have to pull this off to the side and do them one at a time. There's probably an easier way, but for simplicity's sakes, I'm just going to show you this. Yeah, so you're going to have to pull them one at a time, which is okay. Make sure you get rid of that one. We're not a medicine. Acid reflux would be a health claim, so I don't want those on there. Belts, umbilical, my competitors' names, FSA, HSA, then Pepsid, again, competitor, postpartum. Okay. Okay, so I've added all those in there. The tone, I want it to be professional because it's more of a doctor's brand. Product description, I'm just going to put these keywords in here that I have right over here. And then we're just going to hit generate. Now, there is something to note here. This is not programmed to follow FDA structure function claims. So it is your responsibility to make sure that these follow FDA structure function claims. ZonGuru is going to give you a great first step on creating your title, your bullets 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, your description, your search terms, based on the information they have over here. Now, it is not going to be perfect, and it is not going to be 100% accurate. And so what you need to do is then take these over to ChatGPT, or I use Poe. You're going to see me use Poe in this video. Use whatever you want. ChatGPT is the same thing. Poe just gives you more options. Don't worry about which software to use. Use ChatGPT. It works just as well as what I'm going to show you. Now let me go over to Poe. And what you're going to see here is this is my acid reflux channel. And so I have a bot specifically educated on acid reflux and everything I'm doing for my brand. And so when you're working in your brand on a certain product and it's around a certain category, keep that bot stable. Like, make sure you just use that one channel because it learns more and more as you go. It's just like a human. If you're training a human and you have somebody in your business that you're training, they're going to learn more as they go. And so is ChatGPT, but it's going to be just for your brand. And so let's work on this now together. So, all right. Act like a copywriting specialist in the health and wellness space. Make sure to follow FDA structure function claims for my product title, Dr. Berry's Vital Health Supplement. And then we're going to get the bullets. Now, one thing I've noticed with ChatGPT, let's see, there's the product description and back search terms, food. Okay, cool. All right. So one thing I've noticed about ChatGPT and using ZonGurus is it's great for focusing on features. Now, features are great, but they appeal to the logistical side of our brain and not the emotional side of our brain. And so what we need to do is shift these features to benefits. And that's what I'm going to show you how to do next, is really focusing on benefits. You could probably do this inside of here. I just feel more comfortable doing it right inside ChatGPT. And so, or Poe in this case. And so I'm here inside Poe, and then I put all that in there. The following are the bullets I initially came up with due to the following keywords. I'm going to go back to my keyword list. Just going to put it in here. I feel like they lack emotion and they are too focused on the benefits. I would like the title, bullets, and description rewritten to really focus on the benefits and the pain points that we are trying to solve for hiatal hernia sufferers. Okay, then we're going to watch it produce it. All right, so let's take a look at this. They didn't write. Okay, here's the title for Dr. Berry's finding. Dr. Berry's Vital Health isn't just another supplement. It's specifically formulated to provide professional grade relief from painful and disruptive symptoms of hiatal hernia. Make sure this is FDA compliant and break this down into 5 bullet points and a title. So I noticed some claims in there. Okay, so these are a good start. Get relief from occasional heartburn and irritation when eating trigger foods. Promotes restful sleep without nighttime reflux disruptions. Supports healthy digestion and stomach function. Soothes tightness and pressure in the chest and upper abdomen. Made with natural ingredients by digestive health expert Dr. Berry. Okay, now expand on these bullets. And then I'm going to go get the ingredient list. Expand on these bullets and include information on the ingredients. Okay, now double the length of these bullets. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. So you can see that the main symptoms of acid reflux is
trigger foods, coffee, sleeping at night. And then that's what it's focusing on, is the pain point of the client. Most of you guys are focusing on features. Features would be red raspberry leaf contains properties that promote relaxation and support. That's a feature. Nobody cares about red raspberry leaf. They care about getting restful sleep because of their nighttime reflux. This supplement provides relief with antioxidant and anti-inflammatory. I would not put these 2 words in there. Vitamin C and quercetin to soothe occasional discomfort. That's a feature. Nobody cares about that. What they care about is struggling with painful heartburn and irritation with trigger when eating trigger foods. So that's what they're focusing on. Milk thistle is included to protect and rejuvenate your stomach lining and support healthy function. That's a feature. What does that do? It helps overall digestive health, which helps soothe symptoms. And so the benefit of the feature is so key for this. And so I'm going to take these 5 bullets, just clean them up a little bit more. I'm going to make a title, and you can put like the link that you want and everything. There you go. You have title ideas. You have 10 of them. And so always start it with Dr. Barry's Heidel Health right here. And this is a straight claim Heidel hernia relief formula. I don't think we could put that, but Dr. Barry's Heidel Health. Say goodbye to Heidel discomfort. Say goodbye, take back control from Heidel misery. So you can focus on the benefits of this. So what I do, like I said, I start with Listing Optimizer by ZonGuru. It gives me the basis of our listing. And then I switch it over to ChatGPT and Poe, whatever you want to use. And I just kind of keep refining it, keep focusing on the benefits of the features and then the benefits of the benefits until you get something that sounds great. That's focusing on the person and not the features of your product. So I hope this video was helpful. Let me know down in the comments if you have any questions.
So Tony, take it away.
Thanks, Travis. So in this part of the video, I'm going to show you guys how to utilize Listing Optimizer through ZonGuru. As you know, the foundation of everything Amazon is your listing. And with ZonGuru, we can actually put ourselves against competitors and see where we stack up in terms of search terms and keyword opportunities. And that can actually take us to the next level in terms of advertising, in terms of organic ranking, and so on. So that being said, let's just dive right into it. What I'm going to do is I'm going to show you how to do it manually, and then I'll show you how to utilize ChatGPT, which is essentially embedded in ZonGuru, to create a listing from scratch and also add to your current listing. So what I'm going to do is start the session name with eyelid wipes, ZG. You can name it however you'd like. And then I'll go add, import from keywords on fire from what we utilized in the past. Click here, all keywords, and then we'll get our list of keywords. From there, we're going to add our first listing here, which will be our product. And then now we have 1 out of 8 listings added. We're going to add some competitors now. So I'll search eyelid wipes as the main keyword, and we'll find our competitors. We have ACoS, Sustain, Nova, Optase. What is that, 6 now? 5. I can't count today. ClearDex, 6. Let's go a little bit further down. And you can add whoever you like, but adding the main ones that I know. 7, and 1 more. Lumiviz, 8. Perfect. Once I hit finish, we're actually going to see our optimization score in action. So we know where we're stacking up here, and we have our competitors here. You'll see our competitors are well optimized in terms of search volume and combined revenue overall. So what I'm going to do is actually look at them for examples. You'll see how they write their copy, and you can kind of explore and see any opportunities that you're not adding to your listing from there. One thing that's really important, guys, and please understand this, be careful with putting competitor names in your listings in addition to putting anything that's not allowed in advertising. Any type of structure function claim, you got to be careful with that. Amazon will take your listing down, no questions asked, and then you could potentially get in big trouble for having branded keywords on the back end. I've seen some things happen with like lawsuits and things like that, so you really want to be careful with that. Make sure you're well informed about your space, and I can tell you from personal experience, I've seen, especially in the supplement space, a lot of supplement companies do brands on the back end. They're just waiting to get in trouble. I don't know why they're doing it. They're going to get sued. It is what it is. Play the more ethical route so that you don't get in big trouble in the long term and not have to deal with any issues on the back end or anything that basically takes you away from selling on Amazon. Now, my rant is over. What I'm going to do is I'm going to look at our listing, and I like to let you guys know in terms of optimization, you want your best keywords in the title, mainly because your optimization score will go up if you add more to the title. So we have 176 out of 200. We should be able to use the maximum 200, and we can add additional keywords to that. So what I'll do is I'll look at this eyelid wipes, exfoliate. We already have eyelid wipes in the title already, so that's actually redundant. We actually don't need to do that. So we can actually change, instead of eyelid wipes, obviously the title needs to make sense. You could put eyelid scrubs and then see how the optimization score goes from there. I saw an opportunity with scrubs. somewhere around here. And then you see, boom, optimization score goes up. One thing I want to say too is if you hide use, you already know what keywords you've been utilizing. And now you can go in and look for opportunities based on keywords on fire. As you can see here, a lot of it is around competitors. Be careful with the competitors. We'll see here, like there's words like lid. Sometimes you actually can have typos in your copy that will help you with ranking. So if I put, let's say we have eyelid wipes, we're already using that in the title. We can actually turn this, and we have wipe here. Two things I want to mention on this is if I turn eye to eye and lid, this actually might help our search term ranking because it's a typo. If you want to put typos on the back end, I highly recommend that because boom, your optimization score will go up. You'll have lid covered, and then you just keep going from there. Like I said, if you're using eyelids plural, that's redundant. Essentially, you're already using it in the bullet points. You have in the search terms, you can get rid of that. You want to make sure you have both the singular and plural, especially in your space, because you'll have customers searching search terms with typos. You'll have customers searching search terms with, singular and plural, with, keywords like eyelid wipes. Eyelid wipe could be a target. Eyelids wipes could be a target. It doesn't make sense, but that could be something that people are searching. You want to have these kind of words in your title, bullet points, description. And most important with this and how I look at it is you want your title to make sense. You want your best performing keywords in the title. Bullet points, you want them to make sense. You want to have your benefits in your bullet points. Description, you want it to make sense. You want to add whatever you can that basically has a selling point to your product. When you create A+ content, and this is something we could talk about in the future, but A+ content actually covers the description. Just be aware, you can actually still put keywords in your description on the back end to essentially help with your optimization score. So like here, you have 2,000 characters. The sky's the limit here. You have opportunity to add more to it. And then your search terms, you have your bytes. If anything does not make sense, like I said, typos, Spanish keywords, things like that, you can actually add them to the search terms on the back end, which will help with optimization as well. Now we have MediViz here. Brand is MediViz. You can actually get rid of that because it's essentially redundant. You already have it in the title. Optimization score won't be affected by that. So as you can see here, you'll see keywords like plus, and you'll see keywords like hygienic. If it's like plus, there's like search term volume. If it makes sense, you can add it. Hygienic, obviously, we got to add that. Hypoallergenic, can add. Not quite 100% sure on allergy, but make sure, if I make this mistake, make sure that you don't do the same mistake I did, but just make sure in your space that you can't say certain word, and then you see optimization score goes up. Now I could spend a lot of time on this. We can add cleanser and things like that, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to go in and update title, bullet points, etc. And then I'll show you how to create a listing from scratch using ZonGuru. So we'll hit AI generate, brand name is MediViz. And then what we'll do is probably grab the title here. Negative keywords, you want to grab it from our list. There. You'll see that there's competitors in there too. Shouldn't be an issue, not separating by comma, but just in case. And then what this will do is when we have our negative phrase, we'll actually get rid of that in our copy. But still, you want to be careful that you're not essentially putting things that should not be in your title. Regardless, this will not help you get away with the structure function claims, branded names on the back end. You really want to look at your title because even though we use ChatGPT, remember ChatGPT is not perfect. We'll do professional. And AI is generating the title. And you could do this with your bullet points. You can do this in the description. You could do it in the search terms. And let's see what it does. It added some extra things, eyelid bumps, etc. Boom, ZonGuru score went up. Now we could do this again with the bullet points. What I'll do is bullet number 1, do this. A field must be less than 200. Okay, let's see here. Stop it here and let's see what it does. This is the fun part with AI is when they take everything from keywords on fire, they're like, all right, let's look for opportunities. We're going to add more to this and then see what happens. Dang, I filled it up a lot. Let's see where it goes. Keeps going up. Remember, you want to make sure there's no structure function claims. This is problematic. I believe dermatitis is problematic as well, if I'm not mistaken. So you want to be careful with this. If you put styes, it's probably going to get flagged, especially in this space. So let's see what happens when I get rid of that. I don't know if a competitor has it or not, but I dropped a bit. You want to be careful with those kind of keywords because even if it gives you a ZonGuru optimization score that's going up, like I said, structure function claim, you can get in big trouble for that. So I showed you how to basically do it manually, and then you can also use AI to fluff it up if you need some inspiration. And it basically it fills up the character count. And I think with that, you can apply that to all the bullet points. I want to make a main point for this description here. This is so important. So the description is 2,000 characters. This is where I see a lot of opportunity through listings that will help out with and optimize for our clients, in addition to even my personal brand. I went on the back end of the description to look for opportunities on Keywords on Fire that I may not have added on the bullet points because they're not benefits oriented. But what we'll do is it'll make an awesome description. It'll make an awesome description of your product. It will mention benefits. It will mention features. But in addition to that, it's going to add keywords that it may find through Keywords on Fire. Remember, you want to make sure, and you can see it went up a bit. You want to make sure that they're not using unethical keywords. You're not using keywords that are, branded, structure function claim, etc. Just please look at the keywords when you start doing this. One more time, I want to reiterate that. Look at your keywords, make sure there's no brands, make sure there's no structure function claims. Just do it ethically and be careful. Be careful with style. You'll probably be better off with, and that caught my eye. You'll be editing things like that. Make sure your butt is covered. And then from there, you have it. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to remove one of these listings. I'm going to add a new one. And I'm actually going to create from scratch. And let's see what it does. So we'll create it from scratch, add blank listing. We'll say, I want to make some cool name for Tony Store eyelid wipes. That's terrible. We're going to use it as an example. Add listing Tony Store eyelid wipes. We're going to hit finish. Now you can publish on Amazon, guys. There's a publish on Amazon button. I prefer to manually do it on Amazon. I just don't, from personal experience, that's what I do when I edit this. But we got Tony Store eyelid wipes, AI generate. What I'm going to do is have the AI generate the entire thing. We'll put Tony Store. Sounds so weird. And then product description, we'll put eyelid wipes, 30 count. And then negative keywords, we'll put competitors. Whoops. Put the competitors here. I don't think the commas matter. We'll try it out and see what happens. Zongu is loading. We're going to be more witty. No, we're going to be funny. See what it does for us. So it's going to look at Keywords on Fire here, and it's going to create, I just hate the Tony Store name. It's so goofy now. I guess this is going to be on YouTube. It's kind of funny. Looking back at this, I'll probably be like, yikes, I can't believe I did that. But we got the bullet points coming up. We got description, search terms, and then we'll see what happens. You got to have fun, guys. You got to have fun. I mean, working with Profitable Pineapple, it's all fun here. It's all fun. It's all wins. We like to see our clients win. We like to have fun. You're not going to see Tony Store in real life. We're a little bit more professional than that. But you can see here, essentially, let's see. Ooh, good optimization score right from the get. So Tony Store's eyelid wipes, funny, refreshing eye care for dry eyes and blepharitis, 30 count, easy to use. It could be kind of funny, I guess. Welcome to Tony Store Repairs with a dash of humor. It just created a brand for me. Eyelid wipes with a dash of humor. Yeah, itchy. These wipes are the superheroes of eye care. See how ZonGuru and ChatGPT can be very fun. But like I said, you want to make sure there isn't anything that's a structure function claim. You want to make sure you cover your butt there. And from there, you basically work on optimizing your listing and so on. Some of my clients really like using this tool for creating new listings from scratch. I had a client creating a new product, and we're going through that process of finding keyword opportunities. And we're like, let's use ZonGuru for this. And we have a well-optimized listing before launch. So once we have that, we have product that's going towards Amazon FBA, we'll have the listing set up, or even FBM to start selling. And we're good to go there because we have that prepared in advance. But anyway, from there, what we can do is you want to strengthen every aspect of your listing. And there is stuff that's going to go beyond ZonGuru, and it's going to go into a few main points. You want your title to contain over 125 characters. You want 5 bullet points. Some spaces in some industries, you can have more than 5, but make sure you have 5 bullet points. You want to have over 150 characters in those bullet points. And then you want your listing to contain 7 pictures. And This is going to actually affect the optimization score. You can see here, kind of optimization, bullet points, description when you add that. But then it's also going to affect everything on your listing in terms of, how aesthetic your listing looks, how professional it looks. You want to make sure you have those 7 pictures. Lifestyle photo, I can show you from here. So you have your pictures that cover. You can actually upload videos too, and uploading videos actually it's going to make your listing a lot more optimized, and customers are going to be watching those videos, and it may help with conversions as well. So you have the main product image, you'll have, your lifestyle photo, and then you can kind of mention some things. Benefits, you want to have benefits mostly. Don't worry too much about the features, and you want to make sure you cover all those bases, and just essentially maximize your listing opportunities. Now you can look at competitors in the space and see what they're doing, and we'll look at our most optimized here, Clearadex, and you could see what they're doing. I'm actually sad for them because the fact that they're well optimized on the back end and their images kind of suck is interesting to me. No offense, I just think that they can do better. Just make sure you look at your competitors and make sure, this is much better. So you have your mentions, you have your bullet points, opportunities, and then you have other bullet points that you can utilize. Make sure you cover, and this is good step by step, make sure you cover your bases like this. Have some sort of Amazon listing friendly images, and just make sure you have that. So when customers click, not just from their title, they have extra things to look for. And when they see videos, they see these nice images, they're going to be more inclined to purchase. And you can see here, purchases are great, reviews are good, purchases are great. Probably update the listing images a little bit, but overall looks good. And then you have the A+ content that covers description. This is really well done here. So from there, obviously the most important thing is your ratings. You want your review ratings to be really high up there. And what you're going to do with that, and I'll show you how to utilize that through ZonGuru, is if you go and click on customer engagement and you go to review automator, it's actually where you build reviews. So if I check this button with ZonGuru is going to automatically request reviews to customers who purchase your products. And all you have to do is hit this checkbox here and you're good to go. And then it starts running, and then you'll start to see reviews come in. Ideally, everything, once you have your listing optimized, the next best thing, when you have your images, videos, etc., you want your reviews to be up. Now, lastly, when it comes to reviews, guys, the most important thing is to build up your reviews. Once you have your listing images optimized, your videos, your benefits, your bullet points, all that stuff is optimized, you want to work towards getting your reviews. As you know, reviews are everything that builds credibility to your brand and to your product. If you have terrible reviews, chances are you might have to look at your product and see if there's any issues. Hopefully your product doesn't suck. Hopefully it's just some rough experience. Lastly, I wanted to talk about reviews. Reviews are everything credibility for your brand, guys. You want to make sure you have a high review rating. You want to make sure that your reviews say really great things about your products. You have these good reviews, best eyelid wipes ever. These are the reviews that you want. Top critical review, decent product. Regardless of that top critical review, that's a good top critical review. It's not anything that's like, this product sucks, blah, blah, blah. Basically this critical review just tells me that this is a good product, because it's not something that's like a 1-star, it's terrible, it tastes like whatever, it burns my eyes or whatever it is in your space. You want to make sure that your product does not suck. And when you can get that and you get the review volume there, the momentum and that snowball effect will start to come in with Amazon, because everything revolves around your star rating on Amazon. The most important thing to understand, guys, is in most spaces, from personal experience, I saw around 4.3 and above to be 4.5 stars on Amazon. Anything below 4.3 is going to immediately put the star, basically your star rating look like 4 stars on Amazon. So let's actually look for that. All right, so there's a 4-star right here. It's a 4.2. So like I said, 4 stars, it's a 4.2 star. If it's a 4.3, it'll turn into a 4.5 star. Let me see if there's a 4.3 around here. These are pretty good ratings. 4.4 is still 4.5. So essentially what I'm getting at is make sure your ratings are above 4.3. Make sure, and this will impact conversion rates significantly if it's under 4.3. And I can tell you from personal experience, I've seen what happened with some clients and some brands. where the ratings went down because of a product that didn't turn out so hot recently. You know, they tried a new formulation, things like that. That all can have an impact. So make sure your product is great. Make sure your product is loved by your customers. Make sure, you know, with that, your most top critical review. And that's a sign of a good product when your most critical review is like, it's a decent product. All in all, guys, to simplify everything, basically to refine your listing as a whole, especially through ZonGuru, your title. You want to make your title as keyword rich as possible. Look for the big opportunity keywords on ZonGuru for your title. You want to target any opportunities you might find in the space when you're doing your keyword research. Look for any gaps, because with those gaps, you can actually capitalize on an opportunity there. With images, invest in professional photos. You want to have professional images. I showed you some examples of opportunities where some brands could improve upon. And then I showed you an example of a brand that has pretty cool images. So make sure you're looking at what competitors are doing in the space and get some professional photos done, because that is essential for your images. With bullet points, you want to highlight the main benefits. You know, everyone has their features. You want to highlight the benefits. Focus on what's going to benefit them in the long term in using your product consistently. You want to then, with the bullet points, make the bullet points make sense, but also include keywords that help with your ranking. If you can't add them into the title, the next best thing is adding them into the bullet points. And then from there, you can essentially go into the description next. And then you build off from there, and you just build this whole experience on your Amazon listing to optimize it. And it's like your customer sees the title, and then they see the images. They're like, oh, you know, title was great. Images are looking professional. Product looks amazing. We're looking at the reviews. Reviews are great. Bullet points. It all leads them down to the purchase process. So you really want to make sure it's well optimized. You want to make sure you're covering all the things that they're searching for and all the specifics that they're searching for in your copy. This is why we want to be specific in our keyword. And this is why we do the negative phrases, because we want to really drive the overall sales volume. Sales volume is everything on Amazon, and that will drive your organic ranking upwards. It'll drive your relevancy and keyword opportunities and so on. So it's essential to just go through this entire process. Utilize ZonGuru as your, I guess you could say, utilize ZonGuru as your stepping stone to optimizing your listing as best as you possibly can. Make sure you're not putting anything that's troublesome in the keywords, and then make sure that you're not having competitors in your brands. And with that being said, guys, that's pretty much it. If you need any help with this, feel free to email me at tony@profitablepineapple.com. If you have any questions, always happy to help. Back to you, Travis.
Thanks, Tony. I want to go into a little troubleshooting with your Amazon listing and what stats to look at to see why your sales have dropped. If you have a low conversion rate on your listing or your sales drop suddenly, there are a plethora of things that could be wrong. But to start, you may not have enough social proof, ratings, and reviews, or your review average might be below 4.3, which will show you as a 4-star product or below. This alone can cut your conversion rate in half. You need to figure out how to get more positive reviews by either selling more or making your product better. Your click-through rate, or CTR, is the amount of times your ad is clicked versus the ad is seen. It should be over about 0.4%, which is about Amazon's average. Anything below this means that your title or your main image needs to be changed. Although product title and images are the main components to help click-through rate, you also need to account for reviews, rating, and price as well. So your action items for this video. Number 1, make sure you've conducted your thorough keyword research with keywords on fire using ZonGuru's tools. Number 2, optimize your Amazon listing based on your competitor analysis with ZonGuru's listing optimizer, and refine your titles, your bullet points, and descriptions, focusing on the benefits and not the features of your product. What's in it for the end user? And then number 3, enhance your product's appeal through content and bundling. Invest in professional product photography, create engaging A+ premium content, and consider bundling options like FBM bundles for your products to increase your sales per order item. This is like a 3-pack or a 6-pack. And then finally, number 4, turn on Review Automator. I want to share 2 costly mistakes that I made, costing me $250,000, and the other one almost bankrupt my company. Let's jump into my 2 costly mistakes. Number 1, I had a $250,000 inventory oversight. The first major error I made was failing to stay on top of my inventory, leading to my top selling products going out of stock. One product was unavailable for over a month and a half. The direct revenue loss was $250,000, but the real cost was even higher. Our keyword rankings plummeted, meaning we had to fight our way back up, costing us significantly more in both time and money. One product actually never recovered, which meant a loss of $2,000 per day in lost revenue. Amazon wants 2 things. They want high conversion rates and high sales velocity. When you stock out, your sales velocity and conversion rate goes to 0. Mistake number 2 was when I was on the brink of bankruptcy. And the second mistake I made was equally as severe, and I over-ordered inventory. As a profitable company, we thought we were making a wise decision, but it led to a severe cash flow issue. My ego wanted to hit $1 million on Prime Day one year, so I ordered enough inventory to do so. Unfortunately, the FDA held up our shipment in customs, so I ordered more inventory and had it air shipped over. It didn't make it in time for Amazon's Prime Day, and Amazon suspended all of our lightning deals. There I was sitting on $1.5 million in retail inventory. I had $50,000 in debt payments due and only $1,000 left in the bank. Luckily, we were saved by an SBA loan. This taught me a crucial lesson about the delicate balance of inventory management. So what's the solution? You have to move beyond spreadsheets. Now here's the key takeaway. Spreadsheets are outdated and prone to human error. In the dynamic world of e-commerce, you need a system that updates in real time and minimizes the risk of errors.
That's why I recommend using an inventory management software like SKU Compass.
This software is designed to give you a precise, hour-by-hour update of your inventory, helping you make informed decisions. Whether you're processing 300 orders a month or 100,000 orders a month. And for the low cost per month, it will save you hours of plugging in numbers to spreadsheets and a significant amount of money in staff time.
Visit SKUcompass.com and sign up for your trial today.
In this video, I'm going to go over why your ACoS target is wrong and why you shouldn't even worry about ACoS to begin with. When scaling your PPC campaigns, shift your focus from ACoS, advertising cost of sale, to TACoS, total advertising cost of sale. Some of the best keywords to go after, which are high converting, high sales velocity keywords, may cost a lot more to go after, leading to a higher ACoS. Most new sellers will turn these campaigns off, and it drives me nuts. However, as you push your ACoS higher for these higher conversion rate keywords, you get more sales velocity, which then pushes up your organic rank in sales, which leads to more profit. And this will lead to a lower TACoS and more profitability. Remember, Amazon wants two things, high conversion rate and high sales velocity. Don't turn off keywords and search terms that have both just because the ACoS is high, as it may be leading to more profitability in the long run. Instead of concentrating on individual campaign ACoS, evaluate your overall account level ACoS. A campaign with a high ACoS might be instrumental in reducing your TACoS and enhancing and increasing your overall profitability. Now let's talk about break-even ACoS, which is one of the keys to success with Amazon. Aiming for break-even ACoS is the key to success on Amazon PPC instead of a low ACoS. This can significantly drive organic rank and sales, which will then decrease your TACoS. Your profit margin is your guide here. It's the maximum you can afford to spend on a sale to break even. When I focused on increasing my target ACoS, it allowed me to scale my ad spend from $40,000 to over $100,000 per month for my brand. This actually led to more profit and it decreased my TACoS. I'm Dr. Travis Ziegler, a retired optometrist who achieved financial, time, and location freedom by building an online business to $500,000 per month and then selling it for a multi-million-dollar exit. I did this by focusing on Amazon PPC. I've also helped other brands exceed $10 million per year in sales through my agency. Unlike many gurus, I have actually real-world experience in building a business online and specifically on Amazon. Now enough about me, let's jump into calculating your maximum cost per acquisition and your break-even ACoS. Your maximum cost per acquisition, or your CPA, is the most you can spend on a sale to break even. To calculate this, we use a simple formula. Maximum CPA equals the selling price, your price on Amazon, minus the product cost, which is your COGS, minus your Amazon fees. Your maximum CPA is essentially your profit. Your break-even ACoS is your profit margin, and you just divide the maximum CPA by the sales price. Your target ACoS is then whatever risk you want to take from there. For consumables, I am much more aggressive and go above my break-even ACoS because I know my lifetime value is high long-term.
All right, let's show you how to calculate your break-even ACoS. So I have some other examples right here just so you can see that calculation going on over and over again. So we have our ASIN right here, which I just picked up from Amazon right here. This is the product that we're focusing on. And then what we're going to do is just put some notes. And then let's look at the sale price. We sell this for $34.97. And then our Amazon fees, we can actually come over here to Amazon and you can see right here, $34.97. And then our fee right here, this is FBM, that's why it's not showing up, but $9.68 right here. So Amazon fees is $9.68, and we'll just say this product costs us $7. So our break-even ACoS is 52%, with our maximum cost per acquisition is $18.29. And so we can pay up to $18.29 to acquire a customer to be profitable on the front end. And so I'm going to go after a 52% ACoS or higher. So I'm going to be a little more aggressive with this product. I'm actually probably going to start with a 72% ACoS that I'm going to be targeting. Yes, I will lose money on the front end because I know our back end will be profitable. And that's the value of subscription products or continuity products, is you can break even on the front end and still profit because the back end. Now, additionally, we're using advertising to drive sales velocity, which will then increase our organic rank, which will then increase our profit and then decrease our tacos. And so we're following the profit number and not necessarily the ACoS. We use ACoS as a metric. We don't use it as the metric like most people do.
Your action items for this video. Calculate your maximum cost per acquisition, your CPA, which is also known as your profit. Number 2, determine your break-even advertising cost of sale, your break-even ACoS, which is also your profit margin, and that includes Amazon fees. Number 3, set realistic target ACoSs based on your product type and your profit goals. And number 4, you need to shift your mindset to focus on tacos, your total advertising cost of sales, not your ACoS. And finally, focus on an account-wide perspective on ACoS and stop focusing on individual campaign level ACoS. In the next video, I'm going to go more into understanding Amazon PPC campaign types, so stay tuned for that next video. In this video, I'm going to help you understand the difference between all the campaign types in Amazon ads. You need to understand what all the campaign types are and the nuances around each one. This is crucial for maximizing sales and scaling Amazon PPC. As an experienced Amazon seller, I've found that focusing on sponsored products can drive 80 to 90% of your sales. Sponsored products are the 80-20 of Amazon PPC. This makes it highly profitable and time efficient to focus on sponsored products. In this video, we'll dive into the role of exact, auto, broad, and product targeting campaigns in Amazon PPC, and then I'm going to walk you through the structured approach to setting up and running Amazon PPC campaigns effectively. But before we do that, I want to discuss the difference between the 4 campaign types that we run. Let's first discuss the role of discovery campaigns, which are broad and auto campaigns. Discovery campaigns serve a vital purpose. They help you uncover new search terms and ASINs that can later be utilized in more targeted campaigns. By using broad campaigns, you can identify single search terms that are effectively driving sales. We name these BR_the ASIN_ the search term in your campaign structure. Additionally, auto campaigns, or ATMs, how we name them, are another form of discovery campaigns. In these, Amazon uses its algorithm to match your ads with relevant search terms and products. This automatic targeting is a great way to gather data on which keywords and products are performing well, without the need for your manual input. Discovery campaigns need to have a great negative keyword list uploaded to them to save you a ton of money. This will cost a lot more, and they usually, not always though, run at a higher ACoS. Let's move on to point number 2, why we skip phrase campaigns. In our strategy, we don't typically use phrase campaigns. These are similar to broad campaigns that they're slightly more restrictive. They can serve as discovery tools, but in our experience, they don't add significant value beyond what we get from broad and auto campaigns. Number 3, let's talk about scaling with exact and product targeting campaigns. Once a search term or an ASIN has proved its effectiveness in your discovery campaigns, we usually define this as generating 3 or more sales in 60 days, it's time to move them to scale. This is where exact match campaigns and product targeting campaigns come into play. In exact match campaigns, your ads are shown for searches that match a specific term you've selected. This precision allows you to focus your budget on search terms that are known to perform well based on the data from your discovery campaigns. Again, this is a single keyword ad campaign. Product targeting campaigns let you target specific ASINs. This means your ads will appear on the pages of these targeted products. This is an excellent way to place your products alongside similar or complementary items, or even compete directly with competitors' products. Number 4, the advantage of focusing on sponsored products. By concentrating on sponsored products, especially with exact and product targeting campaigns, you streamline your Amazon PPC strategy. This approach not only saves you time, but it also boosts profitability and organic rank. Sponsored products are typically the most effective type of Amazon ads, driving a significant portion of your sales for many sellers. Therefore, you will not be focusing on sponsored brands or display for now, or even in this course. Sponsored brands and sponsored display can be great if you have an unlimited budget, but they usually cost significantly more. Point number 5, focusing on tacos, not ACoS. A pivotal aspect of Amazon PPC is to focus on total advertising cost of sale, your tacos, rather than your advertising cost of sale. If this is not your first video with me, and you have gone through all the chapters like we've talked about, you've heard me say this over and over again. Our aim is to find high converting keywords that not only boost your sales, but also improve your organic rank. When you do this, this helps you reduce your tacos, which increases your profitability. And again, I've gone over this point in previous chapters as well, but I go over it over and over again because it is that important. Focus on an account-wide ACoS perspective. Instead of fixating on the ACoS of individual campaigns, assess the overall account ACoS. High ACoS in one campaign can still contribute to a lower tacos, making your operations more profitable. In Amazon PPC, understanding and effectively utilizing the different campaign types can significantly impact your sales and overall success. Focusing on sponsored products with a strategic mix of discovery, which are broad and auto, and scale, which are exact and product targeting campaigns, offers a streamlined, efficient path to enhancing your product visibility and profitability. Remember, the key is to gather data through discovery and then concentrate your efforts on what works, ensuring your PPC efforts are as effective as possible. I say this over and over again to make sure you really understand it.
What you're watching right now is my entire Amazon PPC and Perpetual Sales Machine program. I leave nothing out on this, and this is how I turned $1 million in debt into $5 million net worth in 4 years. You probably noticed that I used software in the previous chapters. In the next few chapters, I'm going to show you how I use Amazon PPC automation software to help explode my sales, increase my profits, all in significantly less time than if you're doing it without the software. When I started using this software, I was able to increase my Amazon advertising spend by $100,000 per month, while also reducing my ACoS by 10%. That's an increase in advertising by $100,000 per month and a reduced ACoS by 10%. I just wanted to repeat for emphasis. This pushed me to the top of page 1. That is your primary goal with advertising, to increase your sales velocity so much that you're showing at the top of page 1. If you're doing over $100,000 per year in revenue and are looking for sustainable growth and real profits, then I invite you to join our coaching program called the Perpetual Sales Machine. Apply at profitablepineapple.com. We also give you all the software that you need to scale your business. No more chasing products or PPC hacks, just sustainable growth and real profits. Again, in this program, we give you all the software you need for scaling your brand beyond $1 million per year. Now, if you're already doing $1 million per year, then you shouldn't be doing any of this. You shouldn't even be watching this video. You should be applying to work with us and get all of this off your plate. Apply to work with us at profitablepineapple.com, fill out a short application, and then we'll jump on a call together. Now, with that being said, we're now going to discuss how to significantly decrease your time spent on Amazon PPC using software. And all that starts with having the right mindset and software. When I learned what I'm going to go over next, it completely changed my business.
I want to go over one of the biggest lessons I've learned scaling my Perpetual Sales Machine and my e-commerce business. This is my E.A.D strategy. E.A.D. E.A.D. stands for Eliminate, Automate, Delegate. This approach was not just about doing things better, it's about doing better things. Let's dive into how this strategy revolutionized my business I love and how you can apply it and scale your Amazon business. Number 1, the art of elimination. The first step in the E.A.D strategy is to eliminate tasks that don't add significant value to you or your business. Start by writing down every single task you perform daily for a week. Yes, every single one. I actually did this for a month. At the end of the week, categorize these tasks based on their value, be it free or it provides no value, or you pay somebody $10 an hour, $100 an hour, $1,000 an hour, or even $10,000 an hour for these tasks. Through this process, you'll identify tasks that are unnecessarily eating up your time. In 2019, iLove underwent this transformation. We realized that focusing on the 20% of products that were bringing in 80% of our revenue, and we eliminated 80% of our products, we really just stopped advertising for them. They eventually sold out, and this significantly streamlined our operations, increased our sales and profitability for that bestseller. We also looked at all the things that we were doing and all the channels we were focusing on. I was on Amazon UK, Germany, Italy, Spain, France, Canada, US, Shopify, ClickFunnels, and eBay. But 80% of our revenue, probably more like 90% of our revenue, was coming from Amazon US. So we literally shut down the rest. We pulled out of Europe and Canada. We stopped focusing on funnels with ClickFunnels. We did leave our website up and running on Shopify, but stopped sending advertising to it. And this freed around $40,000 per month in spend. And we reallocated that to Amazon US. Doing this also eliminated 5 full-time positions, freeing up another $10,000 to $15,000 in cash flow per month. You have to make hard decisions. Firing and letting go of people is hard, but sometimes on the other side of those hard conversations is breakthrough. In the agency, we'd scale up to 70 clients and a team of 20. I was miserable, so I had to 80-20 our business. I let go of 12 of my team members and around 50 clients and completely changed the model into what I wanted to do, which was create a portfolio of brands that I invest into and then help scale. At the time of this recording, we are investors in 3 brands and I own one of them. Additionally, what are you doing around your house that could be eliminated? TV, social media scrolling, mowing the lawn, grocery shopping, cleaning your house, that can all be eliminated or automated or delegated. Of course, not TV watching, but like cleaning your house, you can delegate that. All right. Number 2, embracing automation. The tasks that you cannot eliminate should be automated if they can. This step is all about investing in technology to make your business processes more efficient. For instance, I love leverage tools like Quartile for Amazon PPC management, ZonGuru for revenue review and product listing optimization, and Profitable Pineapple Express for inventory management. Automating these aspects freed us up from the clutches of manual error-prone processes, especially moving away from spreadsheets for inventory management. That was a game changer for us. And getting away from manually adjusting bids and budgets with Amazon PPC, also a game changer for us. The right software not only simplifies tasks, but it also opens the door to insights and efficiencies that you didn't even know existed. In my personal life, I bought a Tesla because it automates the driving experience. After you're done with driving, you're usually exhausted. A Tesla with full self-driving takes away a ton of the micro decisions that you had to make while driving, therefore leaving you with more energy. All right, finally, number 3, the power of delegation. Finally, the task that can't be eliminated or automated should be delegated. This is where you build your team. Delegation is not about offloading work. It's about entrusting tasks to individuals who can perform them better than you, thus enabling you to focus on strategy and growth. Right now, you are getting pulled in a million directions. Therefore, you are only getting about 10% effort to a handful of tasks. But someone else's 100% attention to that task will be much better than your 10% effort. I already hear you whining about how you tried this and it didn't work for you. That's because you hired people that weren't as smart as you. They couldn't figure out how to do it without you holding them accountable. When you're delegating, it's crucial to define what winning looks like for each expectation, set the foundation for success. At iLove, we force for team members to take over Amazon Ads Management. We hire people that are smarter than you, regardless of where they are located. I have people that are smarter than me based here in the US at some tasks, and I've hired Filipinos that are smarter than me at tasks that I wasn't great at. All right, your module milestone for this module is going to be to automate your Amazon PPC with a software like Quartile, or if you're doing over $1 million, delegate it to an agency like ours.
We're now going to build out your negative lists. Negative lists are so crucial to upload into your auto and your broad campaigns. Your auto and your broad campaigns, you're relying on Amazon, not so much in the broad, but in the auto, to show for whatever you want to show it for. And so with that comes a lot of wasted ad spend. And so what we're going to do is we're going to create a negative phrase list and negative exact list. And these negative phrases can be very simple. And these simple phrases will help save you thousands of dollars over the long run. I'm going to give you a quick example of this, and then we'll jump into doing it for this one. But I sold an eye cream. I didn't want to show up for hand cream, foot cream, body cream, or any other kind of cream. And so what I did is I created a negative phrase around hand, foot, feet, body, and any kind of other cream. So Amazon isn't smart enough, you think they would be, to not show my eye cream for like a hand cream or a foot cream or a body cream, and you're gonna get a lot of wasted ad spend. There's other probably phrases that you can think of, but these are just one word phrases. One word. I don't know how to explain it any better. It's one word that has nothing to do with your product that Amazon might show up for. So that's what we want to do when we build out our negatives, is think like that. You can do this in the initial keyword research that we did back in module 1. You can find different phrases in there, but you can also do it by looking in your campaigns as well, and then also looking at your search term report. Multiple different ways that we can do this. Let's first look at your search term report. And so we can come over here. We already, during the Quartile build, we found a negative ASIN right there. Now we can look at the search term report and try to find other ones. So I'm going to open this back up, and I'm actually just going to highlight these green just so we know which ones are which. All right, so we're going to open this back up. And what I'm going to do first is I'm going to sort by ACoS. I want to find anything that just has a high ACoS that just might be causing lots of spend to occur. 138% ACoS, natural heartburn relief. That's pretty much what we are. We're reflux, acid reflux relief, heartburn. We are not an antacid. I don't want to show up for an antacid. When somebody is searching for an antacid, they're probably looking for an antacid. It's going to be hard to convert them. It's going to take a lot of education to convert them. So antacid is going to go on the negative list. Alginate. I don't know what this is, so let's look it up real quick. Naturally occurring around seaweed. So our product does not have alginate in it, so I'm going to add that to the negative phrase. Natural acid reflux, kidney stone, that's a different product. Dr. Barry's hiatal hernia. We're getting into more acceptable ACoSs down here, obviously, and I'm not going to worry about any of those. So alginate, we actually had a 29% ACoS on it, but conversion rate was 20%, so maybe I don't want to do that one. Let's look at the antacid one, 35%, 20%. So I'm actually going to take those two off because it seems like they're converting pretty well for us. So I'll take those two off the list, but this is the thought process you have to go through. Now what I'm going to do is just sort it by lots of clicks. So let's find something that's given us lots of clicks, but maybe no sales. Right here, anxiety relief, that's a different milk thistle, that's a different product. So not really much information that we can go off from here. So let's go over to our campaign manager. And one of the best sources that you can find for this is your auto campaigns. And so as your auto campaigns have been running, or if you've had auto campaigns running in the past, click into them, go to negative targeting, just make sure if you have a negative list already, but go into the ATM, and it looks like we don't have any words in here so far. So search terms. And then what I like to do is sort it by clicks. And you can see natural heartburn relief isn't really doing that well for us. And that could be because we don't have the word heartburn in our listing at all. So let's see. This is our website, but very similar. We're sold out of it. So we do have heartburn in there. Going back to this. Okay, so hiatal hernia relief, acid reflux, natural antacid, sodium malignate, acid reflux, hiatal hernia, peppermint oil capsules for IBS. So we have nothing to do with IBS. So I'm going to make IBS a negative keyword because, like I said, Amazon likes show you for things, and we don't have peppermint oil. So I'm going to put that in there as well. But I'm going to separate it into peppermint, just peppermint. That will cover everything peppermint. Organic, all natural acid flux relief, heals stomach ulcers, reflux raft. That, I don't know what it is, so let's Google it. Reflux raft. Looks like it is a brand name. I don't like to go after brand name, so we're going to go after that as a negative phrase. Of course, do your diligence, because let's say that is getting us sales, then we'd probably want to keep it. And so I'm just going down this stomach relief, Dr. Colon. I want nothing to do with colon because we have nothing to do with colons. We just have everything to do with heartburn. Gas, we are not a gas relief, I don't believe. Yeah, I guess it does help, so we'll leave that there. Oil for gums, nothing to do with gums. And we don't have any ginger. Ginger's more for nausea. Let's see, let's keep going. Omeprazole, they're looking for a prescription, so I'm going to put that in here. Drinks, we are not a drink. Okay, Dr. Berry Tan, herbs, GERD, supplementos, book, we're not a book. I want to show up for that. We are not Pepto-Bismol, which is that, so we're going to do, and so you can see all of these words that they're just getting one click here or there, but it can cause a lot of wasted expense. Let's just go to page 2 a little bit. These are all one-click words, but still, when they all add up, they can be a lot. So we'll just keep looking. I think that's pretty good. Spleen supplement. We are not for spleens. Might as well put liver in there too. Esophageal health, natural Pepsid. Pepsid is, of course, a prescription. Drinks. There it is again. Okay. Yeah, that's probably good. All right, so now we have this negative phrase list. In the next video, I'm going to show you how we upload it. Now, we didn't find any negative exact for this one, but you may find negative exacts in there as well. Again, the difference is a negative phrase is going to rule out anything that uses that word. So anything that has the word or phrase, anything that has the word IBS in it, no matter what phrase it's in, it will exclude that word. If you do exact for IBS, only if they type in IBS will it be excluded. So negative phrases, be very careful with them. You don't have to build them out extravagantly, but a good 10 to 20 to 30 keywords in that negative phrase list will save you a lot of money. All right, in the next video, I'll show you how to upload them.
All right, now we're going to talk about adding negatives. And I do this weekly, but I also do it whenever I do a launch and upload new broad and auto campaigns, and even phrase if you're using phrase. Sometimes I use phrase, most of the time I use broad and auto. The key thing with that is just know that they're all kind of discovery campaigns. Yes, you can scale broad and auto phrase campaigns, but usually keywords inside those don't scale. It's more the campaign is scaling in general. And then when you have a keyword that's scaling, we take it out to exact. So that's why we do that. But you'll see some phrase in here occasionally, but don't worry about that. Mostly use broad and auto for this, but you're going to notice also that this video 2 is the same as video 4, or if you're watching it on video 4, it's the same as video 2. That's because uploading negatives is the same regardless of what you're doing. You just need to know that you need to do it. That's pretty much what I'm trying to get at here. Negative keywords just help refine your targeting with your Amazon PPC campaigns, and this prevents your ads from showing to irrelevant or unprofitable searches. The impact of negative is only realized when you're added comprehensively to both new campaigns you create as well as those existing campaigns already accumulating data. I'm going to show you how to do that in this video. So let's jump in. We're going to be doing this again for broad, auto, and phrase. And so that's ones that start with BR. So we're going to do the enabled campaigns that start with BR. And you can even do this by portfolio if you have multiple products. And you can see right here that this is 35%, 17%, and 16%. I'm not going to worry about those. Yes, you could continue to refine these if you want, but you don't need to because they're already doing such good ACoS numbers. Again, my target is 83%. So let's just take a look at this one. It's making the most sales, and I'll show you my process of adding negatives on a weekly basis. And so the first thing I want to check is to make sure I have negative keywords in here. So it's either going to be at this level. Yep. So right here. So I've already uploaded my negative list that I created in a previous video. You can see right here. And yep, it looks like that's in there. And then I'm going to go back out to the ad group level. And if I'm going to find new negatives, I'll go into the ad group level. I'll look at search terms and I'll just see if there's a lot that are spending a lot, making a lot of clicks. So what I'll do here is I'll go over here to spend and sort it by spend. Let me see if I can shrink that. I can't. So the ones that are spending the most are actually making the most sales. So let me see. Let's get this over here. Okay, there we go. All right. So 14%, 53%, 26%. Hiatal hernia tool. That's interesting. Let's go over to Amazon and look at what that is. So I don't know if ours applies for tool, which is an interesting keyword, because I'm guessing they're looking for something pretty specific. Hiatal hernia tool. That's interesting. So they're probably looking for more of this belt. And so I might add that to my negative keyword list. As you can see here, it's gotten about 10 clicks, or no, 3 clicks. So not too concerning yet, but it's spent about $10. So a little concerning there. And then I'm just going to look through these and see if anything else kind of pops out the page. Probiotics kind of does. Don't think that's a big search term. So yeah, let's take tool. I'm going to leave it here for now because it's only gotten 3 clicks, but we'll put that on our radar for maybe adding this as a negative. So you can click that, add as a negative phrase, and that will add it to the negative phrase list. And so then, or you can do it as exact, and then I'd put tool as the negative phrase. And the reason that is because it just doesn't make sense for me. So I know I just said that I'm not going to put it in, but I'm going to put it in because it just doesn't make sense for my product. All right, that's all of the optimization I'd do for that broad match campaign. Not really much needed there, but let's continue to look at some other broad. And we don't have anything else that needs optimized. Let's look at these though over here. They've only done 1 click, 2 clicks in the last 30 days. So we did that 30-day attribution window just like I showed you, 4th to the 4th. Today's August 7th. All right, let's look at phrase match. Like I said, you may not have phrase matches and we don't use them much, but occasionally I like to test them just to see what's going on. So we have 1 phrase match going, 10 clicks or 10 orders in 80. So that's pretty good. I think we could optimize that a little better. ACoS is starting to creep closer to our target. And so let's take a look at this one. Let's see if we can make it a little more efficient. So this is for our other product. Let's make sure our negative keywords are uploaded, which is right here. So you can see all of these negative keywords. And if you want to test, you can always do this. Actually, I'm going to add tool since we just talked about it. And then we're going to go into here, add negative keywords, phrase, and let's see. Yep, so tool is the only one. So we've already added all those. So same thing here. It's been going for a while. So I'm going to add or go to the ad group level. Now that I'm here, I'm going to go into search terms. And I'm just going to see what's spending the most and see if we can make it more efficient or not. So let's look here. All right. So 19 clicks, 4 orders, 159. So look right here. This one right here, 11 clicks, $45 spent for the search term acid reflux. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to make that a negative exact. Obviously, I don't want to make it negative phrase because this is a phrase campaign on acid reflux. But when somebody's searching acid reflux exact, I've gotten 11 clicks on that in the last 45 days, or I've spent $45, which is over the cost of my product. So I'm going to make that a negative exact because I don't want to show up for that exact keyword anymore. Let's scroll down here. Antacids for acid reflux. I'm doing okay with that. I'll leave it as is. And then let's see, clicks 6, not doing too bad here. It's not over my spend for my product and it's not too many clicks yet. Like I said, I like to be a little more aggressive with this with 10 clicks because I like to keep my conversion rate high. This is 18%. And then some of these other ones getting a low in the clicks. So I'm not going to worry about those too much. So let's look at that negative targeting. You can see right here, acid reflux is now a negative exact. I'm going to bring it over here, put it in here. I know that sounds crazy, but it just doesn't serve well as an exact because it's a browse-based keyword. And so it's going to be harder to get a lot of clicks that convert for that keyword. I hope that makes sense. But that's what we're doing as far as optimizing every week. And then what I also like to do is just look for new ones. So Quartile is going to be constantly creating new campaigns for you. And so whenever they create new ones, you want to make sure that you upload your negatives to them. So what I like to do is just take out all filters, sort it by start date. And you can see it's created a couple in the last week. They're all exact match though. And then this is a audience one. Let me take a look at that one. But most of these are other launched. So there's no broad or phrase, but let's just say this was a phrase or a broad campaign that was launched in the last week. What I'll do is I'll click into it and I'll add my negative keyword list. So I'd add it right here. So I'd go over here, grab it, and I'd add it right here. And this is for broad, phrase, and auto campaigns that were just done. Now, I know what you're thinking. Why are you uploading a negative to exact match? I'm just showing you that for an example. You don't need to upload negatives to exact match because exact match is only going to show for this search term. I hope that makes sense. All right, let me know if you have any questions down below. All right, so we no longer have to go back into Campaign Manager to add our negative phrase and negative exact match into broad and auto campaigns. Quartile now has a functionality that we can actually upload it to here, and then we can make it negative phrase or negative exact. And when we upload it here, it will then take it over to Campaign Manager when they're creating the campaigns automatically. So let me show you how to do that. When you're in your Amazon account, or excuse me, Quartile account, click on Amazon here and then select your brand right there. And that will pop up all the tools. We're then going to come to Management, Products. And when you come to products, it will actually pull up this one first, just all the way to the right here. Click negative lists. We're then going to add new negative lists. So 8 greens, negative, select type, phrase, product, put your ASIN in here. Hit save. There's your first one. Then it will be down here once you have saved it. So there it is. And then you just have to do that for each one. Now, of course, putting those in individually is going to take a long time. And so what you can actually do is you can create it inside a spreadsheet. So let me open up this spreadsheet a little bit more. And what I did is I did negative phrase. I put phrase in here, and then I put the ASIN right here. And I just took all this and I hit copy. I went back to Quartile and I just pasted it in right here. So I just clicked right there and hit paste. You can see some of these are already in here. So it's not going to let me save until I get rid of all those. You can see it won't let me save yet. So I'm going to scroll down and look at which ones are already in here. That one's already in here. That one's already in here. You may not have as extensive of a list as this, but like I always say, like you only need like 5 or 10 good phrase negatives. We just have a lot of things in this space with brand names, and I just wanted to get rid of those and not really go after those brand names. All right, looks good. Then we'll click save. All right, so that's all the phrase ones that are in there. Now let's go back over here. We're gonna do that same thing for exact. I know it sounds crazy to have acid reflux be an exact match campaign or exact match, but it's very expensive. So that's why we do it. It's like $13 a click. We'll go back to Quartile. Same thing. Click that. Get rid of the ones that are already added. And then hit save. Now you can see down here, we have 9 exact, 9 phrase, and a product even. So if you want to do ASINs as well, it's in there. And now every time you create a broad or an auto, or even with Quartile creates a broader auto campaign or phrase, it will now have these negative lists uploaded automatically.
In this video, I'm going to show you how to scale your Amazon PPC. I was able to take my Amazon PPC spend from $40,000 per month to over $100,000 per month using this exact method I'm going to show you in this video. While I was scaling up from $40,000 to $100,000, I also reduced my ACoS and my TACoS. For those taking notes at home, that means a lot more profit. This meant I was putting a lot more cash into my pocket. Scaling your Amazon PPC campaigns can be a game changer for your business. This video is going to be your guide to scaling your Amazon PPC campaigns, including a step-by-step process I'm going to share my screen for mining your search term report and using it to scale your campaigns. This is something that we do monthly in our agency and in our businesses because it is that important. So put this on your calendar now to do this every single month, or better yet, give this to someone on your team to do it for you so you can focus on growing your company. We've talked a lot about the 80-20 rule. 20% of your inputs create 80% of your results. 20% of your products produce 80% of your revenue. Finally, 20% of your search terms produce 80% of your revenue as well. We're gonna find those 20% of search terms and show you how to scale them in this video. I'm Dr. Travis Ziegler, a retired optometrist who achieved financial, time, and location freedom by building an online business to $500,000 per month and then selling it for a multi-million-dollar exit. I did this by focusing on Amazon PPC and my Perpetual sales machine strategy. I've also helped other brands exceed $10 million per year in sales through my agency. Unlike many gurus, I have real experience in creating successful online businesses, and specifically on Amazon. Enough about me though, let's jump into the 5 effective strategies to scale Amazon PPC. I want to explain these strategies first and then show you exactly how to apply it while sharing my screen. The first strategy is focus on TACoS, not ACoS. Repeated for emphasis. When scaling your PPC campaigns, shift your focus from your advertising cost of sale, your ACoS, to your TACoS, total advertising cost of sale. High converting keywords not only increase sales, but also improve your organic rankings, leading to lower TACoS and higher profitability. We have some individual campaigns that run over 100%, some that run over 150%, because they drive high conversion rates and high sales velocity. So instead, you need to focus on account-wide ACoS, not individual campaigns ACoS. That's strategy number 2. Instead of concentrating on individual campaign ACoSs, evaluate the overall account ACoS. A campaign with a high ACoS might be instrumental in reducing your TACoS. This will enhance your overall or increase your overall profitability. For example, we had a single keyword ad campaign for our eyelid wipes for the search term sty treatment that ran at 150% ACoS because it drove a 40% conversion rate and 4 sales per day. High conversion rate, high sales velocity means higher organic rank and more profit, leading to a lower total advertising cost of sale, or TACoS. You have to understand that. Strategy number 3 is all about budget and bid management. We make small bets, starting most of our campaigns at a $10 to $15 a day budget, and then with success, we go all in. We get aggressive with budgets and bids for high converting search terms with a lot of sales and high conversion rate. Again, TACoS, not ACoS. Focus on that. So if we have a campaign that has a high conversion rate, even if it does have a high ACoS, we still focus and go all in with that, with our budget. Fourth strategy is we're going to expand your keyword list. When we look at our search term report, we're identifying keywords that have a lot of sales. This is going to be 10 plus sales in 60 days, and they have a high conversion rate, usually above 10 to 20%, but again, it depends on your category. We then move these into a single keyword broad campaign. We then upload our negative keyword list to that as well. So this is a single keyword ad campaign, one keyword per campaign. Upload that negative list because it is a broad match discovery campaign. Second thing we do, we identify keywords that have 3 or more sales in 60 days and have a high conversion rate. Again, 10 to 20%, but it depends on your category and product. We then move these keywords, search terms, into a single keyword exact match campaign. So we 10 plus sales in 60 days, broad match campaign. 3 plus sales in 60 days, single keyword exact match campaign. This will all make sense when I go through my search term. Finally, strategy number 5, focusing your ads to only sponsored products. As an experienced Amazon seller, I found that focusing on sponsored products can drive 80 to 90% of your sales, making it highly profitable and time efficient. This is the only advertising section you need to focus on, as it accounts for 80% of sales on Amazon. If you only focus on sponsored products, you'd be much more profitable and you'd do it in less time managing your PPC. Ignore sponsored brands, ignore sponsored display. We'll get into that a little bit more later, but they cost a lot more and they don't drive organic rank like sponsored products does. You can implement all 5 of these strategies by focusing on your search term report. Now let me show you how to pull your search term report. We're going to mine it, and then we're going to use that to scale your Amazon PPC. Let's jump over to my screen.
This is one of my favorite parts, and this is scaling your campaigns. And you can do this with your search term reports. So what we're going to do here is I'm going to show you how to pull your search term report, download it, upload it into a spreadsheet, and then organize it. And then we're going to use that search term report to calculate some data. So let me jump in. So I'm inside Campaign Manager. So let me just pull back out to Campaign Manager to show you that. And you're going to come down here to Measurement and Reporting. You're going to hit Sponsored Ads Reports. What I recommend doing is have a monthly recurring report going and have it emailed to you every single month. So let me show you how to create that one first. So you're going to do Sponsored Product, Search Term Report, last 30 days. You don't really change anything here. And then put your email address in here, hit Recurring, and then you'll do this monthly, and then just go out as far as you can on the calendar. So 2026, December, and then December 31st. And then you'll hit Schedule Report. And so then every time, monthly, it will be sent to your email, and then that will be your reminder to do this every month. But I'm not going to do that today. I'm actually going to create a search term report like this is your first time pulling a search term report. So you're going to hit Create Report. You're then going to leave all these the same, but we're going to take reporting period and go back as far as we can. We want as much data as possible. So we're going to go to the 5th of May. I like to leave about a 5-day attribution window. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then you hit Save, Sponsored Product Search Term Report, and then I'm going to do Now, and then I'm going to click Run Report. And then once you get back to the reportings area, you can see that it's waiting to run here. Let's see, it's not waiting to run here. There it is. So right here, and you can see it's ready to download right there. So you can click download and look at this report. My report doesn't have much data because we've been out of stock for a while. So I'm actually going to go back to a report that I previously had. And that is the importance of scheduling this monthly report, because you can only go back a certain amount of days. So if you don't pull the reports every month, you're going to lose that data. And I'm going to show you in the next screen share in this video how to find that data again. But for the purposes of search term reports, you want to make sure you're pulling that monthly. So I'm actually going to go back and look at a report from when we were in stock, which is about January 2nd, 2024. Let me see what this one is actually. This one's December 6th through February 5th. That's actually a good report. So I'm going to download that one. All right. And then we're going to come over to our spreadsheet that we've been using, and we're going to make note of this. 1829 is our maximum cost per acquisition target. I'm going to come here and I'm going to go to File, Import, Upload, and then we're going to pull that search term report. We're going to insert a new sheet. Here's our search term report. So I'm just going to label this search term report, so STR. And then I'm just going to get rid of things. So I highly recommend using portfolios. When you use portfolios, it's just going to give you better data. And so you're going to be able to see, you're going to be able to organize what reports go or what products are using what search terms and everything. You can see I don't have it in portfolios right here. And so we're going to have to do a little bit of extra work. But the goal here and what we're doing here is we're just trying to pull the search terms that are working out. So let's go back to the top and organize this first. I would usually keep portfolio names if I had them. I'm just going to delete these. We're going to keep campaign name for now. I don't care about all this. I do care about customer search term.
Then we're just going to change these: impressions, clicks, CTR, CPC, sales, ACoS. I don't care about ROAS because we're looking at ACoS. And so we're going to do orders, and then we're going to delete the rest. I just want to keep two columns here. And then I'm going to highlight, underline, and then freeze that top row. And then I'm going to take these and I'm going to change, and then right click and resize. Let's center them as well. And then I'm going to take the ACoS and the CTR down to the nearest that. And then for the spend and sales, what we're going to do here is take it down to the nearest dollar. Just kind of organizes the data a little better and just makes it more readable. So less numbers. I'm going to highlight everything and I'm going to sort range. And the first thing I'm going to do is sort range by orders. That's going to bring all our top orders at the top. Okay, now that we have all those at the top, I don't really care anything about 2 and under. So what I'm going to do is we're going to duplicate this. This is going to be the less than 3 STR, and we're going to get rid of these. And then this is going to be the greater than 3 STR. Okay, so we're going to stop. And actually, I'm going to keep all the way down to here, just because I might need that data. So you can see there's not a lot of data here. Hiatal hernia, that's going to be a shop keyword or a browse keyword. Dr. Barry's emotional, these are all going to be competitor, or excuse me, not competitor, but brand name. And then we have our ASINs there as well. Now, what I'll usually do is separate out the ASINs from the search terms. This is such a small report that I don't really need to do that. And then you can also see here that all these products are ones that I'm no longer going after. And so I'm just going to get rid of these. Now you can separate these out into different spreadsheets, but I'm showing you the simplicity here. So we mainly have 2 keywords that we're going to be going after with this. And so I'll show you how to do that here in just a little bit. But yeah, we're going to organize these. Let's put that at the top. And so we have these 2 search terms. And then, like I said, this is a very small report because this product was out of stock for a while. It wasn't selling that well. And so we didn't really have a lot of momentum going into this, but there's a lot of room for growth here. And so let's look at a couple things here. I'm going to put in max CPA here and then your max CPC. And so what we're going to do here is we're going to calculate how much we can bid on these 2 search terms. And you're going to see some anomalies with branded search terms just because it's going to be a little higher. But you can see right here, max CPA. Let's go back to that ACoS sheet. It's going to be $18.29. And again, if you missed this is just your retail price. We did this in chapter 4, minus your Amazon fees, minus your cost of goods. It gives you your maximum CPA, which is also known as your profit. All right, so coming back to this, I like to take this one out. It's a $sign, and this will be $1 as well. Okay, so let's make another column here. I don't see conversion rate. Usually it's in here, but I might have deleted it accidentally. So you can just recalculate it though by taking your orders divided by your clicks. So I messed that formula all up. Let me redo it. So again, sum of your orders, which is M2, divided by your clicks. That's going to give you your conversion rate. Just change it to a percentage and take it down. So 42%. Okay, your maximum CPA is not really going to change for the product because if it's the same product, you're just going to bring that down. Your conversion rate, let's bring that down, and it will bring that formula down as well. And so your maximum cost per acquisition is just your conversion rate times your maximum CPA. So this is how much you can spend from a CPC standpoint or from a bid standpoint to then, with this conversion rate, to then convert on this search term. So we can be pretty aggressive on both of these. Obviously, this is our brand name. So yeah, we can be super aggressive, but this is a browse keyword. We can be really aggressive on that and convert really high because we have a 42% conversion. High conversion rate, high sales velocity. That's the goal. So that's how you organize a search term report. It's pretty simple. And what we're going to do is we're just going to make an exact match campaign for all of these. These are going to be product targeting ads, and then these are going to be exact match campaigns. That's for anything that's below 10 orders. If we had 10 orders or above, let's just say that one was 10, then what we do is we would make it so that would be a broad match campaign as well. But since we don't have 10 orders or more, then we're just going to do this all in exact match campaigns. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you, since we have limited data here, I'm going to show you in the next screen share how to pull some more historical data that's past that 60-day point and do more lifetime data for this product. So I wanted to show you another way to get keywords that may have worked in the past. So if you have a product that you released and maybe stocked out or something, and you wanted to gather the keywords that were working before, I wanted to show you that method as well, because some of you guys might have past data. So I showed you in previous videos or earlier in this video how to find keywords from scratch. Now I'm going to show you how to find historical keywords, 2 different ways. So I showed you the search term report before, and now I'm going to show you just kind of looking at all the keywords with all your history. So search term reports are limited to 90 days, and if you didn't pull them when you're your product was in stock, you're in trouble. So this is how you get even more keywords. So what I did here is I'm in Campaign Manager and I went to this targeting tab. This is going to pull all of your targets that you've ever done ever. And so I did date range and I went to lifetime, pulled that up, and then I took out all filters. And so then what I'm going to do is if you named yours well, you should have your ASINs or your name of your product. This is kind of a hodgepodge account because we didn't have it until 3 months ago. So I'm just going to export everything and look through the data. So we're just going to export it and you can see it pops over there. We're going to come to a spreadsheet and just import it, upload, and put it in here. And we're just going to insert a new sheet. We're just going to put lifetime data from Campaign Manager. And so now I can look at some of these keywords to find ones that have been working. And so what I'm going to do here is focus on orders. So right there, we're going to extract data. And there's probably better ways to do what I'm about to do, but this is how I do it. And it doesn't take that much time. So I don't need any ways to like increase efficiency or anything. So you can see it's actually already sorted by data. And so since I'm anal, I'm going to clean all these up. This is going to be a percentage, and nope, that didn't work. So we're just going to leave it like that and then just take it down to the nearest dollar or nearest percent. It's going to be a dollar amount. That's going to work. CTR, I don't think that's going to work either. Nope, it's not. So we're just going to take this down, take it down to about right there. Spend is a dollar amount. Take it down to the dollar. Top of search, that could be some useful data. So I'm going to take that there. And then suggested bid is a dollar amount. We'll leave that out to 2 decimals. Bid is dollar amount. CPC is a dollar amount. Conversion rate is obviously conversion rate. And I'm not going to do that because I don't think percentage will work. Yeah. So we're just going to take it down to that. This is a dollar amount. ROAS, product 6.1. And so the first thing I'm going to do is get rid of all auto campaigns. So auto campaigns, you're just not going to get a lot of data. You're just going to see it say something like loose match. So you can get rid of those if you want. So let's just sort the data by target. Actually, let's first do one thing real quick. Again, just getting things organized so I can see everything kind of at once. Resize, fit the data. And then we're just going to hit those, be centered, and get rid of this. Now, if we look, I didn't get all the data. I got incomplete data. So let's go back here and we're going to get as much data as we can. So the top 300 search terms. So I'm glad I made that mistake so you don't have to make that mistake too, and you'll learn from it. So you can see right there. And then we have the top 300 search terms, which is probably all I want. Because once we get down to here, you can see 2 and 1 orders. I don't care about anything under 3 orders. So we could probably go down to 200 search terms or whatever these are. I wouldn't call them search terms. I'd call them everything terms. All right, so let's check this out. Okay, this is good. So the top 200. So I don't care about anything under 3. So let's go back and export this. And lifetime campaign data for top 50 search. Just put that right here. Top 50 search terms. Now we're going to pull in this new data. Go to import, upload, same thing. Pull that in. And then we're going to insert a new sheet. And then I'm just going to pull the titles from here because I haven't deleted anything yet. And then we're going to do that same thing. So we're going to make these better. Spend and then sales. So those are all dollar amounts. Keep those right there. For spend and sales, we'll take them down to the dollar. And then top of search, CVR, impressions, clicks, orders, sales, ACoS. So let's take these all the way down. And they can go all the way down to that. And then we'll take this and center them all and resize them. Fit to data, just get rid of these. All right, so now we got to order, we got about 200 search terms-ish that are above 3 or above orders. So I'm going to get rid of these. Remember, we're focusing on sales velocity and conversion rate. And so we want to really focus on ones that are just making sales. And this is lifetime data of your campaign manager. So obviously this top one's going to be great. And that's a product targeting campaign. So let's just look at that real quick and see what it is. It might be it's targeting ourselves. And so this is a good one. So this is going to be branded keyword. Idle health is kind of a branded keyword. Close match, loose match. We're gonna get rid of both of those because we don't care because it's not gonna give us any data. Those are from auto campaigns. Substitutes, let's get rid of that. You see Dr. Berry's spelled a little different. There's another loose match. Substitutes, let's actually get rid of those real quick. So we'll format this data, sort by column B, which is the target. And let's go to close match, complements. We'll delete all those. And you can go into those auto campaigns to really pull that data, which I might show you here in just a little bit. You can see all these idle health and hernias and hernia and all those. That's going to be orange. Idle hernia is going to be your shop keywords. This is a different product. So let me get rid of the loose matches. And then we do have some, and then substitutes. Here we go. So again, this is if you don't have search term reports and you need to get some data. And then we do name the campaigns pretty well. So next I'm going to do is highlight everything, sort it by campaigns. There's a lot of campaigns in here that we're not going to continue. And so I'm going to get rid of those as well. So Heidel Health is the one we're focusing on here for this video, but this Lady Biz is another product. So let's get rid of those. And then you can see down here, respiratory relief is another product. So we're going to get rid of those. And this is the value of having a good naming structure. It's making sure that it looks good. All right. So now that we have that, we've narrowed it down to pretty much 100 search terms. Let's highlight everything. I'm going to sort it by target one more time. All right, so this is hiatal hernia. That's a shop keyword. That's a modified broad keyword. Acid reflux. Those are shop. If somebody's just typing in acid reflux, more of a browse keyword. Acid reflux pill and acid reflux relief is more of a browse. However, acid reflux pill is going to be more of a shop. Alka-Seltzer is going to be a competitor. These are all ASIN targets. Category targeting right here. I don't need any of that data unless it gives us, it doesn't. It's category targeting, so it doesn't give us any data. Dr. Berries. Those are all going to be orange for my own brand name. This is one of our other products, but we don't need that. Let's see, Gaviscon. I don't know what that is, so I'm going to look it up real quick. That's a competitor. GERD medications, GERD pillow, GERD relief. So these are going to be more browse. Let's actually open this up a little bit more so you can see them all. It's going to be browse. So somebody doesn't really know what they want. They don't know if they need a pillow. They don't know if they need a medication, heartburn medicine, heartburn supplement. Oops. Yeah, those are all going to be shop. And then these are kind of more generic ones. Let's see, hiatal hernia, maybe all purple. Browse, supplements, relief. Anything with a relief usually is going to be more of a browse keyword because they don't know what they want for relief. They just want relief. Kidney stones, liver, all these are other products. Natural acid reflux, natural antacid. I would say this and this and this are all going to be browse. And then they're looking for specific medications. That's going to be shop. And then these are different. Stomach acid relief and stomach relief is going to be browse. Purchases exact look back. We're going to use that too. Then these ASINs. And so that's how we can get a lot of keywords that we've used in the past. And then if we sort it back by orders, we're going to see the ones that have really been working. Let's go back to orders, see the A. I'm going to bring these over here. I don't really care about this, because we're going to be building these from scratch probably because it's been out of stock for so long. Products is probably just like if it's in an auto campaign or something. There's your ROAS. You can keep that or you can keep your ACoS, completely up to you. I'm going to go with ACoS. I'm going to move this over here. Don't care about this active. All right, so we can look at this now. We can move clicks. Actually, let's do conversion rate. There's conversion rate and then your ACoS. And so this gives us a lot of data. We have ASIN to target or search term to target. We have our cost per click and then the exact ACoS that we were getting at that time for that specific search term or that specific target. And so what I'm going to do is just make sure that all these apply to my product. Same as this one. Yes, it is. So that is our product. Let's see. Okay, so I can't find that one at all. Might not be available anymore. I'll keep it in there because we may still target it because you can see that the bid's low, ACoS is great, 36% conversion rate, CTR, don't need CTR. I'm going to minimize it. And we still got a lot of sales from that. So even though I'm not finding it, I'm still going to leave it there. And you can see hiatal hernia, we're getting a pretty good conversion rate, 17 to 22% for these words. And then the ACoS is really low. Lots of room to be more aggressive here. This is our bid. This is our cost per click. Probably using some top of search bid placements or something there. Lots of impressions as well. Lots of orders. And so good way to get a lot of orders there too. So this is a good way to just find the historical data of your lifetime value of your account and ways that you can find different search terms that may work for you that you can expand. And so I'm going to be going after pretty much every word here because it's proven. It's proven to work for us. We use the other techniques as well, but this is actual data from our account lifetime. And so the search term report will give you the best data right now. This is going to be your lifetime data. So if you find yourself struggling with PPC and wondering what to do next, this might be a good way to go look back at historical data of what has been working for you and then seeing if you can bring some of those keywords back in. So if you start to see your sales decline, maybe do this to take a look at what keywords you're starting to lose on. Usually if you start losing on keywords, it's because you're not being aggressive enough. New competitors might have come into the space, a lower price competitor, or somebody's just being more aggressive than you. There's a lot of things that can happen, and this could help you get back on track. We've actually seen this in clients of ours. They want to keep their ACoS and TACoS at a certain level, but their competitors have moved in on them and they're not willing to budge, and they're losing market share as a result. So if you see your sales start to decrease, something like this might help with that. All right, now that we've pulled our search term report, we have that data, and then we've done our lifetime value data because we didn't have that much data from our search term report. Usually our search term report will be enough, but we had to pull that lifetime data as well for this product because we just didn't have that much data recently or even in the past 6 months because it's been out of stock and not selling. Now what we're going to do is do our PPC build based on that data. So let's start with the search term report first just because it's so easy. We have this, so this is going to be your keyword right here. This is what my PPC search term or my PPC build looks like. And so my child ASIN, we're going to go get the ASIN right here, put that in. That's going to be the same all the way down. And again, if you have multiple products, you'll do this over and over again. So let me just get the ASIN put into here. And I'll go over all this here in just a little bit. So the bid we calculated in the other video, which is going to be that 1829 times your conversion rate, which is going to give us 732. And I'm okay going that aggressive because we have a 42% conversion rate. We're going to leave it with no $sign. And with this being a higher converting and better keyword campaign, I'm going to go with a higher budget as well. This one is Dr. Barry's Hiatal Health. Come back over here. See right there. We're going to put that keyword in there. And again, higher budget, higher bid because it is our product. So when somebody's searching our product, I'm okay with going a little more aggressive. Oops, 732. And this first one was 762. So we can be a lot more aggressive with that one. And then we don't want anything. And you can put $sign there if you want, but I don't want anything in there because I use a software and it will upload wrong if I have a $sign. All right, so we have child ASIN, and that's pretty much it for this area. Neither of them have high order volume. And so I'm actually going to get rid of the broad for this one. And we're just going to do exact. Okay, let's go over to the lifetime value. So this one we're going to analyze a little bit more. So Dr. Barry's Hiatal Health. These are all brand names. Dr. Barry's with an apostrophe. Hiatal hernia. That's an exact match. We already have that up here, so we don't need to worry about that. Then those ASINs. Hiatal hernia again. Hiatal hernia relief. Put that one in there. Hiatal hernia, hernia hiatal. Hiatal hernia, reflux relief. Let's see, we'll do this. I'm going to stay away from acid reflux for this because we don't really brand it towards that. And so the conversion rate's not going to be as high for that one, but you could go after that based on the data, or heartburn. I'm just going to stick with hiatal. Hiatal relief, they got all that. Hiatal hernia supplement, plural and singular. Alka-Seltzer is a competitor, so I'll actually put them over in my negative phrase. I'll probably do Alka and Seltzer. And then for these, I probably want to do, I don't want to go after those for these, this product particularly. And so we'll put those in here as well. That looks good. Antacid, we are not an antacid. Stomach relief, that would be probably a stretch. So I'm not going to put it in my top 10 right here. Let's see, that looks good. Gaviscon, that is a competitor. Medicine, I don't want to show up for medications. That should be good based on this lifetime data. Now we got to calculate the bid. So same thing here, clicks to orders. So we're gonna have a lot of data with this one. All right, so let's bring this over. And actually we have our conversion rate. So we have it right here. And I'm gonna put a couple columns here and we're gonna put maximum CPA, maximum CPC. Remember, you don't have to do this lifetime data if you have a good search term report. We just didn't have a good search term report. That's why I'm showing you how to be creative. All right, so our maximum CPA, we can go back to our other sheet here, 1829. And we're going to take that out to the nearest, there we go, and then take that all the way down. And our maximum CPC is going to be our conversion rate. We're going to have to put a decimal point in there just because of that, times, actually let's do this, times 100% to make it a percentage because it's not in percent form, times maximum CPA. That did not give me the number I wanted. Let me refix that. There we go. That's what I wanted. All right, and then we're going to drag that down and that will give us our maximum CPC. All right, so Dr. Barry's, we're gonna do 761. Hiatal Health, we're gonna do 643. You can see it right here. Those are brand names, so I expect those to be a little higher. 547 for this Dr. Barry's. Since those are all brand names, I'm gonna go with a higher budget. Now, this one, let's see if it has proven sales. 404 with a conversion rate of 22%, which is pretty high. Then you can see hiatal hernia right above it, 17% conversion rate, 305. So I'm actually going to tone that one down a little bit. That one makes more sense for me based on the type of keyword it is, a browse keyword. The $7 seemed a little aggressive from our search term report, and I think that was just because it wasn't getting as much traffic. And so now once the traffic increased, lifetime traffic data, it's going to be less aggressive, or we're going to be less aggressive with that, but we're still going to try to show up quite a bit. So hiatal hernia relief, again, high keyword, lots of sales. And so we're going to keep the pedal to the metal on that one. And then 373 and 216 for hiatal hernia again. So we have kind of a lot of different data points. I'm going to go with the highest one because I want to be more aggressive because it already is proving that it has a high conversion rate. This one is at 568, but not as much traffic. Let's see, hernia hiatal, $1.87. And then not going to be as aggressive because only a 10% conversion rate. So I'm toning down my budget as the aggression changes. reflux relief. I don't want to show up for that. I don't think that's a top keyword. So you can see right here, 16%, still good, but not great. And so I'm not directly marketing this as a acid reflux product. And so I'm actually going to take this over here. I don't want to show up for acid reflux. I want to show up for hiatal hernia. So hiatal hernia supplements, 20% conversion rate, $3.61. I'm okay with that. And then again, higher budget, not crazy though. And then I think we had one more hiatal hernia supplement, $267, 15% conversion. So we'll keep that. And so this is kind of how I calculate and find my top products using a search term report. Like I said, this was a weaker search term report. In future videos and updates on this course, I'll show you what we've received and what we've got from just being more aggressive with this. And then you'll be able to see those updates as we go. So for this top one, this is an auto campaign. I'm going to build out an auto campaign as well and probably start it at just a lower bid just to see what we can pick up. And that's going to help us discover new search terms to then be able to scale. But right now we're going to start with this based on our lifetime data and our current search term report with a focus on those top 2 keywords. But again, one's brand name. This is a browse keyword, so that should help us quite a bit, get a lot of value. And so that's how I build this out. Let me show you how to then do the sponsor products. So sponsor products, we're just going to look at our top 10. So again, same rules apply. We're looking for ones that have done 3 orders or more. And so you can see right here, this is probably our current product. And then I'm going to check all these as well to make sure that they make sense, that we're going after them. But what I'm looking for here is high conversion rates. And then you can see we can go a little more aggressive. So the bid 386, and this one's going to be 660. This top one is going to be 279. I'm just looking in this column right here. Let's keep going down, and we may get some repeats, and that's okay. You can see I repeated already. Okay, and we're at 32 orders, so let's keep going. Again, remember this is lifetime data. And then let's go back to the CTR, or the search term report, not CTR, STR. And we're going to pull these in as well. And you'll see some repeats in here as well. All right, let's look at our maximum cost per click. So we got all of these. It's these 4, paste values only. And then these budgets, I don't like to go huge with these budgets. For the top winners, I'll do that. And then I'll just lower the budget for the rest of them. And then let's do this one right here. Okay, where are we? V3K, 568. So we can be a little more aggressive on that one. And then V29 is 343. C1K is $1.70. This one's $9.15. Use your discretion. I'm not going to do that high. I'll do 5, but that's just because it's got a high conversion rate. 274 for this last one. And then let's get these back to number format. Okay, and that's it. That's how I build out my PPC build. And then for these, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create product targeting, sponsored products, product targeting ads for these. And then I can get rid of all of these because that's all we're making. And then for these, I'm not going to be creating any broad match campaigns just because I didn't see anyone in here that would qualify for a broad match campaign because of search volume. But if I wanted to start exploring a little bit more and I have the budget to do so, I'd make these top broad match, especially the ones that are my brand name, because I know I'll rank for those. But I'm going to pick one, hiatal hernia, and then a very specific one like this one to be broad match campaigns because I want to discover more and I have the budget to do so. If I didn't have the budget to do so, I'd take away those broad campaigns. All right, now that we've done our Quartile build, now I'm going to show you how to upload it inside Quartile. So we're going to upload a couple things here. I know I've shown you this a couple times now, but it's so important to upload your negative lists first. And so we're going to take our negative lists. We're going to come back over here to Quartile and we're going to come down here, products, and then we're going to click negative lists, add negative list by product, and we're going to paste it in here. So again, word, phrase, and then what product it's going up to. You can see I can't save it right now. That's usually because there's a repeat. And so you can see this repeat right here, keyword already exists. So we're going to remove that and then look for any other ones. And now we can save it. So we're going to click save and you're going to see here, this negative was already added because I've already added this. So that's why, but yours should say success. And so once you do that, now we're going to talk about uploading the rest. And so again, you can do this by yourself. So like if you don't want to use a Quartile as a software, you can go create all of these campaigns. We're going to do all of these exact match right here. And I'm just going to take this and I'm going to copy it. So we're going to have it in format ASIN, bid, budget, keyword. We're going to come over here. We're going to go to create. This is going to be our exact match campaigns. And we're just going to paste it in here. And you can see those show up right there. And then we're going to check products for eligibility. And then you can see they're all eligible. And then we're going to create campaigns. Success. All right, now we're going to do the broad match. So you can see we talked about having our own branded name and then that other one. So we're going to come over here. We're going to click down here, we're going to click broad. And again, I got to this by clicking management and account, and it's just scrolling down to create campaigns. Again, product, bid, budget, keyword text. We're check products for eligibility. Now, this is a little different because these are broad match campaigns. So I don't want to go as high as these bids are. I'm actually going to take it down to this because broad match campaigns are going to be a little looser. And so we're going to take those bids down a little bit. and then create campaigns. Perfect. Now, and I think I said I want to do this one too. So let's do that one. And we talked about all of these, which are show and promise as well. So we're going to copy those, come down here, and these are SP product targeting campaigns OP. Put those in there, check product eligibility, and then create campaigns. Now here's the cool part about this. You don't have to worry about duplicated campaigns. Quartile will not duplicate a campaign. So if you've already made that campaign, it's already made that campaign, Quartile will do this for you. But if Quartile's already made this campaign, it will tell you. It will tell you by saying duplicated. So you can see all these are processing right now. It can take up to 24 hours. Usually it happens within an hour, but you can see all of these are processing. You can see some of the other ones that I've made in the past, success. You can see duplicated right there. So that's what this looks like. But that's how simple it can be. That's how fast you can upload to Quartile. I just created, let's see, how many campaigns? Let's see, there's 13. There's another 6, so that's 19, and then another 15 right there, so that's 36 campaigns in less than 5 minutes. It would take you hours to create that manually. That's why I love software. All right, let me show you one more. This is my auto campaign right here. So ASIN bid budget. We're gonna come over here, come back up to create campaigns. SP automatic ATM, put it in there, check products for eligibility, and create campaigns. And that's it. And so we uploaded our negative list first because that will go into all the broad and the autos. And then we uploaded all the campaigns from sponsored products, product targeting to broad, exact, and auto.
Single keyword ad campaigns offer unparalleled control over your PPC strategy. By allocating your budget to specific high-performing keywords or ASINs that have proven to sell and have a high conversion rate, you maximize efficiency and effectiveness. I've previously shown you how to build these campaigns manually, but consider the benefits of automating the process inside our Perpetual Sales Machine program. We not only teach you how to automate these campaigns, but also guide you in building your freedom flywheel. This enables you to start paying yourself within a year and achieve financial freedom within 5 years. And it creates a system that largely automates many of these processes for you. Learn more and join us at freedomflywheel.com. Now let's get into your action items for this video. Number 1, schedule a recurring monthly task to review your search term report in Seller Central. Number 2, implement strategic bid adjustments based on conversion rates and maximum cost per acquisition. Number 3, establish and scale exact and product targeting campaigns. Once a search term or ASIN demonstrates effectiveness, which is 3 or more sales in 60 days, transition those into more focused exact match and product targeting campaigns. For exact match campaigns, set bid based on the maximum cost per click you calculated. Number 4, establish broad match campaigns. Once a search term demonstrates effectiveness, which is 10 sales or more in 60 days, transition these search terms into their single keyword broad match campaigns. Upload that negative keyword list into your broad match campaigns to optimize campaign performance. Set your initial cost per click, your CPC or your bid, based on Amazon's suggestion for bid and auto campaigns. Don't be afraid to go a little higher. And finally, number 5, join the Perpetual Sales Machine and build your freedom flywheel today. Go to Freedom Flywheel to learn more. In this video, I'm going to show you how to save thousands, if not tens of thousands of dollars on your Amazon PPC. I'll guide you through a simple, effective pausing and negative keyword strategy that we use on a weekly basis. We'll also cover what you should be tracking to ensure your PPC campaigns are top-notch. Let's jump into the 5 steps to save you thousands of dollars. I want to go over a few concepts you must understand first, and then I'll share my screen and show you how to do this. Step 1, you need to embrace feedback loops. You need to use campaign data as a feedback loop. Continuously optimize your campaigns by assessing the results and making necessary adjustments. This is what we'll be going over for the rest of the video, but you have to embrace data. If you hate data, then stop doing PPC now and delegate it to somebody else, like our agency. This is why Chapter 6 on scaling your Amazon PPC campaigns is so important. In that video and chapter, I taught you how to look at the search term report and use the data presented to scale your Amazon PPC. We recommend doing that every month because of the data it provides for your business. Step number 2, focusing on conversion rate and TACoS, not ACoS. You've heard it over and over again in this course, but I'm going to say it again. The real game changer is TACoS, your total advertising cost of sale. Unlike ACoS, advertising cost of sale, TACoS gives you a broader view of how your ads impact overall revenue and profitability. By targeting high converting keywords, you can improve your organic rank, which in turn reduces TACoS and increases profitability. Stop fixating on individual campaigns ACoS, reiterated so it really sinks in. Stop fixating on individual campaigns ACoS. Instead, focus on conversion rate and TACoS. Some high ACoS campaigns can significantly boost organic rank, bringing down your overall TACoS, therefore increasing your profitability. If you don't understand that by now, the only thing that matters is, number one, high converting search terms, regardless of ACoS, lead to an increase in organic rank, which leads to a decrease in TACoS, which leads to an increase in profitability. Don't make big decisions on ACoS alone. Step number three, account-wide ACoS perspective. You need to look at your overall account ACoS rather than your individual campaign ACoSs. Some campaigns might run at a high ACoS, but still contribute to reducing your TACoS, making your business more profitable overall. Our exact match campaign for the word style treatment ran at 150% ACoS, but contributed to 3 to 4 sales per day, significantly increasing our organic rank for the whole keyword silo of sty. This led to a lowering of our TACoS and an overall increase in profitability. Do not look at individual campaign ACoS. I put these points in here over and over again in this free PPC course to really solidify them in your strategy and in your mind. For step 4, I'm gonna jump over to my screen and show you how we pause and then add negative keywords. This is what my setup looks like when I'm pausing campaigns on a weekly basis. What I'm doing here is on my left side, I have my criteria right here. So step 4 is what we're on, bi-weekly optimization, pausing in negative keywords. And there's 2 big steps that we do. We look at high ACoS campaigns first. And so here's the instructions. We're gonna set the date range to 30 days, leaving a 5-day attribution window. So today's November 30th. We're gonna go back to the 27th. I know that's only 3 days, but Cyber Monday was that day, so that's why I'm gonna do it. We're gonna go to the 27th through the 27th, October 27th through November 27th. That's a 30-day window with a little bit of an attribution for Amazon to catch up. And then we're going to sort the ACoS column from descending, highest ACoS at the top. So let's scroll over to ACoS. And we're going to look at the highest at the top. And so you can see this one's 150%. I'm just going to pause that one. This is an exact match campaign, 103%. For exact match campaigns, we consider pausing if the ad spend or the ACoS is above 100%. So if the ACoS is above 100%, I'll probably pause it. You can see right here, it's over 100%. I am going to pause it. We also pause product targeting campaigns, which are OP. So you can see right here, 74%. I'm okay with that. 68%. And I'm okay with the rest of these ACoSs. They're not too out of control for me. Our target right here on this account is about 40%. And you can see that overall, let me get the ACoS pulled up. We're at 37%. So I'm not going to be that aggressive with my pausing because overall our account ACoS is where I want it to be. And therefore I don't need to pause that much. So I'm just going to pause those 2. I'm going to be a little less aggressive in pausing today. Now let's look at negative exact. So this is going to be for broad phrase auto campaigns that have greater than 50% ACoS. Now remember we talked about with broad phrase and auto campaigns, we don't use a lot with phrase, but you'll see a lot of broad and autos in here. Those campaigns are discovery campaigns. Therefore, we're trying to discover new keywords all the time. And when Amazon is doing that, you're going to find search terms in there and ASINs even that you need to make negatives. Now, we should have already uploaded our negative phrase list that we created over in chapter 1 when we did keyword research. But we also need to optimize them throughout every week just to see if we can make more search terms and more ASINs negative. So let me show you an example of that as well. So my first broad campaigns right here is at 53%. Our criteria is anything over 50%. We're gonna look to optimize it. So let's look at this one. I'm also just gonna look at this other one just so you guys can see another example. And then I'm gonna just scroll down a little bit further. There's another broad one operating at 30% with 65 orders, significant sales velocity there, selling about 2 a day. So we're gonna leave that one alone. And that should be good. There's a random phrase in here, not doing too bad. Here's the auto campaign. Let me show you that one as well. All right, so with broad phrase and auto, I wanna reemphasize that we usually never pause the campaign. We usually always work to optimize the campaign. Now we may consider pausing the campaign if it's at like a 200 to 300 to 400% ACoS, but you can always optimize broad and auto campaigns. Keep that in mind when you're doing this. So let's head over and I'll show you how to optimize it. So here we are inside the ad group level. We're going to click here and then we're going to come down here to search terms. This is all the search terms that you're going for over the last 30 days. And what I like to do is just sort it by spend. And when you sort it by spend, it's going to show you the highest spenders first. And with this broad campaign, you can see that there's nothing really going out of control too bad. Yes, the ACoS is at 53%, but I'm okay with that. There's not really a lot of clicks on this, and so nothing to really do here. So I'm just going to close out of that. We're going to do the same thing for this broad campaign. Probably see the same thing. So we'll sort it by spend. And you can see this one's got 8 clicks, 3 sales. I'm going to leave that one on. Nothing else is really out of control. But you can also just kind of look through these and see if there's any words that just don't make sense. And it looks like all these look pretty good. So I'm going to close out of that one too. Same thing here. This is the auto campaign now. We're going to click into the ATM. We're then going to go to search terms, sort it by spend. And then you can see a little more action on this one, but not anything too crazy. But what I'm looking for here is words that just don't make sense with this product. And then I'm going to add them to my negative targeting.
You can see I've already added quite a few negatives. That's why our targeting is pretty on point with this. But if you'd find a word that just doesn't make sense, like kids cooking, let's go look at Amazon. I always like to just search what comes up for Amazon for kids cooking, because that's a very browse-based keywords. They're probably looking for a lot of things like knives and recipe books. And you can see there's no aprons here on page 1. So that tells me that Amazon doesn't consider kids cooking relevant for my apron. And so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to take this, I'm going to take it over up here, and I'm just going to type it in. I'm going to take a quick look at it just to make sure we're not making any sales somewhere else on another search term around kids cooking. And you can see it is causing some clicks. Kids cooking aprons, we are applicable for that. So what I want to do is I want to come over here to negative targeting, and I'm just going to negative exact kids cooking. And that will get rid of that keyword and save us a little bit of money. And you're going to do that every single week. Now, these are very, very small campaigns because this is a very small account. This is one of our test dummy accounts that we use to develop our software and for the training purposes. But you're going to have a lot more words in there when you do your account. So let me know if you have any questions about yours. I'd be happy to audit your campaigns for free for you, just to kind of show you how to do this. Just leave a comment below this video, and we'd be happy to jump on a call and just do that for you. So keep that in mind. Leave a comment down below to do that. All right, so we considered pausing exact product targeting and sponsored display product targeting. We don't optimize these because there's not much optimization to do. We then went through and added our negative keywords in here as well. So we looked to add negative keywords. We didn't find much though. So now we're going to move on to filter number 2, which is right here. It's going to be 0 orders. So we're going to do that same thing. Come up here, enabled. We're then going to do filtered by 0 orders. And then we're going to sort it by ad spend, with the highest being at the top. And we're going to do the same thing. So we're going to look for things that have been spending a lot but making no orders. So I know that these have 0 orders, so I don't have to worry about ACoS. This one right here. So we're going to pause anything with greater than 25 clicks and 0 orders for this product. Now, if your product has a lower conversion rate, you need to adjust this. So if you have a higher conversion rate, you might want to go after 10 clicks. So we have a pretty high conversion rate on this product. So this product targeting ad that's shown 13 times with no sales, I'm going to turn that off. It's going to save us $18. For this exact match one, this one they might be looking for just a direct hat. Kids cooking aprons, these are all pretty relevant and they're getting clicks. They're just not getting sales yet. So I'm going to leave those on. This one right here is a broad match campaign. So with broad, we're going to move on to negative exact. But these OW for us is exact match campaigns. Not much you can do to optimize those again. So you're either going to pause them or you're going to leave them on. We're going to leave them on. And the reason we leave them on is because then we can adjust the bids to optimize them. And then same thing with broad, you can adjust the bids to optimize them. We'll show you how to do that in another video, but let's just work on optimizing them by adding negatives. So we're going to open up that broad. Let's see if there's any other ones on here. Looks pretty good. And something else I like to do is, this is kind of more of a monthly thing that we do, is we like to just clean up our accounts. And so what we'll do is we'll look for older campaigns. So these are over a month old that are getting no sales. And so what I like to do here is just clean these up. So what I'll do is, these aren't getting sales and they're not getting clicks. So I'm going to filter another one, clicks equal to 0. And this is no sales, no clicks, but they're running. And so you can see we've got about 31 campaigns here and none of them are new. So that tells me that Amazon just doesn't find these campaigns relevant. And so what I'm going to do here is just highlight all of them and just pause them, just get rid of them. And then what that does is it just helps focus up your thing. But going back to this, so we're going to look for negative exact matches that we can make in this broad campaign. So we're going to click into the ad group again. We're going to make sure our negative targeting has been uploaded. So let's go back to the campaign level, see if our negative keywords have been uploaded. So no negative keywords have been uploaded to this one. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to my negative keyword master list. Let me get that pulled up. And here's our master negative list. So I'm going to pull this down, grab all of these, come over here, and I'm going to do negative targeting phrase, add those in. And this is actually going to be step 7. And I'm going to show you that here in just a little bit. Let me actually just jump down to step 7, actually, just because I'm doing it for you right now. So step 7 on our SOP is continuously adding negative keyword updating. And so you're going to constantly be adding new broad, new auto, and maybe even new phrases if you're going to use phrase match, but we don't like to use phrase match. And so as you continually add auto and broad campaigns, you want to go back to your master negative list that we made in chapter 2, and we're going to upload it to all those new broad and auto campaigns to save you money in the future. So step 7 is continuously uploading those to your list. All right, let's go back to this one. So we're going to go to the search terms and we're going to sort it by spend. And you can see not a lot of clicks or anything. So everything looks pretty good. Very few clicks, very few wasted ad spend. So we'll leave this on, even though ours does not have ruffles. So I just found a brand new phrase I'm going to add to my master list, and then I'm going to add it to over here. So even though you're not getting a lot of clicks that aren't converting, you can still look for search terms that may not make sense to your product. All right, so that was step 4. Now step 5, as you can see right here, is weekly unpausing. So what happens is when we go through this and we pause these different campaigns, sometimes we can pause one and attribution can catch up with Amazon. Amazon's attribution can be delayed up to 7 days, but usually it's about 48 hours. And we want to make sure that we didn't pause a campaign that might actually be profitable for us. So with this one, what I'll do is I will go to the pause campaigns. I will then sort by sales, with top sales being at the top. And then you can see right here, still pretty high ACoSs, so I'm not going to unpause these. But let's say attribution caught up and these ACoSs were now in our normal range, we would then unpause these and get them running again. Keep that in mind. And then finally with step 6, bid adjustments. And so what we want to do here is we want to regularly adjust bids for campaigns that aren't really producing much. And so how we do that is we go to targeting and we're going to do enabled and clicks equals 0. So you can see all of these products all these search terms that we're not getting any clicks for. And so what I'm going to do here, see, we're getting some impressions, but not much, is I'm going to highlight all of these and I'm going to bulk actions. And I just want to get some data on them because right now they're not serving. And so we're not getting any data on them. So I'm just going to increase it by 30%. I am more aggressive. And so if you don't want to go 30%, you can go 20%. But then you can see here, we just raised all those bids and they went above the suggested bid. So they'll probably start showing a little bit more. And so that's how we do step 6.
With weekly pausing and adding negatives, you can save yourself a lot of time and money, leading to more profit to put back into growing your business or paying yourself. A lot of what we discuss can be automated with software. That's exactly what we show you in our Perpetual Sales Machine program. For a deeper dive into optimizing your Amazon PPC and driving exponential growth, learn more at freedomflywheel.com. All right, action items for this video. Number 1, regular pausing and optimization weekly. You have to pause exact and product targeting campaigns that underperform based on your ACoS or that have 0 orders with excessive clicks. Number 2, regularly update and upload negative keyword additions. Optimize your broad, phrase, and auto campaigns by continuously adding negative keywords. This helps reduce unnecessary spending and focuses your budget on high-performing keywords. Remember, maintain a master list of negative phrase and exact keywords for quick reference and application in future campaign launches.
I want to go over some best practices, some Quartile principles, and some troubleshooting things to know when you're using Quartile. Now, Quartile is an incredibly advanced software, but you need to know what's going on. So I've actually made this into an entire list, but I did want to go over it with you in video format because we'll get some other kind of dialogue or I guess monologue in while I'm going over this thing. So let me switch over to my screen and then I'm going to show you exactly what we're going to be going over. And I am going to be kind of reading this, but then also throwing in my 2 cents as well. So let me switch over to my screen and we'll get started. All right, cool. So this is in your abridged SOP. There's a little bit longer of a description in the longer version, but I just wanted to put this in here so you see it. Now, your first week into Quartile, you're going to be spending more than you thought. Remember, we took that budget and we raised it by 20%. For example, if you're spending $1,000 a day, you're not going to be spending $1,200 a day, and you can bet that Quartile is probably going to hit that. Your ACoS is also around 30% before this arbitrary number, and we're going higher than that. We're going anywhere from 20% higher, like 36%, or we're going even higher still because we're going after more break-even ACoS with consumables and everything. So your first troubleshooting item of importance, if you notice things are out of control, you have to make sure that you have a negative phrase list uploaded to your ATMs, your auto campaigns, your broad and phrase if applicable. Most of you guys will just have broad and auto, but you got to make sure you have that negative phrase list uploaded. Secondly, make sure you're pausing campaigns. We're going to be pausing campaigns usually about 1 to 2 times a week once we're in that kind of optimization mode and scaling mode. But when you first launch, you may want to look at it 3 to 4 times a week, if not daily. Just be very careful. Let Quartile work. Let it do its thing as long as it's not getting too out of control. Budget. Did you put your budget into Campaign Manager? Go into the settings, make sure you have a budget in place. If you don't have a budget in place, your spend might get out of control. Third or fourth, ACoS target. Make sure you put this in to Quartile. Did you calculate it correctly? Did you put it into Quartile correctly? Don't touch this. Don't touch it for 7 days. Let the system do the work. Second thing you need to do, take a breath. Everybody with me? Relax. Trust the system. The system works. I'm telling you, it's crazy how well it works if you let the system work for you. The system works. If it's not working for you, like I said in the week before, your product sucks. You don't have enough reviews. You don't have enough differentiation. So you have to rethink your brand. So really think about that. Third thing, wait. Don't overmanage. If it works, don't touch it. The first 2 weeks are the hardest, but we need to wait at least 2 weeks before moving on. Bad keywords and campaigns will mess with the system. Let Quartile do its launch, and then we're going to add keywords in a systematic way in our more advanced strategies. But I'm giving you the basics first. I don't want you to go to advanced at least for 2 to 4 weeks, preferably 4 weeks. We were in a meeting today, my team meeting, and people were asking about the more advanced strategies. And I was just like, nope, we're just going to go over basics with everybody first. You have to understand the basics. And the 80-20 of Amazon ads is sponsored products. It's not sponsored brands. It's not sponsored display. It's not DSP. It's sponsored products. And it's focusing on keywords and search terms that have high conversion rates and high volume. If you have high volume with high conversion rates, your organic rank is going to skyrocket. And I'm going to show you an example here. Let me actually get that opened up. Okay, so check this out. What I did is I did a custom date range for this of the day we launched until now. So I think it's about 10 days. And you can see that using this system, this is a commodity product. This isn't any differentiation. There's not really anything that differentiates this brand. This is just our dummy account, so we can use it to connect things. It's called Tessa's Kitchen Club. And you can see revenue's up 150%. Items sold 140%. Profit is actually up because it was even worse, but we're still negative. So what we did is a couple of days ago, we actually raised our price by $5. Organic sales is 426 with paid sales being 2,043. You can see everything is skyrocketing up, double, if not triple. Advertising costs are, of course, going up as well. So is ACoS and so is TACoS. Now, the reason that TACoS is so high is because we didn't have a lot of keyword rankings with this. And that's what I want to show you next. So when we come into ZonGuru and we go over to the keyword rankings, this one, you can see that, look at that, 65 up to page 1. This one's actually lost a little bit because I actually made that a negative keyword. So that makes sense. I actually delete it. And then this one, page 3, 144, hasn't really gone up. So I don't think I have. So I may actually do that one, but you can see plus 37, plus 34, kids apron and chef hat kids, plus 20, plus 16, plus 35, plus 33. That's organic ranking that's climbing. And the reason that's so powerful is because we're going after high conversion rate, high volume. When we focus those two things, our organic rank soars. All right. So let the system do its work. All right. Account will start out a little slow for 10 days or so, or it may come out right out of the gate. So you just never know what's going to happen. If your campaign has no clicks after 5 days, you'll need to manually increase the bid. And I've showed you guys how to do that in the weekly maintenance. You just highlight all the targeting and you increase it by 30%. Quartile adjusts bids every hour, hourly day part, or it does day parting after it gets its first click. So if it doesn't get a click, it won't start adjusting the bids until it gets that first click. But then after that, it does it hourly. It does handle your top of search bids based on ACoS and conversion rate. It looks at 7, 14, and 56 days, I believe, but it focuses most of it on the 7 days. Don't run out of stock. That is so key. This is why we give you guys Profitable Pineapple Express inside of this, because you can't run out of stock. If you run out of stock, it kills it. Kills your momentum, it kills your rank, it kills everything. This is just in general for Amazon. So make sure you have an inventory system in place. Don't change parameters for at least a week. If you want to see the naming guide, it's right here. You'll get used to it after a while. When we start to add new search terms, or excuse me, when we start to add new campaigns, like new search terms and new ASINs every week, always pick it based on your best products. We recommend doing your top selling product first, then second best selling product second, and that will make more sense once we get into the advanced area. You never want to have, actually, I'm going to jump down to here. You never want to have more than a 2-to-1 ratio. Your daily budget needs to be double how many campaigns you have. So an example of this is if you have a $2,000 daily budget, you don't want to have more than 1,000 campaigns. Make sure you follow that, because some of you watching this have small budgets of $100. Make sure you have no more than 50 campaigns. If you have a small budget, you need to be focusing on exact match campaigns only, essentially, and maybe some broad if you have more budget left over. Oh yeah, here it is. I kind of mentioned that. Quartile looks at the last 7, 14, 28, and 56, with 7 days getting the most. What this means is that you almost never want to look at performance over the past few days to determine trends because of the attribution. Quartile will be mining keywords and creating new campaigns automatically. That being said, I still like to mine my search term report every single month, at least for the first 6 months, to speed up this process. And so what that means is if you have a broad campaign running and it's going after ASINs and search terms, or excuse me, if you have an auto campaign running going after ASINs and search terms, I don't know the exact formulation, but once you hit a certain amount of orders, I believe it's 2 with Quartile, and a good conversion rate, it's actually going to peel that keyword, or it's going to peel that ASIN away and create its own campaign for it. An exact match, a broad match campaign for your search terms, and then a product targeting campaign for your ASINs. We'll also make a sponsored display. Move your campaigns to the correct portfolio determined by your ASIN. Negative keywords, add negative phrase keywords to broads and autos that Quartile builds out, because it will be building out. So make sure you're doing that monthly at least, but you can do it weekly as well. Add negative exact to broads and autos to further optimize it, because Amazon is, of course, dumb. Quarterly. Keywords without impressions and clicks, pause them and move on. Consider maybe even archiving them and relaunching them to see if you can get more momentum. Now, when something does go awry, the first thing you want to do is check your account health and account performance. The second thing you want to do, this is if like your ACoS starts to get out of control or your conversion rate goes down. Check your account health and account performance. Check your ratings and reviews. Evaluate your competition. Did somebody lower their price? Did somebody have a lightning deal? Things like that. Check your price. Check your inventories. Because sometimes check your inventory, because sometimes Amazon may be moving your whole inventory and say you can't be sold for another 7 days. Check your advertising for decreased campaign performance. Maybe Quartile saw something happening and it killed the campaign. So if you go out of stock, it will kill the campaign. We most likely have to relaunch it. Consider having like a lightning deal or a coupon to help increase your conversion rate, because conversion rate is everything. Conversion rate and volume. Start driving external traffic to create that moat, which we'll go over in another stage here. Check for your indexing, and then just check for other trends. But the key thing here is to wait for the initial Quartile build to run at least 4 weeks before moving on. I don't want you doing any of the advanced stuff until you master the basics above before moving to advanced strategies. You have to do this. You have to master the basics before you move on. You can build a nice business by just doing the basics that I'd mentioned before. If you just did that and that's it, you would build a hell of a business. But of course, we're entrepreneurs. We always want to grow. We want to keep growing, and you will grow with the basics. So let's move on to more advanced strategies only when we have the basics down and only after the first 4 weeks after the build. But the cool thing is that once Quartile is doing your bidding and it's starting to scrape and starting to mine, it's really gaining momentum, is we can now focus on brand expansion, which is stage 2, stage 3, stage 4, and stage 5 in this program. Looking forward to jumping into that with you.
Hey guys, in this video, I wanted to share with you our Quartile Principles SOP that we have here at the agency. Now you have access to Quartile. Quartile looks intimidating. There's a bunch of buttons. And I just want to let you know, we don't really use 90% of these, and we're going to simplify everything for you guys so it doesn't seem too complicated when you hop into here. And I want to educate you guys on the process of, if you follow these SOP guidelines, in addition to our 80-20 strategy, you're going to see some pretty good results. So with that being said, let's dive into the SOP. I'm going to organize it a bit better. So when you receive this SOP, you'll be able to understand it with a lot more clarity. But I'm going to go in and just break this down for you. So with our Quartile playbook, we'll start with the pre and post-launch mindset. The most important thing you need to understand about Quartile is the less manual changes made, the more efficient the account will be. And what I mean by manual changes is the account ACoS, product ACoS, campaign ACoS, rule-based optimization, all these little features that Quartile has. If we start getting too granular on the platform, it reacts poorly, or it reacts less efficiently than ideally we would like it to be. As you know, we're in that 80-20 strategy. With our 80-20 strategy, we let things ride. We make adjustments as necessary following our SOP. And if you just adjust the account ACoS, you'll see some pretty good results. And if you start going into a lot of product adjustments and campaign adjustments, we want to be careful with that. But I'm going to go into these as well with product ACoS adjustments and the campaign level ACoS adjustments. But primarily, this is the main lever that we want to focus on, account level ACoS. And we'll be diving into that further. And like I said, the ideal scenario, the only adjustments you'll need to make are the account ACoS adjustments on Quartile, nothing else. There are exceptions, which we'll go over, as I mentioned. Now, this is for mostly the agency purposes, but maybe this will help you as well to get some more clarity on your account. In understanding client goals, we look at the agency for efficiency, budget, their break-even ACoS, and then their target ACoS. Efficiency, are they looking at ACoS or TACoS? TACoS is the best metric for our strategy, so we like to reiterate that with clients. It's like TACoS is the main focus. We want to drive ads that basically help influence organic ranking as well. So TACoS is our main metric. Now, budget, what are they looking at spending monthly? What are they looking at spending daily? This is what we can input in Quartile. We could set the budget spend, our budget cap there for sponsored products. Then what is their break-even ACoS? What is their account level ACoS goal? As you know, when we follow our strategy, more consumable products, we tend to be a little bit more aggressive on the break-even or above break-even for setting up our ACoS on Quartile. Now, these focuses are all based on TACoS. So this will apply to our strategy. Anything, we're basically covering less than 10% TACoS, 15 to 20% TACoS, and then 10 to 15% TACoS. If we're focusing on profitability, less than 10% TACoS, here are the pros and cons. Higher margin, lower account level ACoS, lower TACoS, lower ad spend, but then downsides, lower sales and lower ranking. So we want to take that into consideration if we're looking for profitability. For growth and growth and scale focus, 15 to 20% plus TACoS, basically that'll lead to obviously higher sales, higher ad spend, better ranking, but the downside is lower margin and then it's less efficient. Lastly, our best of both worlds is the focus on profitability and scaling. On average is a 10 to 15% TACoS, and this is a best of both worlds. Obviously, with these adjustments, we want to make sure we figure that out based on our target calculation and then adjust as necessary. These changes should be implemented slowly when you're making these adjustments on Quartile, especially if you're focusing on profitability and scaling. Now, with ACoS customization, I'm going to break this down to just simplify everything. All changes in Quartile platform are managed through one lever, and it's the target ACoS. So target ACoS will apply to account, products, and campaign. But like I said, we tend to focus primarily on account ACoS percentage. To increase ad spend, you increase target ACoS. To decrease ad spend, you decrease target ACoS. It's critical to follow a 2-to-1 ratio when it comes to making adjustments on Quartile and increasing this. So what that means is if I wanted to increase my ad spend by 30%, I'm going to increase this by 15 percentage points. I guess you could say it like that. So if I wanted to increase this by 30%, I'm going to adjust my brand's account level ACoS to 79, and then I'll hit save. And then if you want to decrease it from what we had at 64, I would bring it down by 15 if I wanted to decrease ad spend by 30%. I'll give you examples and I'll add more just to get more clarity on this. But if an account or client wants to increase sales, obviously we want to increase more exposure, which requires an increase in ad spend. To do this, we increase the account level ACoS. Now, if a client wants to be more profitable, let's say their TACoS is too high, we want to decrease this percent of money spent. And what we do with that is to decrease your account level ACoS because that'll decrease the ad spend as well. Lastly, when you make these adjustments, it's important not to change target ACoS more than once a week. Now, Quartile says once a week, that's the recommendation. I usually prefer
7 to 14 days before making adjustments. This will allow Quartile to stabilize, and you'll be able to see a more accurate impact. Now, what Quartile does is it's operating on a 7-day basis, and Quartile looks at the previous 7 days ACoS and makes adjustments as necessary to accommodate based on your ACoS goal. So taking that into consideration, we want to have a little bit more time to build more stability there for Quartile. Post-launch adjustments, if customization is needed after you launch, and we've done the launch process for you guys. Once it's fully onboarded, before we make any changes to account level ACoS adjustments, we want to make sure we reach the following goals on Quartile, one of the three. Account is delivering the same ACoS with increased spend and sales. Account is delivering lower ACoS with same spend and increased sales. And then account is delivering lower ACoS with increased sales and spend. Once these are met, one of these scenarios is met, then you can make adjustments on Quartile. Target ACoS. Account ACoS goal. To simplify this, too high of an ACoS will lead to more broad, less efficient, non-related keywords. Too low ACoS will narrow the terms to be more efficient and focus a little bit more on branded terms. This will limit growth opportunity. So you want, and I'll delete this because this may not make sense. So you want the best of both worlds. You want to focus on having the right ACoS, and you'll figure this out as you monitor progress. You calculate tacos week over week, and then you can assess from there where you want to be, and that's the best way to do it. Now, I'm going to go into each breakdown of the account level adjustment, product, and then campaign. Account level adjustments, they're the most useful and important. It's the least amount of granularity. All ASINs and campaigns target that same ACoS goal. So when you have an account ACoS goal of mine 64%, all my ASINs are around that. But this works extremely well for 80/20 because your bestseller, right? You're going to basically make the account level ACoS adjustment based most likely on your bestseller or the average of the bestsellers. And from there, Quartile will react properly in regards to that. And then it will let the ad spend flow, and you'll start to see some progression in there and exactly what you want to see in terms of adjustments. It's the most efficient way to manage. Like I said, when you start getting to ASIN and products and you start adding a bunch of them, you want to be careful there. And I'll go into the products mostly and just explain that thought process there right now. This more so when you get to this point on an ASIN level adjustments, I sometimes use these because there are some scenarios where you use them. This allows some granularity and allows you to customize at an ASIN level. This is helpful when a client wants to push a specific ASIN like a new launch where they want to sell through inventory. And I also reiterated that again on the second bullet point where it's, let's say you're almost out of stock, you decrease the account ACoS goal or increase it depending on your goals, and you basically utilize that. For an inventory sake, you might want to decrease the account ACoS goal because it's going to deliver less ad spend, and then it will start to allocate more towards other ASINs or your other products in your campaign at the campaign level with campaigns. I can't even speak right now, but essentially you want to use this scarcely. You want to if you do make an adjustment like this, you want to take it off after a couple weeks. I've seen before. We've tried granularity for clients in the past because they want to get super hyper specific on each ASIN. That doesn't work too well. And I actually had a client that wanted me to adjust like so specific on their specific one of their ASINs that it actually, in decreasing the product level ASIN ACoS goal, it actually increased it on Quartile. Like Quartile reacted to it by increasing it. So let's say, for example, we dropped it down to 20% account or ASIN ACoS, and ideally we wanted to be in that 25% range, or ideally we wanted to be in that 20% range to simplify things. It actually brought it up to 28%. So you want to be extra careful with this, and you don't want to keep it on for long if you're going to utilize this. Lastly, campaigns, rarely use these. This is the most amount of granularity. It's customization at the campaign level. It's helpful when a client wants to push a specific keyword to improve ranking. And I think that's like the main scenario you would use it for. I don't really like this too much because if you follow our principles in 80/20, it's all going to have this trickle down effect and this momentum will come through. So I think that just in adjusting this primarily, unless there's scenarios otherwise, is the best case scenario. And then, like I said, same thing with the product level. You probably would get rid of the campaign level adjustments a lot quicker, just so you let Quartile do its thing. To reiterate, if you just adjust this only, this is the best case scenario. Like I mentioned, there are exceptions to the rule, but please don't get too crazy with Quartile and add all these product level ACoS adjustments, because it's not going to react poorly. It's not going to react properly to it. Lastly, I wanted to share this. You guys know the sponsored brands, SB underscore to tie in, SBV underscore for sponsored brand video to tie in. But campaign status, check post launch. When you create campaigns, you're going to create them through here. Then you'll be able to check your status. And perfect examples are these right now. I have 2 of these here. Created, obvious, means the campaign is created. Duplicated means that the campaign was created once before and it's either active or it's paused. If it's paused and you want to relaunch this keyword, archive the one that's paused so that you allow it to run again. You may have to give it about 15 minutes or so for it to populate, maybe even upwards to an hour or so. It depends on how Quartile's, I guess you could say, I'm going to say how Quartile is feeling that day. But on average, if it's queued or if it's a duplicated status, it takes about 15 minutes for campaigns to be created, or for campaign, how can I explain this? 15 minutes for campaigns to be created, but let's say, for example, it's duplicated. If you archive it and wait 15 minutes or upwards to an hour, you'll be able to create it and put it back into created status. But if you see it in queued, these are, when you check status and you see queued, and it's going to come up in orange, just like this here, it just means that it's waiting to be launched. And this is typically what happens post creating a campaign. You'll have these, and these are just something to take into consideration. Another one you take into consideration is an auth error. If you see an auth error, let us know, and we'll figure out how to resolve that in regards to that, because I've seen that happen before. But for invalid argument, number 1, it indicates the ASIN and SKU input on the creation spreadsheet do not match. So if I had this ASIN and I had a different SKU and I had invalid argument 1, that just means that the SKU or the ASIN is different than what's actually on Amazon's platform. Invalid argument 2 indicates the bid set on the settings is 50% higher than the budget allowed. So this would, let's say the average cost per click is like $3 and you create a $2 budget campaign. It's probably not going to be created. So you want to make sure you have allocated enough budget for that. That's pretty much it for the SOP. We can get more in depth, and myself and Melissa created videos on the product level adjustments and campaign level adjustments. So you'll be able to have access to that and have a greater understanding on the campaign level adjustments side of things with Melissa's expertise. And then I go over some of the product ASIN adjustments as well. With that being said, let me know if you have any questions about this. We'll write out this SOP as best as possible for you guys to understand it fully. I know it's a lot coming at you, but please let me know if you have any questions, and feel free to email me at tony@profitablepineapple.com. And with that being said, thanks for watching, and we'll talk soon. Take care.
I wanted to just record this quick video to walk you through the innards of Quartile and just show you what you are going to be using and what you probably should stay away from. So the first thing you want to recognize is where you set your target ACoS. This is it right here. If you're still optimizing, you'll see a bar right here that has just a status update. So it'll have a long white bar, and the orange will go across it to show you where we're at in optimizing for this account level ACoS. My ACoS is right around 50% for my account, so I'm not even close to my 84%. So it's pretty well optimized in this account. Let me show you my account real quick. So you can see right here, last 30 days, let me click enabled away. You can see right here, we're at 54%. And so pretty well optimized. So I'm not too worried about my account right now. And that's why you can see that it's not optimizing anymore on here. All right, so this is where you set your target ACoS. This is for the entire account for every single product. You can also individualize it by products. We go over that in other videos, but you can set product-based, ASIN-based targeting, and then you can also set campaign-based targeting if you're pushing a certain keyword. So an example of that is if I'm pushing a keyword and I want to go 120% target ACoS for that keyword, I can set that for just that campaign, exact match for that keyword. Now, if we have ASINs that are very different in profit margin and very different in targeting, so let's say one product that we have, we're in optimization phase because maybe we're going to go out of stock, we'll lower that specific ASIN target from 84% maybe down to like 40%. And you may not want to do that big of a jump, but you just lower it for that specific ASIN. And you can do that inside of here. And so when you're in here, pull this down, and then you can do this via products. So you can see add product level ACoS. You can do that right there. This is if you wanted to add a specific ASIN to the ACoS. So you paste your ASIN in there, and then the ACoS target that you want right there. All right, let's go over how to make a negative list. A negative list is right here. So again, we're going to come over here under management and under products. You're going to click negative list. Then you're going to add negative lists. And so what you're going to do is you're going to build this out in a spreadsheet, and it's going to be the word, negative word, the type, phrase or exact, and then the ASIN number. And you'll just take this and you'll highlight it all, copy it, bring it back over to Quartile, and then you're just going to paste it in here. And then once you do that, and there's no errors, if you can't save it, it's because there's probably an error. This keyword already exists. So we'll take that away. And then you can see no errors, and then we can click save. What that's going to do is it's now going to allow us to, it's going to upload those negative lists, that negative list, every broad and auto it creates for that product and phrase match. So you don't have to worry about going into Quartile and uploading those yourself. So you can see that down here. If you need to make any changes or remove a word, you can just do that right over here. Time frame boost, this is for sales. And so when you're having a sale on a product like Prime Day, like Black Friday, Cyber Monday, anything like that, you can boost your top of search by adding it to right here. You can boost your ACoS target by adding it right here with a start and end date. And so what you want to do is you want to build this in a spreadsheet again with your ASIN, ACoS target that you're going to raise or lower, add top of search, so 20 to 100% higher than normal. ACoS, again, 20 to 100% higher than normal, depending on how aggressive you want to be. Start date might be Black Friday, end date might be Cyber Monday. Just depends on how aggressive you want to be. And this will boost those bids for those specific dates, and then it will come back down to its normal level once the sales dates are over. So you can do that. You don't have to mess with this, but it's a good idea for sales and everything like that. Let's show you how to create campaigns. You're going to come over here to management, click account, and where you set your target, just scroll down and go to create campaigns. You can see there's a lot of campaigns in here to create. What I want you to stick to though is the exact match campaign right here. Create SP exact campaign OW. Broad match right here. ATM is your automatic campaigns. And then OP is your sponsored product targeting campaigns. Stay away from waterfall campaigns, which are right here. And then stay away from bulk auto campaigns, which are going to be right here. Sometimes those work well if you have a high SKU count, like if you have clothing or something, those do work okay. They're not going to scale you as much as they're just going to kind of like cover all your bases. And so I still like the 80-20 strategy to scale keywords and everything. And lastly, I just want to show you one thing not to touch is rules. And so you can see this rules-based optimization. Never, ever, 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 ever touch these. If you touch these and you mess with these, you'll get in trouble. So just don't do it. Stay away from the rules. We've made the mistake of messing with these a little bit. So I don't want you to make that mistake. Don't mess with the rules. All right. Let me know if you have any questions. All right, I want to show you how to set specific target ACoSs for a specific ASIN or maybe even a specific campaign. Now, why would you do it for a specific ASIN? Because if you have products that have different profit margins, you may want to be more aggressive with some products. If some products are in launch mode, you may want to be more aggressive with those products as well. So you may want to increase the target ACoS of that ASIN. So to set the entire account level ACoS, we go to this account tab and you can see that right there. So we're at 84%. But let's say we want to be super aggressive on another product. So we'll come down here to products. We'll go to add product level ACoS. We'll go over and we'll grab that ASIN for that ACoS. And so let's say it's this one that we're launching right now, and we'll bring it in and I'll paste it in there. And so our account level ACoS is 84%, but let's say you want to go up, put 104% here, you click save, and then now that specific product is going after 104% ACoS. Now let's say I didn't want that. I want to take it back. Oh, this is interesting. I didn't know this one was on here. But yeah, let's delete them. You can just delete them. So it's going to be edit product level, and I'm just going to delete both of them. So that's how you add a specific product level ASIN targeting ACoS. So you can be more aggressive or you can be less aggressive depending on what stage of that product is. So if you're running out of stock, you may want to turn the ACoS down for that specific product, but not the rest of your portfolio. All right, the second thing is campaign specific. And so let me show you an example of that. Let's go over to campaigns, and you can see right here, we have lots of campaigns here. And let's say we have a campaign that we just want to get really aggressive on because it has a keyword that we want to try to get to ranked number 1 on page 1. And this works incredibly well if you have a keyword that's on page 1, but
but it's not quite pushing to the top and you're already maxing out your ACoS and it's hitting your target. So let's look here. Let's say this phrase match campaign, I don't recommend phrase matches, I recommend exact match. So let's just pretend that acid reflux had a high sales velocity with a high conversion rate. And we wanted to push the ACoS up to 191% because it was working so well and we were pushing up the rank. I would copy this campaign name and then I'd come back over to Quartile and I'd come down here to campaigns. And then right here, add campaign level ACoS. I'd paste the campaign name in there. Then I'd put 200% or whatever you want to do. And you can go up or down. Usually when I use campaign level ACoS targets, it's usually to be more aggressive because we have a lot of sales velocity. And so we'll push that keyword even more above our target account target ACoS. So then I'll hit save. And then you can see right here, edit campaign level, you can see it's targeting right there. So that campaign name is going after 200% ACoS. If you need to delete it, you just do that right there. So that's how you set a product-based ASIN level ACoS if you don't want to go after the account level. And this is how you set a campaign level ACoS as well.
In this video, I'm going to show you guys how to set up time frame boosts through Quartile. And I'm going to share my screen right now. And to simplify time frame boosts as simple as possible, essentially, you set up top of search placement for certain campaigns based on a child ASIN that you want to drive traffic towards for specific events, whether you have a new product launch, whether you want to sell through inventory, things like that. This is what we do at the agency to basically increase top of search placement to get more sales on events like Black Friday, Cyber Monday, on Fall Prime Big Deals Day, which you got going on, Prime Day, etc. I've used this before for clients with new product launches and then also depending on the client, and then also selling through inventory. If you set up time frame boosts because you want to sell through inventory before it expires 3 months from now or 4 months from now, utilize this strategy because it's going to spend a lot and it's going to sell a lot. But be prepared for that. You're going to run out of stock rather quickly. Essentially, what we prioritize though is this time frame boosts for events like Black Friday, Cyber Monday, All Prime Big Deals Day. But I'm going to show you how to set it up. It's quite easy actually. So we have our child ASIN, ACoS percentage, add to top of search placement, start and end date. That's all you need. Now for context, I'm using my brand. My brand's very small. Right now we're running at a 30% ACoS. Tacos is really low. And based on what we're doing, Google ads, things like that, we can definitely go more aggressive. So I increased the ACoS on Quartile a few days ago to be at 50%. And with that, I set the top of search, I set the time frame boost to be at 50% for my ASINs as well. I'm not going to mess with that just because Quartile is going to do its thing. Depending on new products, things like that, you can set the adjustment there. But what I really want to move the most is the top of search placement. Now, to explain top of search placement as simple as possible, let's say you have a dollar bid and you want to add to this to get first page on, whoever's searching a specific keyword or anything like that. If you set a 50% top of search placement, for typically if your bid's $1, it's going to be $1.50 to get to that first page, to get to be the first sponsored ad of the sort. So if you have any questions about this, the easiest way to do this, if you don't want to do the math, you can set it up here on, you go to campaign settings for your campaign, and then you can basically go here, dollar bid will be $1.50. Usually for these type of specials, we hit that 25 to 50% range for clients, unless otherwise specified. If our clients want to go more aggressive, we will, but that 25 to 50% range during the special events and things like that, it usually works pretty well. Now, there are exceptions, with certain brands, things like that. When selling through inventory, we go 50 to 75. I find that to be reasonable if you're selling through inventory, but for events, 25 to 50 is a good range. Now, what you're going to do, like I said, child ASIN, ACoS, top of search, start and end date. You're going to copy this over. You're going to go to Quartile. Then you're going to go to products. When you're on an account here, you're going to go to products. You're going to go to time frame boost, add time frame boost, paste. And sometimes the ACoS doesn't show up and sometimes the dates don't show up. So just make sure you got the dates right and then set the ACoS range, and then you hit save. I already have this running right now, so it's good to go, but you hit save and it's gonna ask you, are you sure? And you're gonna say absolutely, and there you go. That's pretty much it with the time frame boosts. If you have any questions about them and how they work, I can explain in certain scenarios what we've utilized them for the inventory further, and then also for this these specials, because they work extremely well if you're preparing for an event like Black Friday, Cyber Monday, or Fall Prime Big Deals Day. But yeah, if you have any questions, you can email me at tony@profitablepineapple.com if you're not in the agency. And with that being said, guys, thanks for watching and we'll talk soon. Take care. Hey guys, in this video, I'm going to show you what to do if you'd like to slow down sales. Now, obviously, there are various scenarios that you would do to slow down sales in regards to your advertising on Amazon. Essentially, I'm going to give you a scenario with a client. I'm not going to name who it is, but it's just a scenario. And this is just an example of what we wanted to do in reducing or slowing down sales, essentially. And this will apply to scenarios whether or not you're reaching for a stock out, whether tacos is too high, whether you're just spending a lot with respect to organic revenue. And so with this client, they were making a lot of sales. They wanted to slow down sales and make advertising more efficient. And we were trying product level adjustments. Now, product level adjustments, there are some scenarios where they apply very well. But in this case, for our client, the best solution, and I'm going to show you the best solution here, is the least amount of granularity, a little bit less complexity. With product levels, we went over that in a previous video. We don't want to add too many of them because then Quartile just gets out of control. Ideally, the best thing that you should prioritize in terms of Quartile adjustments is the account level ACoS. So I'm going to give you a scenario with this perspective of my client in the form of Tessa's Kitchen. So let's say, for example, Tessa's Kitchen has an 18% ACoS, just week over week, just spending so much. They're making a good amount of revenue, but they're just spending a lot. And they want to bring down the ad spend and bring down the tacos so they're a little bit more profitable. Quartile follows a 2-to-1 ratio when it comes to account level adjustments. So if you want to reduce ad spend by 10%, for example, you're going to reduce the account ACoS by 5%. So you're going to go to 25%. And if you want to increase it from the 30%, this is if you want to spend more and increase the overall tacos, for example, you'll want to, let's say we want to increase ad spend by 10%. We're going to increase the account ACoS by 5%. And so that's pretty much it. If you want to bring it down and you want to bring your tacos down, you just decrease your account level ACoS by 5%. If you're trying to reduce it by 10%, if let's say, for example, the tacos around 18%, that 5% decrease on the account level ACoS may filter the tacos downward. And what happened with our client was tacos came down, sales went up. And what we found and what we deduced was that a lot of the ads was going towards products with just a higher ACoS on average that are part of the 80-20, but they're not their best seller. But when we reduced the account level ACoS by 5%, the spend from those that were not their best seller went to the best seller. And the advertising was more efficient for their best seller, and they just got more sales as a result of it. So there are scenarios where you utilize this if you want to slow down sales with certain things. If your tacos is higher than average, if you're running on an inventory, this is the way to do it. Less complexity. If you just decrease your account ACoS, you hit save on the corner here, blocking my face, save parameters. You hit that, and then the following day, Quartile will adjust based off of that. Lastly, you want to, when you make these adjustments, the best scenario that you should do for Quartile to regulate it, because Quartile operates on a 7-day window. Quartile will work, let's say, for example, in the past 7 days, Quartile is at 30%. Now you have the ACoS goal at 25%. Quartile will work down to that 25% over the next 1 to 2 weeks and regulate, stabilize. You'll be able to gauge it more properly after the 2 weeks. If you just gauge it and make adjustments after 1 week, that might be a little bit too aggressive for it. It's going to act wonky. But if you give it 2 weeks to regulate, you can look back based on your data, following the SOP and following the metrics that we basically provided you. You can gauge your tacos, you can gauge your inventory, and then you can make the best case scenario for you can make adjustments based on your best solution for your product or your products, your brand. Ideally, guys, you don't want to add too much complexity when doing this. Just adjust the account level ACoS, and that's going to help everything. That's pretty much it for this video. If you guys have any questions, comments, feel free to email me at tony@profitablepineapple.com. Thanks for watching, and we'll talk soon. Take care.
It is so important for you to measure your metrics. You have to do this, and I do this manually, and I have my strategic brand consultants do this manually because it lets you feel the account. It lets you know what's going on with the account, and you can see your tacos overall for your entire account. You can see your spend, and you can see what adjustments you made in the past week and how it resulted in everything from ACoS to tacos to overall brand lift to profit. And so this is our entire spreadsheet. You may not be using every single column in this. If you don't use a column, just hide it. So if you're not doing Google Ads, hide it, and then you can always bring it back out later. So you can see right here. If you're not using Amazon DSP, hide it. It's not that hard. If you're not using Facebook ads, hide it. It's very easy to use. So you can see right there. Okay, cool. So I'm going to show you an example of this with my account. So we'll look at the last week, which is the week ending November. Let's see. Should have had a calendar up so I don't have to do any math in my head. Let's see. November 16th was the last week here. Then the next one's going to be November 23rd. And then whenever you're starting to use this, just take this and then watch. Just fill it in. All right. So I get the revenue from ZonGuru. So I'm going to come over here to ZonGuru and I'm going to look at last week.
I'll come down here to this one just because it's a little easier. So we'll look at November 10th through the 16th. And our revenue was $33.76. So I'm going to go back over here, $33.76. Profit was, come down here, $1,077. Okay, perfect. So tacos of 0 so far, of course. And that organic sales just calculates automatically based on your revenue minus your ad sales. And so you can see it's going to take all of these into account once you have them. All right, so Amazon PPC spend, I'll get that from Campaign Manager. All right, so let's go to last week. 309 in spend for 440 in sales. 309 in spend, 440 in sales. Google spend, go over to our Google account. Let's go to last week, already set. Scroll down here, and we spent on Google $729. Just to give you a heads up, that's how much I think external traffic is more important. I'm outspending my Amazon by 2 to 1 almost, 2.5 to 1. And so that's how much I put emphasis on my Google and everything there. So very important to do external traffic. So Google sales, you can look at your attribution data for this. So we're going to do TGC last week, $639.52. So we actually had a negative or not a positive ROAS this last week. And then Facebook, we're doing Facebook. You probably aren't yet. Let's see, with Facebook, 596 spent. Oh, let's go last week, 225. We're not doing DSP, so I'm going to hide that. And then Meta Facebook sales, we're actually pushing it to our website, so I'm not going to include Facebook here. All right, so you can see 31% tacos, 70% ACoS on our Amazon, and then 114% ACoS on our Google. And that's all you do. And you just do this at the end of every week or the beginning of the week. So do it on Monday for the previous week to get a feel for what you're doing. And then you can kind of keep track. What I like to do is leave little comments on what I did that week for the account. Maybe I added some Google ads, whatever. And that's how I keep track of this. That's how easy it is. It's super important that you track your key PPC metrics, and you can actually get more granular and do this on a per product basis. And so do it on a per product basis, and that will make it even more granular for you.
Encountering challenges selling on Amazon is par for the course. In this video, I'm going to talk about quite a few things that can go wrong and your next move to fix them. I'll guide you through the essential steps to take when something does go awry in your Amazon business. Let's sail into the choppy waters of selling on Amazon. Number one is assessing account health and performance. Firstly, take a holistic look at your account health and overall performance. This will give you a bird's eye view of where things might be going wrong. Sometimes the issue could be as simple as a minor account setting that needs tweaking or a warning that needs acknowledgement. If you are suspended, I highly recommend getting an attorney involved. Let me know in the comments if you'd like the attorney I recommend the most. Number two, evaluate your reviews and ratings. If you see a sudden drop in sales, your product reviews and ratings are a direct line to customer feedback, and so that could be what's causing it. Negative trends here can significantly impact sales. Addressing any issues highlighted in the reviews can help improve your product and your customer satisfaction. Number three, competitive analysis. You need to understand what your competitors are doing because that can provide invaluable insights. Are they bundling products? Are they offering a more competitive price? Analyze their strategy and see if there's something they're doing that you could adapt or improve upon in your listing. Number four, pricing strategies. Regularly compare your price with that of your competitors. Pricing too high or too low can affect your sales and market position. Adjust your pricing strategy to stay competitive while maintaining a healthy profit margin. Did your coupon get removed? Did your competition add a coupon? These are all things that can adjust that pricing strategy. Number five, inventory management. Frequent stockouts can harm your sales and organic ranking. Efficient inventory management ensures you have enough stock to meet demand without overextending your storage capabilities. I almost bankrupted my company by ordering too much inventory and I had no cash left, but I also lost $250,000 when I stocked out of 4 or 5 bestsellers over the course of a month. Make sure you get inventory out of spreadsheets and into a software that updates every single hour.
Check out a trial of SKU Compass inventory management software at SKUcompass.com.
Number six, advertising and promotions. Check for any advertising suspensions or dips in campaign performance. Refresh your advertising strategies as needed. Additionally, consider running promotions like lightning deals or discounts to boost sales. Number seven, leverage external traffic. Utilize external traffic sources like social media, email marketing, or other online platforms to drive traffic to your Amazon listing. Amazon attribution links can help track the effectiveness of these efforts. I recommend making a new external ad to your listing every single week, as some will do well, but most will not. But when you turn on the external traffic faucet, it can increase your organic rank significantly. Number eight, learn from top sellers. Observe top sellers in your category. What strategies are they using that you're not? Learn from their approaches and consider how you can apply similar tactics to your business. Look at their photos. Analyze their listing with Listing Optimizer by ZonGuru. Look at their ratings, look at their title, look at everything. Number 9, keyword and market trend analysis. Ensure your main keywords are properly indexed. Also stay alert to seasonal trends and global market shifts that could impact your product's demand and sales. You can search trends on Google Trends or inside ZonGuru's keyword tracker. When faced with challenges in your Amazon business or a drop in sales, taking a structured approach to problem solving and go down this checklist that I just went over to see if you can figure it out. If you enjoyed this video, check out my free Amazon PPC masterclass in my profile or at profitablepineapple.com. In this video, I want to simplify your Amazon PPC. I'm going to show you the power of looking at the entire Amazon PPC funnel and show you what really matters when it comes to Amazon advertising. My goal is to guide you through a focused approach where we concentrate on the 20% of ads that will generate 80% of your results. Master these before branching out into other areas. Let's explore the Amazon advertising funnel and see how we can apply the 80-20 rule for maximum effectiveness. Let's jump into the most important part of Amazon ads, which is sponsored products. This is the core of your strategy. In Amazon advertising, most sales come from sponsored products. If you just focused on sponsored products and ignored the rest, you would make more sales and more profit, and you'd spend less time doing it. Ignore sponsored brands, ignore sponsored display if you want a more effective return on your investment. So let's start out with manual campaigns. These are the backbone of your PPC efforts. Exact match campaigns are scale campaigns. These focus on keywords that are converting best with high sales velocity. Phrase and broad match campaigns, these are discovery campaigns. They help you find new keywords that might be profitable. We only focus on broad as using both can be redundant. Product targeting can expand and help you dominate by targeting specific product ASINs. Then there are auto campaigns. These help you target both ASINs and new search terms to scale up. On top of campaigns, you also need to understand the types of keywords. This is crucial, from brand name to competition keywords. Brand names are your gold mine, your high converting and cost-effective keywords, whereas in your competition keywords, these are tough. They're expensive, they're hard to convert since these shoppers are often loyal to other brands. Let's jump into that a little bit more. So competition keywords. These are the least converting and most expensive. They involve searches directly for competitors. These customers are likely already content with these products, and engaging with these keywords is going to be challenging. It's also going to cost a lot, and it's going to have a low conversion rate. It's hard to sway customers that are already inclined towards a competitor, and when I'm launching a new product, I tend to avoid my competitors' brand names. I actually usually make them a negative phrase, so I don't even show up for them when I launch. The second hardest keyword is a browse keyword. These represent potential customers who are exploring options without a clear purchase decision. They're just looking, which is akin to somebody that's kind of wandering around a mall without any specific goal. Keywords in this category relate to more general searches like eye care product or sty treatment, where eyelid wipes could be a solution among many. These often have a lower conversion rate and are more expensive than shop keywords, which is our third type of keyword. Shop keywords are keywords where customers have a specific product in mind but haven't decided on the brand. This category includes keywords directly related to the product, such as eyelid wipes or eye makeup remover pads. Bids can often be higher in these categories due to the greater likelihood of purchase. These keywords will have a much higher conversion rate and they'll lead to a higher organic rank. Finally, there are brand name keywords. These are the highest converting and least expensive. These keywords are specific to your brand. These are customers that are directly seeking your products. I know I've told you in this whole PPC course to ignore sponsored brands, but I want to go into it a little bit here. Sponsored brands offer creative control and brand awareness. They're great for branding and customer acquisition, but they can come at a high cost. They are best used once you've mastered sponsored products. You want to use exact match single keyword campaigns for top search terms and consider, again, single keyword campaigns. One keyword per sponsored brand. This will give you more control and scalabilities. When making the creative, get as granular as you can with the headlines, videos, and the photos. You want to appear like you're reading the mind of the shopper. This is why we encourage single keyword ad campaigns. For example, if the keyword you're advertising for is eyelid wipes, then make sure eyelid wipes is in the headline, eyelid wipes are featured in the video, all the products are eyelid wipes, and all the photos are around eyelid wipes. Begin with video ads and headline search ads for targeting for branded keywords and winning search terms, no more than 10. Always start with an exact match campaign and consider a broad match only when you have the budget. That's all I want to go over with sponsored brands, as that shouldn't be a big part of your strategy. Number 3, let's next go over sponsored display ads. Beyond the Amazon platform, these ads can get you a lot of impressions, but usually have a lower click-through rate and lower sales. It's best to venture into sponsored display ads only after you've mastered sponsored products. Here are a few pointers. Start with low bids and budgets. Create individual campaigns on a per product and a per ASIN basis, and avoid category targeting options. Avoid VCPMs, as those are the most costly. I do recommend one sponsored display campaign right away though. Sponsored display audience purchases campaign is especially great for consumables, as you can retarget people that have already purchased from you and you're trying to get them back to purchase from from you again. Finally, let's go over Amazon DSP. Amazon DSP, or demand side platform, allows for more advanced level of advertising. It's ideal for remarketing to audiences who have visited your product page or for expanding your audience to reach off-site. This platform offers more customization options than sponsored display and is suitable for a wide range of advertising goals. Lastly, I want to go over Amazon TV. Just stay away. You don't need to be advertising on Amazon TV yet. You need to master sponsored products first, then sponsored brands, then sponsored display, and then you may consider Amazon TV, but that's just great for overall impressions and awareness. It's going to cost you a lot of money though, with a low intake on sales. So your action items for this video: start with sponsored products. Start by mastering sponsored products. Focus on high volume, high conversion rate campaigns. That is what my whole free Amazon PPC masterclass is about. So check it out in my profile, or you can go to profitablepineapple.com and sign up today. With sponsored display, test out sponsored display audience purchases campaign. These are people that have bought from you before, and then you're trying to get them to buy back from you again. Maybe they haven't bought in the last 30 days. Especially important for consumables. Sponsored brands. Begin with video ads and headline search ads, targeting your branded keywords and winning category search terms. Winning category search terms are 10 sales or more in the last 60 days. Always start with single keyword exact match campaigns. All right, in conclusion, mastering Amazon PPC is about focusing on what works and simplifying that approach. By applying the 80-20 rule, you can streamline your efforts, focusing on the most effective strategies, sponsored products, before expanding into more complex areas. Remember, it's not just about doing Amazon PPC, but mastering it. And with the right approach, with my free Amazon PPC masterclass, you can become a master at PPC. So stay focused, keep it simple, and go through this whole Amazon PPC masterclass over and over and over again, the one that's in my profile, until you've pretty much mastered this whole thing.
That concludes our Amazon PPC on Autopilot masterclass, where we covered my proven blueprint for hands-off advertising success on Amazon. It's time to take your Amazon business to the next level with my Perpetual Sales Machine training. This is how you build $1 million per month brand. This is how you get to $10 million per year in sales. This is more important than Amazon PPC. In this section, you're going to discover how to build external traffic channels for your brand using automation. This is the exact strategy we used to get to the top of page 1 with a brand new product within weeks. We then got suspended by Amazon for 4 weeks, and we were able to get right back to the top within a week because of the external traffic channels that we created. But before we dive in, I want to mention 2 important notes. First, if you found Amazon PPC training valuable and you're doing over $100,000 per year in revenue, I highly recommend applying for my exclusive coaching program at profitablepineapple.com. You'll get live coaching calls with me, access to all the software tools I use daily, and a proven roadmap tailored to your exact business. It's the fastest way to put these strategies into practice and have me helping you along the way. Second, if your Amazon business is doing over $1 million per year in revenue, it's time to hand the keys over to my team. We can take over your advertising and operations using the same methods I've outlined here, plus do everything we are going to go over in the next section of the video. Just visit profitablepineapple.com to get started with delegation. All right, let's move on to the Perpetual Sales Machine Masterclass, where I'll guide you through building an external traffic empire, automating your sales, and creating true passive income. This is where we transform your side hustle into real enterprise primed for exponential growth and eventual exit, or simply perpetual profits. Let's get started on a quick overview, then jump into showing you exactly how to do it.
All right, so here we are looking at my Perpetual Sales Machine. What you see right now is the blog post. This is the most important part of this whole strategy. This is where we can test pretty much everything. Everything goes through the blog post. The blog post is your landing page. It's where you split test headlines. It's where you split test the messaging. And what we're going to do here is we're going to focus around the problem that your product solves. Most people focus everything around products. And what we're going to do is focus on the problem. To give you a quick example, I run an acid reflux company, our acid reflux supplement, and we focus around acid reflux, heartburn, GERD, LES, all these different things that are around acid reflux. So we create blogs around acid reflux, and then we have our supplement in those blogs for them to click over and buy. What we're trying to do here is create blogs that are educational, but that also have a sales message. And you can write these blogs very quickly with ChatGPT or any AI program of your choice. These are pretty much like sales pages, but we're positioning them more like an educational blog piece and then positioning our product in it. Now, if you are in the supplement space, FDA structure function claims you have to be careful of, but for most of you, that's not going to apply. So make sure you're complying with all laws and everything. So the first thing I do is I focus around keywords that my product solves. So again, I went over that: acid reflux, heartburn, GERD, LES. So I'll make 4 different blog posts around each one of those because I'm going to test different messaging and test what's actually working for these. What I do is I go to a keyword planner of your choice. Uber Suggest, Keyword Planner inside Google, any of those really work well. I'll put all those keywords in. Once I put all those keywords in, what happens is it spits out the search volume and how much it's going to cost to run ads for them. What I'm looking for is keywords that have a high search volume. I like search terms that are in the 100,000s and above with a low cost per click, things that are below 10 cents to 20 cents. If you notice that your cost per click is high or the bid is high, that's because you're going after more product-based keywords, not problem-based keywords. Everybody's going after product-based keywords. Not a lot of people are going after problem-based keywords. So we've written our blog with ChatGPT. We're going to insert our product into that blog or that advertorial somewhere. Once we do that, we want them to be able to click a link to buy the product. And so then what we do is we have them click the link and they go directly to Amazon through an attribution link. We use attribution links for two reasons. Number one, you get 10% back from Amazon, but number two, you can track it. You can track if sales are actually happening and if that advertorial, that article, that blog post actually works. We have a blog post, we have a clickable link to our Amazon listing to buy. You can take it to your storefront, you can take it to landing pages on Amazon. I find direct to the PDP, the product display page, to be the best option for you. So we have the blog post, we have the link. Now we're going to start Google Ads. So we did the research to find the keywords. Now we want to start Google Ads. I love single keyword ad campaigns. Let's say my article, I chose to write it about acid reflux. My Google ad is going to be a phrase match and an exact match for acid reflux. Single keyword ad campaigns, one keyword, acid reflux in phrase and exact match. And I'm going to send those Google ads a simple search campaign that is maximized for clicks because we're just trying to get clicks to the blog because then once they read the blog, they then will go buy to Amazon. So we have a Google ad search objective with maximizing clicks. Usually I start out with small bets. So a $2.50 to $5 budget and that's it. And then I test it over the course of a week. So we have a Google ad running for $5 a day or $2.50 a day, whatever budget you have can be very small. Those Google ads, single keyword ad campaigns go to your blog and then the blog goes to Amazon to purchase. How do I make the Google ads? After I write the article in ChatGPT, I tell it to make me headlines for Google ads, descriptions for Google ads, and it helps me make all of those really quickly. Again, this used to take us weeks. Now we can do it in literally hours with ChatGPT. So we have Google ads to the blog to Amazon. Before I go on, you can stop right there and that's this whole system, but you're missing out on 50% of the revenue. This is where most people stop and they say this strategy doesn't work. It does work. You just only did half of it. And you can make it by doing just this half. However, if you want to double your revenue and create an even more perpetual sales machine that doesn't just rely on Google ads, we're going to add this next step. We add a pop-up to this page. We use OptiMonk. You can use whatever pop-up your choice. And that pop-up collects an email address. And when we collect that email address, they go onto a drip sequence with our email. Now, I don't want you to get lost there and think that email takes a long time to write because I can write a 12-part drip sequence in approximately an hour. The reason? ChatGPT. So we've made the blog, we've made the Google ad. In that same ChatGPT channel, I'll have it start writing me some emails, maybe 3 to 12 emails around the problem that our product solves. It's that easy. And so we're capturing emails on this blog post now. We're getting email addresses. They're going into this drip sequence. In the drip sequence, we introduce them to our product, brand, to our mission, and then we send them back to the blog post. As we start adding more blog posts to this, I usually like to get 5 blog posts going just to start testing. And I have the drip sequence go back to those blog posts. So blog post 1, and then I'll email them about the product. And then the next email will be blog post 2, and then I'll email them about the product. And then the next email will be about blog post 3, etc. And so what are the different blog posts you could do? Acid reflux symptoms, acid reflux diet, acid reflux treatment. All of these are problems around your product. It's what the people are searching for, and you'll uncover that with keyword research. This is what my whole perpetual sales machine looks like. We have a blog post. That's your central unit. That's where you're going to test everything, like I said earlier. We make that around the problem that your product solves. We have links, pictures of your product in there that go over to Amazon to buy through an attribution link. 10% back, plus you can track the sales. We then look at Google Ads and we send Google Ads over to your blog post. That's where you're going to get the traffic to it. And that's going to get eyeballs on the advertorial or the blog post, then going to send to Amazon. We then give them a pop-up to get their email address to then send them back to blog posts or to send them directly to Amazon. This is huge because it creates this external traffic to Amazon, which Amazon loves. It wants you to refer customers to them and they will reward you for it with external traffic. External traffic is king on Amazon. I've gotten one of my products into the top 5 for one of the main keywords all through external traffic. And I did it within a week with very little reviews and a higher price point. We're $40. The lowest on the market is $6. And so don't be afraid to use this strategy because it works so incredibly well. And as you add more blog posts and as you add more emails, this comes this perpetual sales machine that just keeps going and it increases your sales. And if you have a great product and a consumable product, it works even better. But if you have a great product, it will just continue to perpetuate sales for you throughout your life. And it will make your brand unstoppable to the competition. That's why I love this strategy. Put it into effect right away. Let me know your results down in the comments below. I'll also put our spreadsheet down below that is all around how we track this. So we just use a simple spreadsheet that's Google Ads, comparing it to the attribution revenue that we see from the attribution link, and then we look at the ROAS. And we tend to be a little more aggressive with this because we're also getting leads from it as well.
In this video, I'm going to walk you through step-by-step how to set up a Google Ads campaign that sends traffic directly to your Amazon product listing. This is a powerful way to get your products in front of the motivated buyers searching on Google, and it can drive immediate sales. As you implement more and more of these, it will allow you to build a moat of external traffic to your Amazon listing. This increases your organic rank and your sales on Amazon. Let's jump over to my screen, and I'm going to show you exactly how to do this.
All right, so the first thing we need to do is we need to find relevant keywords. Now, the easiest way to find relevant keywords is with your search term report. Back in Freedom Flywheel 2, I showed you how to pull your search term report and look at the data. I'm going to re-show you that real quick. You're going to go to your advertising area in Campaign Manager, come down here to Measurement and Reporting and click Sponsored Ad Reports. Once you're in here, you're going to hit Create Report, Sponsored Products, Search Term, Summary. I like to go back as far as we can. So in this case, May 28th, all the way until about July 28th. I'm actually going to go further, May 28th through July 30th. And then I'm just going to hit Run Report. That's going to process. If you have a lot of data, this will take a long time to process. If you don't, it won't. I don't have too much data on this port or on this account because it's brand new. I'm then going to download the report. And then I'm going to go over to our spreadsheet that we have, and I'm going to import it into here. So in my spreadsheet, I'm going to go to File, Import, Upload, Browse, and then upload that search term report. We're going to insert a new sheet and import the data. After we do that, this is the importance of portfolios, by the way, because I can see what product is in charge of what keyword. So anything without a portfolio, I'd go back in and put it in a portfolio, but that's just a discontinued product. What I'm going to do is organize this. So the only thing I really care about is what the product is, which is the portfolio name, and then customer search term. This is a little different from the search term report we did before. I'm going to do CTR, CPC, spend, sales, ACoS. This is just me being anal with my search term reports because I like them to be organized. All right, I'm going to delete ROAS. I'm going to delete units. I'm going to delete the rest of this. All right, and so then I'm going to take these percentages and just turn them down to the nearest whole percentage, and then spend and sales to the nearest whole dollar. Just kind of cleans up the report a little bit for you. And then I'm going to resize these to fit. Perfect. Now we're going to highlight everything and sort it by the data. So let me just do that again a little slower. Highlight everything by clicking this, go to Data, Sort Range, Advanced Range Sorting Options. Data has headers, orders, Z to A. And then here's our data. I don't really care about anything below in order. And what I'm looking here is for the top 20% of keywords. Let me actually get rid of all of this. So again, what I'm looking for here is the top 20% of keywords that are producing 80% of the results. Obviously, this is a smaller account right now. However, what I'm looking for is the top keywords for this product. So we got 1, 2, 3, and you can separate them out by products. I'm just not doing that for this one right now, for this example. So this is all the keywords for Heidel Health. So that's the Heidel Health. And then my other product, Reflux Essentials, is this one, this one, this one, and this one. And then all of these. So these have all gotten us sales. And so I'm just looking for the top ones. So Heidel Hernia Relief, Heidel Hernia Supplements, Heidel Hernia, those are going to be the ones I'm going after. Heidel Hernia GERD Supplements. So these are my top 20% of search terms that are producing 80% of the results. It's actually just these two, really. So these are all very similar search terms. To avoid FDA structure function claims, I can't say Heidel Hernia in my ad copy that's going straight to my listing. And so what I'm going to do instead is say Heidel Health. And let me just show you that in a quick example. So I've already made this campaign. So I'm going to show that one to you. And so you can see here's the words I'm going after in phrase and exact match only, pretty much the words I just showed you. So right here. And then here's what the ads look like. 25% off Amazon's Heidel Health sale on Amazon, Heidel Health supplements. Pretty easy ad. But the key thing is here is single keyword ad groups. You want to make sure you have very few keywords in there that are very targeted that speak to the ad. So the ad is the same as the keywords. The more keywords you put in there that aren't related to the ad, the lower your click-through rate, the more expensive your ads are going to be, the lower your ROAS, and the higher your ACoS. So therefore, it won't be as profitable. So you have to make these as individualized as possible to make them more profitable. Now let's look at reflux essentials. Acid reflux supplements for acid reflux, antacids for acid reflux. Let's go over here, go back over here. Let me show you that one. I've already created it. Here's the ad, 50% off acid neutralization on Amazon. I can't say acid reflux. 50% off reflux essentials. More than antacids, get to the root cause for complete relief. Let's look at what I'm targeting. Acid reflux, phrase and exact, supplements for acid reflux, and acid reflux supplements. You can see I got these right from here. I'm not going to ask after antacids for acid reflux yet. I could probably add that one to it, but they're all around the same keyword. So I'm going to add those in here, and then I'm going to create a new one for you from scratch so you guys can see exactly that whole process. I just wanted to show you two that I have running. So those are running. Now I'm going to make a store brand one. So this store brand one is going to be all around the different keywords around our brand name. It's Dr. Berries, Dr. Berries. I'm going to color these orange. Okay, so those are going to be the ones we're going to go after next. So I'm just going to put these over here just for reference. Now, the first thing I want to do is I want to set up my attribution link. So I'm going to come over here. Let me go back to this Google Ads Direct. This is how I track everything. And we're going to call it GA03 Dr. Berry's storefront. So with these, I'm going direct to my product page listing. You can see right here. I'll show you how to create that link here in just a little bit. With this storefront, I'm going to go straight to my storefront, and I'm going to show you how to do that one too. So let's go over here. We're going to go to our attribution area, which is again your campaign manager. Come down here to measurement and reporting and Amazon attribution. Inside here, I'm going to create a new campaign, create manual. I'm going to name it Google Ads GA03 because it's my third ad, Dr. Berry's storefront. I'm going to add everything. You always want to add everything because I don't care what we sell. I want to get credit for it. So in order to create a direct to product page listing, you're going to click this. You're going to take this canonical URL right here. You're going to come back over here and you're going to put it into here. So I'm going to name it Reflux Essentials. Ads, and then put it in there. So that's going to be a direct to product page listing. For this one, I'm not going direct to product page listing. I'm going to the storefront. So I'm going to come back over here. I'm going to visit Dr. Berry's store, and you can see this URL right here is the storefront URL. So when you hit enter, it will go right back to this page. And it talks about both of our products. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go over here. I'm going to add a new ad group. I'm going to put Dr. Berry's storefront, Google Ads, and put it in there. I'm going to hit create. Perfect. So we have both of those right here. So I'm going to take this, I'm going to take that attribution, go back to my spreadsheet. I'm going to put that right here, attribution link. Come back here, and then I'm going to go to edit campaign. And this is more for tracking purposes. I like to get ahead of my tracking so I can just click a button from my spreadsheet and look at the data. So I'm going to highlight that and go over here and revenue with attribution. All right, the next thing we're going to do is we're going to create our Google ad. So I'm going to come over here to Google Ads. I'm going to go back to my main screen, all campaigns, new campaign, website traffic. No matter what Google Ads says, they'll call you, they'll bother you, they'll say, you need to have sales. Don't change it. It's website traffic, period. And search. No matter what Google Ads says, you don't want anything else. You want this. That's it. Your business website, put your attribution link in there. All right, let's go grab our attribution tag. It's in the spreadsheet, but it's also, you can get it back through here by hitting attribution tags, Dr. Berry's storefront. So we're gonna put that in there, hit continue. You're gonna ask for the name now. I'm gonna go back to my spreadsheet, grab the name. I want the name to be consistent across every channel, Google Ads, Amazon attribution, and the article itself. What do you wanna focus on? You wanna focus on clicks, and then check nothing else, just clicks. We're gonna unclick these. We don't wanna show on other platforms. We just wanna show on Google, and we don't wanna show on the display network. Pick your target country. I'm gonna do the United States, and English is probably default, and then don't worry about anything there. And then we're gonna skip. You can try this, but it sucks. Gemini's terrible. I'm gonna skip it because this is what it was gonna go for. So that's why Gemini's terrible. I'm gonna go back to our spreadsheet. Remember in our search term report, we found all the branded search terms right there. So I'm gonna bring these up and go to my converter right here. Oops. And just pick phrase match and exact match. And let me check one more thing. It's an interesting one. Lots of sales on Dr. Berry's Vital Health. But yeah, and so this just changes it to phrase and exact for you. All you have to do is put parentheses or that bracket around it, and it tells you to do that right there. So you don't have to memorize it. This tells me I'm going to get about 10 clicks per day at $2.05 a click. All right, so now the first thing we do is the display path. I'm going to call this Dr. Berry's on Amazon. Dr. Berry's on Amazon. Dr. Berry's Vital Health. Dr. Berry's Reflux Essentials. Dr. Berry's, actually I'm going to do a keyword bracket, keyword insertion, and then put Dr. Berry's, just because whatever they're going to search is going to pop up. So they might put Dr. Berry's blah, 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 and that will pop up. Now I want to make some Google ads with Poe. You can use ChatGPT. That's just fine. ChatGPT was down at the time of this recording, so I'm going to use Poe. If you head over to the SOP or down below this video, you're going to see the ChatGPT prompt for this. So I'm going to do that, paste it over here. Let me pull the prompt over so you can see it. And what you're going to be doing with this prompt is just changing your product title, and your bullets are going to go right there. Focus keyword for ads is going to be Dr. Berry's. So let's go back and do that. So we've got one product here. And then we got, I don't know what I just did. Okay. Here's all your bullets. And then we're going to do product 2 as well.
pull that up. Product 2, and then focus keyword is going to be Dr. Berries. And then this is going to spit out a bunch of headlines for us and a bunch of descriptions for us. I'm going to pull my Google Ads out. And I'm just copying these headlines over, the ones that I like. Sometimes I'll find some in the longer descriptions that are even better, like down here. That is a direct claim right there. Amazon.com. I actually like that because it's Amazon. Complete digestive relief. I like that one. Put that one up here. Say goodbye to discomfort. It's a good one too. Finally enjoy your favorite foods again. It's a good one. See if that one will fit up here. A little too long. Okay. Balance your belly. Calm digestion. So heal the burn with Dr. Berries. We need 3 more headlines. Stop acid misery. Okay, so that looks good. And we got these. Save at Amazon.com on Dr. Berry's eclectic remedies, idle health, and reflux essentials. And then images. You can put images of your product here. And then let's add more. Need to upload a couple. Okay, and those are in there. Now site link extensions. You're going to create site link extensions. It's just like making a little mini ad. You go to create here and you put your headline in, your description. So I'm going to do Dr. Berry's idle health. I'm going to do same thing. Dr. Berry's supplements on Amazon. And then the final URL, I'm just going to use my attribution link to the storefront. Let me go grab that again. And then I'm going to make it a second one, reflux essentials. Right there. And then I'm going to hit create. I'm also going to put some other ones that I've created as well. That one and like that one. That one's kind of similar. I'm going to do and then hit save. And so now you're going to have site link extensions, which are going to be this up here, down here below. And so now we have everything complete. Ad strength is excellent, which is perfect. Let's go to our next stage, which we're going to do our budget. They recommend $21 average daily budget. I like to start small. Make small bets, $5 and then go all in. Small bets and then go all in. So $5 to start. We can increase it once we see profitability. So $5 is a 67-cent click. I'm going to get about 7 per day directly to our storefront or our product page listing. And that's it. Okay, our keywords cannot contain, I'm guessing it's the apostrophe. So we're going to get rid of the apostrophe there. And then we're going to get rid of these two. That should do it. We can just copy and paste those. That should do it. And then we'll click next again. $5 next. And let's see, there's some more warnings here. Let's see what those are. Maybe they'll go away. And so that's essentially it. Now we're just going to publish this. If the errors ever go away, I'm not going to make you guys sit and wait for that. And in the next video, I'm going to show you how I measure these and report these in my spreadsheet. Now that we've set up our Google ad campaigns, sending traffic directly to our Amazon listing, we need to closely monitor performance and continuously optimize. I recommend doing this once per week, not daily, because Amazon attribution takes a while to catch up. Here are the key metrics that we're going to track, and make sure you get the Google spreadsheet down below for tracking purposes. You're going to track number 1, Google ad spend. This is going to be your total spend. Number 2, you're going to track Amazon revenue or attributed sales revenue. We're going to automatically track the brand referral bonus, which is just going to take 10% of that Amazon revenue. And that's going to be 10% credit back to your Google ads spend from the attribution link. We auto calculate this again based on your Amazon revenue. Your return on ad spend, or your ROAS, is every dollar you put in, how many dollars are you getting out? We do calculate this a little different because we credit the brand referral bonus back to the Google ad spend. And so sometimes you can get paid to run these ads. Very rare, but it happens. I like to track total clicks and cost per click and then total purchases, because then I can measure my customer acquisition costs, but you don't have to do that. I then like to put a changes row. That changes row lets me just document any changes that are made to the campaigns. Now let's go through some scenarios and optimization tips. Number 1, if you're not getting any impressions on your Google ad, check to make sure your ad is approved and is relevant for your keywords. Make sure your Amazon listing is relevant for the keyword that you are targeting. This is the importance of single keyword ad campaigns. It leads to congruence across the whole customer journey, from search to click to purchase. Number 2, if you have a low click-through rate, or CTR, of less than 5% on your Google ads, you need to work on the ad. If your click-through rate is low, like I said, under 5%, look to improve ad relevance with better targeting and ad copy. Again, the importance of single keyword ad campaigns. The higher relevance can decrease your cost per click, so make sure you use single keyword ad campaigns. Make sure your headline is highly relevant to your keyword that you're bidding on. Also, make sure you're not using broad targeting. Only use phrase and exact for these direct to Amazon listings. You can do things like add photos and site link extensions and better ad copy to your ad. That's going to help increase your click-through rate. Number 3, if you have a low conversion rate, meaning you're getting lots of clicks from your ad, but you're not getting sales, I want to first pause and say Amazon attribution takes 48 hours to report this. So this is why I mentioned earlier to check this weekly. However, if you're getting a lot of clicks, but very few orders, or if you're not profitable, most likely your Amazon listing needs work. Try different calls to action. Try different product presentations. Make sure your reviews are at about 4.3 stars. Do everything we've talked about previously on listing optimization. After you've done all that, you want to make sure that you scale your winners. We don't start to scale unless we're above our target ROAS, which is usually about 1 to 2, depending on your targets. 1.5 is usually when we scale. Budget is the only metric you need to change with these campaigns. When you have a winning campaign, you just increase your budget on these campaigns. I usually like to start with a $5 a day budget. Start small, go all in. So $5 a day budget to start, and then I increase by about 50% per week. However, when we're in this lower budget range, I usually increase a little more aggressively. I'll go from $5 to $10 to $20 to $40 to $60 to $90. And so rule of thumb is about 50%. But when I'm at that lower budget range, I usually double it. So 100%. Again, make small bets at first and then go all in. You will find a spot when your budget starts to actually diminish your returns. And then you found your sweet spot. Just leave it there. So once we're hitting our ROAS goal, usually again, 1.0 to 2.0, 1.5 on average, depending on your targets, we usually just sit on that budget, let it run, and results will fluctuate week to week, but we just let it run. Finally, if you have a losing campaign, if you've tried optimizing everything from the landing page, which is your Amazon listing, or a blog post, which I'm going to go over in the next module, if your ad campaign and nothing is working, you've tried optimizing everything, just pause that campaign and move on to the next one. All right, let me switch over to my screen and I'm going to share me going over my optimization technique.
Okay, let me show you this manual process of tracking. And it is manual, but hey, you can do the direct ones with a software like AMP, like I've stated in the past, but I like to do it manually because I still get pretty good results with this. And so what I want to show you here is how we do that. So we're going to have Google Ads and revenue attribution. So for GA01, Heidel Health, let's look at our Google Ads. And this is where naming conventions is so key. Google Ads, Google Ads, Google Ads, and then TGC is our blog. But TGC just stands for The Good Chef, which is our blog. And so Google Ads Direct, A1, we're going to come up here, go all the way to the top, change it to last week, Sunday to Saturday. And then right here, GA1 spent $20.95. So I'm going to put that right here. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to look for our revenue with Amazon attribution. We're going to pull that up. Let's look for GA. And you're going to see those come in right there. There's GA01. Let's look at last week. You can see right there, 0 sales with 11 click-throughs. So 0 sales, 11 click-throughs. And then you can see right here, 15 clicks is what Google reports, 11 is what Amazon attribution reports. So it's always interesting to see that. And then how many sales did we get? 0. I'll tell you what we're going to do with that here next. All right, the next one is GA02. GA02, 2756. And then revenue with Amazon attribution, GA02, 0 sales. And they're reporting 33 click-throughs. Whereas in Google Ads is reporting 26. So it's off either way. So 0. And then we're getting, how many clicks did we say? 33? 26. 33 with Amazon attribution. And then total purchases, we're going to do 0. And then finally, Dr. Berry Storefront, GA03, 4 clicks. That's expensive cost per click for my brand name. 1577. And I believe 0 sales for that one too. GA03 right here. It's reporting 9 click-throughs, 0 sales though. Actually, it was 4 on Google, so. And then 0 sales. So I haven't made a single sale from any of these. So what should I do? Should I turn them off? No. And the reason is because I've only got 11 clicks. I've only got 26 clicks. I like to get at least 50 to 100 clicks before I make any decision. In total, we've only got 41. We've spent $64, which isn't the end of the world. So what would happen if you actually turn this off? You didn't have enough data to really test it. So let me show you what happened, because now we're on Thursday of the following week. And look at this. Let's look at this week's data. This week's data, completely different. Look at this one. This top one already has 2 sales for $80. And so we would have missed out on those if we would have turned that off. So I'm going to go this week. There we go. And so for $24, we have made $80. And so that's a pretty good ROAS so far. Let's just plug that in just to see. So yeah, 5 ROAS. You would have missed out on that because you turned it off after 11 clicks. So keep that in mind when you're doing this. Now, when we're looking at this data, you want to look at the information, but you also want to know what you're looking at. So if something isn't working here, and we'll get into more detail about this with the next module or the next Freedom Flywheel because it is more detailed. So clicks, we're just looking for conversion rate. And so I want to keep it above, I'd say a 2 to 3% conversion rate. And so I've gotten 2 purchases on 40 clicks, which is not bad. I mean, that's like a little like 5% conversion rate. And so I'll take that. And then it's all about your cost per acquisition. So I think we're at $24.80 and this was 40. And then we've got 2 sales and your customer acquisition is $8. I'd take $8 all day. Now, if we take the whole quarter into account, you can see over here that it's costing us about $19. So that's still below our cost per acquisition, which is great. So I'm not too worried about this ad. I'm going to keep it going. So those are things to keep in mind when you're making these decisions is make sure you have enough clicks. So with this one, I actually did decrease the budget. And the reason I did that is because it's a more generic keyword and it's kind of more of a browse based keyword. I did that on purpose to kind of show you guys this and just see if I could pick up some sales for cheap, but they're not cheap at all. So I may turn that down even more. But when I turn that down to a 250 from 5, it'll actually decrease my cost per click as well. So things to keep in mind when you're doing this. Let me know if you guys have any questions. And what I want you to do is make sure you're setting up at least 3 of these. Pick your best search terms and go after them.
By continually optimizing based on performance data, you can turn these campaigns into powerful profit drivers with an army of external traffic sources to your Amazon listing to create that moat around your listing. Now, this is going to help boost your organic rank and your sales. Analyzing and refining your Google Ads campaigns is critical for success. Focus on profitability metrics like ROAS as you scale and tweak based on the data. So let's summarize everything we just went over with Google Ads to your blog post, and I recommend printing this list because it's super helpful to have. Number 1, if you're not getting impressions, check for approval and relevance. Number 2, if you're getting impressions but no clicks, a low click-through rate, redo your ads and make sure they are more relevant. Number 3, if you're getting lots of clicks but no sales, make sure your Amazon listing is relevant for what you're bidding on and for the problem that your product solves. Also, make sure your Amazon listing is optimized for reviews, photos, copy. If you're running out of budget but hitting your ROAS goals, increase your budget. It's not that hard. Your action items for this module is I want you to set up 3 Google Ads direct to product display page on Amazon. These need to be single keyword ad campaigns for the top 20% of products that are producing 80% of your results. And then use the 20% of search terms that are producing 80% of your results. And then add these campaigns to your Google Ads tracking sheet as you make them so you can track them moving forward. Bonus points if you hire an assistant to track it for you so you can just look at the data because that's what your job is. Not to track it, but to look at the data and report it. In this module, we're diving into an essential topic for any entrepreneur, serving your target audience. This is an area where many fall short, often because they fear spamming their clients or customers. We're not here to spam, we're here to serve at the highest level. I want to go through this first before jumping into how to build your email list, because when you provide genuine value around a problem that your audience is having, your audience will appreciate it, and sales will naturally follow as a result. Conversely, if you spam them, you'll see sales dwindle. So let's talk about how to wake up every day with a mission to build your email list and serve them at the highest level. First, create a gathering place that addresses their problems. In this training, you're going to see me focus on building an email list. There are many other ways to serve your audience, which I will discuss in the bonus section, but I wanted to keep it simple for now. Next, email blogs from other people that provide value. You've probably seen newsletters out in the space. That's all it is. It's pretty much blogs from other people. Set up a Google Trend alert for your niche and share the valuable content that you get if you're not creating your own. This is essentially, like I said, creating a newsletter. Number 3, writing your own blogs is another fantastic way to serve your audience. In Freedom Flywheel number 3, part 2, which is this one right here, I'm going to show you how to write your own blogs, post them, drive traffic to them, and send them to your email list, all in under 60 minutes. This used to take me 4 to 5 weeks and a team of 4 to accomplish what ChatGPT can do for you now in no time. Post these blogs and email them to your list. Remember, the goal is to serve, not to sell. I want to go on a sidebar here. You don't have to do everything I'm talking about. As we continue down this list, the task becomes more complex and time consuming, but feel free to stop here and just stick to blogs. However, the more you do, the more your business will grow. So once you've written a blog, you can record a video discussing it and post it to your community. Again, you don't have to do this. Just do the blog. Don't have to do a video. But this adds a personal touch and makes the content more engaging. We won't be going over that in this flywheel, but also in the bonus section as an optional way to serve for those that want to be the attractive character. Again, this is not required, but another way to serve. Going live in your community is another powerful way to connect, discuss your blog posts, or even someone else's content with the credit, of course, course, again, not required but helpful in serving. Consistency is key. Email your audience at least weekly. As you write blogs and research solutions, keep your list engaged by adding this content to your email flow. Drip out emails every 3 to 4 days to keep your audience connected and interested. By consistently providing value, you keep your audience engaged. When it's time to sell, they'll remember how much you've helped them and will be more inclined to buy from you. Always remember, the more value you provide, the more sales you will make. The more you spam, the fewer sales you'll see. In the rest of this flywheel, I'm going to show you how I'm building my first 5,000 people on my email list. You can adapt these methods to fit your style and build your email list however you'd like, but this is how we're doing it. Knowing who you serve is crucial for connecting with your ideal audience. Before creating any marketing, first get crystal clear on who is your target customer. What problem are you solving for them? What outcome do they desire? We did this in the very first module as it's so important. Are they trying to avoid pain and get out of hell, or are they trying to find pleasure and get to heaven? You need to know the answers to these questions to figure out how to serve them at the highest level. This is the biggest point of failure for entrepreneurs and business owners. They don't know their audience. Let's talk about getting them out of pain or getting them to pleasure. It's simple to think about getting someone out of pain. You're helping someone with obesity, headaches, migraines, dry eyes, joint pain, a difficult child, gut health, IBS, acid reflux, sleeplessness, debt, a failing business, Amazon PPC, or Amazon sales that are decreasing. Conversely, getting someone to pleasure is making them reach a higher status that is much higher than where they are currently, like making more money, driving fancy cars, a bigger home, private jets, reaching their dreams that they've always had. Just think about the problem that you want to solve, or the problem that your product solves. I have a few customers I serve depending on the business. In iLove, we helped postmenopausal females get out of the debilitating pain of dry eye, and we did this by teaching them healthier habits and using healthier products that we sold. At Dr. Berry's, we help postmenopausal females get out of the debilitating pain that acid reflux can cause by teaching them healthier habits and using healthier products that we sell. At Profitable Pineapple Ads, we serve e-commerce business owners in the health and wellness space who are trying to make the world a better place. They know why they are in business and serve the world to make it better. We help them do this by building a moat around their e-commerce business, specifically on Amazon using Amazon PPC, Amazon DSP, and external traffic like Google Ads, Facebook ads, influencers, and online clout. This understanding should be your guide for your customer journey. When you deeply understand who you serve and what motivates them, you can craft messaging and experiences that truly resonate. Your marketing speaks directly to their pain point and aspirations. This customer intimacy fuels growth. So take time to clarify exactly who you help and what makes them tick. Let this core human understanding guide how you attract and engage your audience across every touch point. Go back to your mission statement and write down the problems that your product solves. Write down as many problems that you can think of. Here are some examples. For acid reflux, heartburn, finding food I can eat, pain down my arm, sore throat, upset stomach, throat mucus, cough, pain when lying down, regurgitation, nausea, worried about the side effects from daily medications like Prilosec, GERD at night, sinus and throat irritation, stomach bloating, silent reflux, chest pressure, heart palpitations, swollen gums, hiccups. My stomach and esophagus feel like they're on fire. Feels like something is stuck in my throat. I can't drink coffee or eat my favorite foods anymore. Constantly clearing my throat. Scared of cancer developing. Barrett's disease. Not knowing what to eat. Regurgitation and bad breath. Whew. How do I know all that? I asked my customers. I have them fill out a survey. They gave me that whole list. I didn't even think of it. Now, for you, the Amazon seller, you have unprofitable ads. You have a loss of rank. Your sales have decreased. Your profits decrease. Increased ad costs. Lack of understanding around Amazon PPC. No time to focus on advertising. Again, all I did was ask you guys, and you guys gave me that list. For our dry eye patient, dry eyes, blepharitis, inflamed eyelids, styes, loss of work, painfully irritated eyes, dry flaky eyelids, eyelids stuck shut. Now, your action items for this video is to write down as many problems that you can think of that your product solves. Ask your customer. All right, in this video, I'll walk you through the steps to research keywords and create your first blog post. This is designed to drive external traffic to your Amazon product listing. So let's just jump right in. Just go to Google, search Google Keyword Planner, and this will pop up. If you've never spent a dime on Google Ads, yours is gonna look a little different than mine. Mine's gonna have more detail because I've paid for Google Ads. So what I recommend doing is just spend $5 on Google, just make a quick ad, spend $5, and then you get all the features that you're gonna see here. So I don't wanna see any comments about how you don't see what I see. You just need to spend some money. But anyway, so we're in Google Keyword Planner. And this key thing is here, we're just going to discover new keywords right here. Once we click that, you should have a basic understanding from all the research that we've done before. And just because you should know your product, number one, you should know what keywords you're going after. And so I'm going after acid reflux. I'm going after GERD. I'm going after heartburn. And those are my main 3 keywords. Again, what is the problem that your product solves? What is the problem that your product solves? That's essentially it. All right, we're gonna click Get Results. Now here the results are gonna pop up. I'm gonna close this area right here. I'm gonna scroll down. So it's gonna give you your keywords right up here first.
And then here's your search volume, average monthly searches. You can click this to see the trend. This is a pretty stable year round. It goes down a little bit in the summer, goes down pretty much stable year round. Same thing, stable year round. And so what I'm looking for here is high search volume, 300,000 a month, which is about 10,000 a day, which is huge. Low competition. So this competition score is competition compared in Google Ads. So is it highly competitive in Google Ads or is it not competitive in Google Ads? That's all that does. That's all that competition is right there. Year over year change, I usually like to find things that are going up, but not required. That's just a whole marketing thing. Like you need to go after categories that are going up, not down. But the key thing here is this right here, top of page bid, low range and high range. So right here, I want to look for low cost per click. 5 cents for acid reflux, 5 cents for GERD, 31 cents for heartburn, and it has less search volume. So I'm going to do these two first because of that high search volume, low competition, low cost per click. And so these are going to be my keywords I'm going to make blogs around, and that fits into my product perfectly. Our product is called Reflux Essentials. So I'm going to choose for this purpose, acid reflux right here. So now that I've picked my keywords, I'm now going to write an article around my keywords. In your SOP, I have a ChatGPT prompt, which I'll bring over the SOP real quick so you can see it. That ChatGPT prompt is right here, and it's also below this video. So you're going to copy this whole thing, and the key thing is that you are going to change what's in this red, keyword and your product. Again, make sure you're always following FDA structure function claims. And the reason I say that over and over again is because it's so important. All right, so let's go over to ChatGPT. I use Poe. Use whatever you want. It does not matter what you use. I'm using Poe because at the time of this recording, ChatGPT is not working. And so I switched to Poe a little while ago and I love it. It pulls in can pull in whatever. So I'm going to put acid reflux in for my keyword. I'm going to go over and get information on my product to pull that in here as well. So let's go over to my product listing and we're just going to take this. I'm just going to grab my title, put it right here. All right. And then you just hit enter. So this will take usually about 5 minutes to fully work. Usually not. Usually actually only takes about 30 seconds, but sometimes it can take a little longer. And we're just waiting for it to write the article. All right, so the article's done. And I want to point out a couple things. This is your meta description. This is part of your article. Here's some alternative titles. I wouldn't recommend that one. That one's just not good. And then also, I don't like to put my product in when I'm talking about a disease. And the reason is because I don't want my product tied with that disease claim. And so what I usually do is I'll make these articles and then I'll just put banner ads in the article. And you're going to see that in a future video. But what I'm doing there is just giving them information about acid reflux and then having my product as the advertiser on that article. So I hope that makes sense, but it will make more sense in a later video. Another thing to note is you don't want to have brand names of medications in your article. And the reason that is because Google will not show, you can't run ads when you have medications in your article. So make sure you take the medications out. I would leave the proton pump inhibitors or PPIs, but I'd take the name of medications out because then you'll be able to advertise on Google. So I hope this video made sense. Let me know if you have any questions. All right, so we wrote your article in the last video. Now in this video, I'm going to show you what I do with the blog post after that. I don't like to edit inside of Shopify or inside of WordPress or wherever you're posting your blog. I actually like to do it in a Google Sheet. And then I'm going to show you how to make your attribution links. So let's go make your attribution link first. So I'm going to head over here to my attribution area. So inside Amazon Ads, where you're going to go is down here to measurements and reporting, Amazon attribution. You're going to click create new campaign and create manually. So we're going to type the name of the campaign. I like to plan everything out first. So I'm going to come over here. Let me go down. So here's the one that I'm going to do right here. And that name's going to change here in just a little bit. Let's actually go back to the blog post first. I'm going to copy this. And then we're going to come over here. I'm going to create a new Google Sheet. Copy that all into here. Once we have that copied into here, I like to rethink the title. Usually the title that Poe gives me or ChatGPT gives me isn't that great. So I'm going to rethink that. Again, remember with titles, you want them to be catchy. So a good way to have a catchy title is a number up front with a superlative like best, worst, danger, all that stuff, and then the keyword. And so this one's going to be about finding relief from acid reflux discomfort. So what I'm going to try to do is I'm just going to kind of comb through this article, look at it real quick, and then just see what I could talk about. When you should see a doctor. Let's see, lifestyle and dietary changes. So let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8, what I'm counting there, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. I'm going to delete the information about us. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. All right, so 17. 17 best acid reflux relief. 7 best ways to find acid reflux relief. Yeah, we'll try that. There you go. All right, so that's going to be the name. So we're going to take this and we're going to change that name right here. Going back to the Amazon attribution, that's going to be the name here. I want everything to be in sync. I have the name of the blog, The GERD Chef, 01, 17 best ways to find acid reflux relief. Reflux Essentials is the product. That's how I name them. I then like to add all on this page because I don't care if they buy any of my other products because I want to get credit for them. I then click the link. This is going to pull up your canonical URL right here. That canonical URL you're going to bring back over here and you're going to put in Reflux Essentials. Select your publisher, doesn't matter. I just usually put Google. Click through URL, and then we're going to hit create. Here's your attribution link. I'm going to come back over to the article. I'm going to put it right up here, just for reference. And then what I like to do is anytime I mention the word supplement, I'm just going to put a little link. Let's see. And then I like to plan out how we're going to make this look. So I'm going to put pretty much every 2 paragraphs a banner ad. So I'm going to put a banner ad right here. And these I just had a designer make. And then I usually do every 2 paragraphs. So we got 1, 2 right here. And we got 1, 2, and then right here. And then OTC, natural supplements, give what your body needs. And then I'm going to put a picture of my product right here as like a banner ad. And of course, these aren't going to be that big. You want to size them appropriately. But yeah, that's essentially it. This is what your article is going to look like. I like to plan it in a Google Doc first. I'm just going to shrink these for now because you're going to re-upload them when you upload them to the blog. But that's how you make the attribution link and put it in. These are all going to have links to it to open up on Amazon. And then let me show you what this will look like when it's all said and done. So this is an example of our blog, top 5 mistakes, acid reflux and GERD management. Top 5 mistakes in acid reflux and GERD management, banner ad. Clicks over to Amazon with the attribution link. I also like to make a picture of a big button. And notice how this opens up in a new tab. Then scrolls down, there's another banner ad, a different one, and then another banner ad right there. So that's what it will look like after you post it. And I'm sure I'll show you some other examples here in the next video. All right, you've put in the work to craft an amazing blog post. Now it's time to get that blog live. In this video, I'm going to show you a step-by-step on how to quickly publish your post. So let's just jump into it. I'm going to show you this on Shopify. I don't care where you do it. Do it on your Shopify store, do it on a WordPress site, do it wherever you want. It does not matter. I'm going to show you Shopify. I am not a tech person. If you're doing it somewhere else, don't ask me how to do it. Go look on YouTube because I'm going to show you on Shopify. That's where we're going to do it. I also do it on WordPress. So I'm just going to show you Shopify because that's going to be the most common. All right, so we're going to come down here, click on sales channels. And you're going to see me stumble. I don't know Shopify that well. I know it well enough to make myself dangerous, but that's about it. You're going to click on online stores. You're going to click on blog posts. You're then going to create a new blog. So add blog post, and this is where you're going to put it. So let's go back to our article, 17 best ways to find acid reflux relief there. And then we're going to grab all of this, bring it down. These might actually copy the photos, but we'll see. Go back here, Shopify. Paste it all in. You see the links copied, but I don't think the photos copied. So that's okay though. All right, so we're gonna put our first banner ad right here. Insert image. What I did there is just found where I want it. Went to these 3 dots and insert image. And these might be in here already, but doesn't look like they are. So I'm gonna add images. I'm gonna add these 3 images. That's just gonna put it in my asset library right here. I'm gonna put this one in right here and we're gonna click done. That's gonna pop it in there. I'm then gonna edit this image, double clicking it, hitting center. 480 is a pretty good size, and then click edit, and that's going to center it. I'm then going to click a link. I'm going to go back to my article and go all the way to the top, grab the affiliate link, the attribution link, put it in here. New window, link title, Dr. Barry's Reflux Essentials. And then I'm going to come right here. I'm going to find this link. I'm going to click edit link, link title, Dr. Barry's Reflux Essentials. I like to open it in the new window. Okay, let's scroll down. So every 2 paragraphs, so 1, 2, right here. This one, again, insert image, put that in. Don't know where my button is. I have to zoom out a little bit. Hold on, let me try that. There it is. Okay, we're going to double click this. We're going to center it. Product image, alt text, Dr. Barry's Reflux Essentials. Edit, and then we're going to click on it, link it, open a new tab, link title, Dr. Barry's Reflux Essentials. Perfect. All right, 1, 2. I'm going to go 1 more to right here. And then I'm going to take this, insert image. We're going to do probiotics. Done. Product image, image alt text, Dr. Barry's Reflux Essentials. Edit image, hyperlink, new window, Dr. Barry's Reflux Essentials. Insert, and then I forgot to do this in the edits, so we're going to do it here and take out all the brand names of the medications. Let's make sure there's none others. Okay, good. And then finally down here at the bottom, right here, I'm going to put just an image of my bottle. So 3 dots, insert image. Looks good. Dr. Barry's Reflux Essentials. Perfect. And then center. It's picking up that space bar. That's why it's acting funny. There we go. Dr. Barry's Reflux Essentials. I'm going to copy that now and go to new window. And then this one. And I think there was one more, maybe at the top. I think we already did this one. We did this one at the beginning. Open a new window. Cool. So that's it. I don't usually put a featured image, but you can. I'd make it around the title. And then here's where you put your meta description. The meta description was at the top here, right here. Put that right there. All right. And then put it in the blog that it should be in, Acid Reflux blog. I'm going to put my name in. Author is invalid. Please select. Okay. We'll just put his name in. And then we'll go to visible. And then we'll hit save. All right. You're published. Congratulations. Now you've published your blog. In the next video, we're going to be talking about getting traffic to the blog now. Again, always get these reviewed by an attorney. Make sure you follow FDA structure function claims. That's the last thing you want to get caught by and punished by or fined by or whatever with the FDA. So make sure all of your article, all of your copy around the supplement space follows FDA structure function claim.
This is where everything starts to get really fun. My Google Ads strategy is something that I've been using since November of 2017 with amazing results. You will be contacted by Google Ads specialists. Ignore them. They are salesmen. They do not know what they're doing. Do what I teach in this module. Not only has this helped me build up to gain around 200 email leads per day, but it's also generated a ton of revenue for us on Amazon, as well as boosted our organic rank since we're driving external traffic. This is the most important part. One last additional note before we dive in. This doesn't just work for driving traffic to a blog. This strategy works extremely well to drive more traffic directly to Amazon, like I talked about in the previous module, any website page, Shopify, your blog, an Etsy shop, an affiliate link, your YouTube channel, your e-commerce site, and more. Remember, this is the magic of the Perpetual sales machine. The goal is not only building something that your audience wants to consume, but also something that they will want to share, give you their email for, and then also buy your product on Amazon. Again, this sends external traffic to Amazon, which Amazon loves, and they'll reward you with higher ranking, more sales, and even a monetary bonus. Let's show you the simple Google Ads strategy that anyone can do, including you who may have never touched advertising and especially Google Ads before. Let's jump over to my screen.
All right, let's make your Google ad. Now, before we make our Google ad, I want to go over a couple things. And this is external traffic. So external traffic will not convert as well as other traffic like Amazon PPC. You're looking at a 1 to 3% conversion rate versus 20 to 50% on Amazon. Now, the reason for this is that you're sending someone from Google or Facebook to Amazon to purchase. And this might be before they're ready. Number one, Facebook is interruptive marketing. This goes with TikTok and Instagram as well. You're trying to pull somebody away from a Facebook reel or a TikTok video or an Instagram reel to buy your widget. Facebook, TikTok, Instagram are going to be your lowest converting advertising channels because it's interruptive marketing. Google is search marketing, meaning people are searching for both information and for products. This converts higher than Facebook, but usually lower than Amazon. Now, with that being said, even with a lower conversion rate, this will still increase your organic rank because Amazon loves and they reward external traffic. So again, we're going to track your ROAS over time in this spreadsheet that we have right here. And then we're going to refine your articles based on performance. I want to repeat one more thing. Your ACoS is going to be much higher for these. Your ROAS will be lower, your ACoS will be higher. That's the relationship of that. But you have to remember Amazon rewards external traffic with increased organic rankings, and you get 10% cash back. Now, we shoot for about a 1 ROAS for these because we are in the consumable space, which is 100% ACoS. Now, we do that because we know the long-term game. We know our lifetime value. If you're not in the consumable space, you might want to go after a 2 ROAS, which is a 50% ACoS. That's going to be more profitable for you, or just go after your break-even ROAS. All right, that being said, let's jump in. All right, so this one I'm going to show you how to create your Google Ads. Sorry about the squeak there. So let me pull up the SOP, and you have the SOP down below, and it will show you exactly how to do this. But I'm going to pull that into here. And what we're going to do is we're going to grab this ChatGPT prompt. Again, this is below, and we're going to go over here and copy it into Poe. Now, what this says, in addition to the topic above, can you please create 30 catchy headlines related to the article? I like to just put the article you just wrote. I think it was the article we just wrote. Let me see. Yeah, right here. So it is the article we just wrote. Can you also create another 10 catchy descriptions related to the topic? Each headline, 90 characters. I plan to use these for Google Ads as well. And it just kind of keeps talking about it. And then we'll hit go. All right, now we have all of our headlines and descriptions created. We're now going to head over to Google. We're going to hit create campaign, new campaign. We're going to do website traffic. I don't care what your Google rep tells you. I don't care what anybody else tells you. We are doing website traffic. At the time of this recording, Google cannot relate to Amazon to know what traffic's converting and what traffic isn't. So we're doing website traffic. We're just getting people on the website. So click website traffic, continue. And we're doing search-based campaign type. Search, 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 nothing else. Your business's website, you're going to go over and grab the business website. So this right here, your URL, and we're going to click that into there. We're going to hit continue. Website name, we're going to go back to our spreadsheet, use the same name we used pretty much all around. You just want to keep everything named consistently, easier for tracking purposes as a result. What do you want to focus on? We still can't track conversions or conversion values, so we're going to do clicks. And then we're going to ignore the rest of it, hit next. We're going to uncheck these because that just expands your reach and makes it more broad. And we don't want broad. We want focused. United States or whatever country you want your location to your ads to serve, and then ignore the rest of this. Hit next. You can generate some, even though it's not letting me this time, but I don't think Gemini is that good. So I'm going to skip. And then we're going to get so we're going to do parentheses for acid reflux phrase match. We're going to do brackets for acid reflux exact match. And it tells you that right down here. So bracket and parentheses is phrase. We do not want to use broad. So you can see right away, we're at 27 cents a click, 567 weekly clicks for a cost of 152. I'll talk about how we're going to get that down here in just a little bit. But now we're going to make our ad. So we're just going to put in the display pass acid reflux to match the keyword, and you can see it pop in right there. And then the first keyword should always be your title. So 17 best ways to find acid reflux. So I'm going to come back over here, and in the description, we're going to put it right there. 17 ways to find acid reflux relief. And that is exactly what the article is all about. So that's where I'm going to keep it right there. Oops. So that one I'm going to pin at number 1 because that's the name of the article. That's exactly what I want to be in there. And now we're just going to use Poe like we just did to come up with more. So let me snap this out of here, go back to Poe, and let's see. Home heartburn, no more burning. Let's see. If I don't like some of these, I'll come down here. And then some of the headlines in your article. So what is acid reflux? And then we'll just look over here and keep reflux under control. And then address the root causes. And then you can also do dynamic keyword insertions by using that bracket. Hit keyword insertion, and I'm going to put acid reflux. Now we're going to do the descriptions. And we just need 4 of those. And then images. Again, make sure you're following FDA structure function claims for everything you're doing. So I'm going to look for stock images. Okay, that looks good. They're going to split test all those. Site link extensions just kind of add to your ad. And you create these just by, again, headline, description, and the final URL. And so what I recommend doing with this is just sending them to different blogs and even going straight to Amazon with these. And so I've already created a bunch of these, but you just put that in here, hit create. You can see a couple of the ones I've created here. So 11 GERD treatments, 50% off reflux essentials on Amazon. Don't want that one. Easy acid reflux recipes, low acid wines. And so those are the 3 I'm going to choose. I think that's good. That's good. I'm going to hit save. And then what a site link extension is just down here. So they just pop up down here randomly. You can put up to 20 of those in here. Once I have all those, you can see I've done most of it. We're going to hit done, and then I'm going to hit next. So it's doing $21 a day. So to lower that cost per click, the main thing that we do with the Google Ads is we adjust the budget. That's essentially it, is we adjust the budget. When we're not profitable, we adjust the budget down. When we are profitable, we adjust the budget up to be more aggressive. And look what happens, the relationship between budget and cost per clicks and clicks. So at $5, we're going to get 14-cent clicks. We're going to get about 253 clicks. That is 40 people coming to your website every single day and reading about the problem that you're trying to solve. So look what happens when I turn it up to 50. Your weekly clicks doubles, but your cost per click also triples. And so there's going to be a fine. You're going to pretty much going to be increasing your budget as you're profitable to a certain extent, and then you can't really increase it anymore because then it becomes unprofitable. However, that can be highly effective when you're looking to scale faster. And so keep that in mind, is the only metric that we're going to change here is going to be the budget. That's it inside Google Ads to make it more or less profitable. You don't need to change anything else. So just the budget, because it changes that cost per click relationship. So we're going to half the weekly clicks, but we're going to third the CPC, and we're going to see what that gets us first. Start with small bets, $5 a day. Every time you start a campaign, $5 a day. And then you go all in. Once you see that this is working, you then go up to $10. Okay, ROAS is still being met, you go up to $20. ROAS is still being met. Then I usually still slow it down a little bit. I'll go up to $40. I'll double it one more time. And then at $40, I let it sit. If it's still profitable, then I go up slower, like $10, $20 at a time. And so usually a lot slower at that time, but I'll double it at the beginning if everything's working well. I hope that made sense, but I'll show it in the next video of maintaining and optimizing here in just a little bit. All right, then you click next and it will check for errors, and then you publish, and that's it. So that is how you create your Google ad. Let me know if you have questions.
Now that we've set up our Google ad campaigns, we need to closely monitor performance and continuously optimize. Here are the key metrics we'll track for each campaign. And there's a Google spreadsheet down below that you can copy and use this. You're going to track your Google ad spend. This is your total spend that you're spending on the Google ads. Your Amazon revenue, which is attributed sales revenue. Number 3, your brand referral bonus. This is a 10% credit back to your Google ad spend from your attribution link. We auto-calculate this in our spreadsheet as it's 10% of your Amazon revenue. Your ROAS, or your return on ad spend, or revenue per dollar spent. We calculate this a little differently because we credit the brand referral bonus back to your Google ad spend, automatically done in your spreadsheet. You can track other things like clicks, which is your total clicks, your cost per click. You'll see also in my spreadsheet, I measure CAC, or your customer acquisition costs. Don't worry about doing all that. Just worry about doing the ROAS for this part. Once you become more advanced, then you can add that other stuff later on. We also track changes. We'll document any changes we made to these campaigns. Now let's go through some scenarios and optimization techniques. If you're not getting any impressions on your Google ad, check to make sure your ad is approved and is relevant for your keywords. Make sure your landing page is relevant for your keywords that you're targeting. This is the importance of single keyword ad campaigns. It leads to congruence across the whole customer journey, from search to click to landing page to Amazon listing to purchase. Number two, if you have a low click-through rate of under 5%, look to improve ad relevance with better targeting and ad copy. Higher relevancy can decrease your cost per click. Make sure to use the single keyword ad campaigns that we talked about, and that your headline has that single keyword ad campaign in it, and your landing page has that single keyword ad or single keyword in it as well. Make sure you're not using broad targeting and only phrase and exact. You can add photos, site link extensions, and better ad copy to your Google ad. That will help increase your click-through rate. Number three, if you have low conversion rates, if you're getting lots of clicks from your article, but no sales. First of all, know that Amazon attribution takes about 48 hours to report anything. So check this weekly. Once you get this set up, don't check it for 7 days. However, if you're getting lots of clicks, but few orders, or if you're not profitable, most likely your Amazon listing needs work. Try different calls to action, product presentations, new photos. Make sure your reviews are at 4.3 or higher. It's just Amazon listing optimization. Also, make sure your listing just looks good. Make sure you have a high quality product. It's pretty simple. Put a coupon on it. Coupons can help increase your conversion rate as well. Now, we don't scale this unless we are above our target ROAS, which is 1.5 in our case, but we usually go between 1 and 2 depending on your target. Budget is the only metric that you need to change within these campaigns inside Google. When you have a winning campaign, increase the budget on these campaigns, nothing else, just the budget. I usually like to start with a $5 a day budget and increase by about 50% per week. However, when we're at these lower budgets, I usually am a little more aggressive. I'll go from 5 to 10, 10 to 20, 20 to 40, and then I'll kick in that 50% per week. But just know, increase it. If you're doing great, increase it until your ROAS starts to decrease. Again, we start out at $5 a day because we're making small bets at first, and then we go all in by increasing the budget. Once we're hitting our ROAS goal, again, 1.5, we usually just sit on the budget and let it run. Results will fluctuate week to week. Now, we need to pause our losers. If you've tried to optimize the landing pages, your blog posts, your Amazon listing, ad campaigns, and nothing's working, just pause those campaigns and move on to the next one. That's why we recommend doing 10 to 20 of these, because one's going to go nuts, 3 or 4 are going to do okay, the rest are going to flounder. They're not going to do well at all. So let me show you exactly how to do this on my screen. All right, so in the previous Freedom Flywheel, I showed you how to track direct from Google Ads straight to Amazon. Now I'm going to show you the blog post, and it's a little bit more intricate, but it's pretty much the same thing. We're tracking clicks, we're tracking purchases, and that's what we're looking for. And so what I want to show you here is, we'll start at the top here. This is going to be the next step. So pop-ups for your PDF email list and drip sequence. We're going to do that in the next Freedom Flywheel, but I still like to measure it here because we're taking a holistic approach to building your audience, building your email list, and then building sales on Amazon, this perpetual sales machine. And what you'll notice here is the email list alone right here is responsible for $120 of my $240 in total sales. That's how important the email list is, because you're getting repeated exposure. When they go to your blog posts, like I just taught you, they're seeing your product or whatever for the first time. And so keep that in mind. And so let's scroll down here. So our first blog that we made, which is the 17 best ways to find acid reflux. All right, so we have all these banner ads that we created in the last one. Looks like we need some buttons. And then you have your pop-up here. So we'll scroll down more, and then you can see 15 most common. So this is another one. And so what we're going to do is, just to shortcut it, I come over here, Google Ads, like I showed you in the last video or last Freedom Flywheel. I'm going to go to last week, Sunday to Saturday, and you can actually filter it with this button right here. And I'm just going to put TGC. So that's going to give me all my filters. Let's go campaign name and then put TGC. Okay, that's going to bring up all the Gurdchef or all my blogs. So I've got 2, 3, 4, 6, 13 going. All right, so let's go back over here. In 2 last week, we did $15.23 right there. We did not make any sales. We looked at that at Amazon attribution. So we'll come over here and we'll do that same thing, TGC. And so that was TGC. So 2, we had, looks like no clicks last week. And so 0, 0, 0, total purchases 0. Pretty easy there. All right, so getting no click-throughs. So that tells me it's a landing page problem. So when I go to this landing page, we had 15 visitors to this landing page, but absolutely no clicks onto these banner ads at all. All right, let's go to the next one. 11 effective GERD treatment options. We spent $30. So let's go to that. TGC03, spent $29.81. Got 114 people at 26 cents a click. Go over here, TGC03, we got 2 click-throughs. So we got 2 click-throughs and 0. So we're spending about $15 to get a click-through. So that's expensive, that's a lot. And then we're also getting 114 clicks to that one. So quite a few clicks. So what I'm gonna do with this one
So I'll just jump back into optimization. So I got 114 clicks to the blog and only 2 click-throughs. That's a 2% click-through rate from my blog to Amazon, which is very low. But then also something to keep in mind is that that's a very low percentage chance of ever converting that traffic. So I'm going to probably play with this a little bit more to see if I can fix this to make it a little better and get this click-through rate up. Let's see, TG3CO3. But until I do that, I'm actually going to lower this. I'm going to take it down to about 250. I don't want to spend a bunch of money on that because it's not converting very well. All right, TGC04. Let's look at that one. So I'm going to put that in here. Decrease to 250 from $5 budget. All right, TGC04. Let's take a look at that one. Looks good. May have to increase that font size a little small. All right, TGC04. Spent $16.18. Got 30 clicks so far. TGC04, $16.18. Let's go check the revenue from attribution. TGC04, nothing, no click-throughs. Okay, so nothing there. All right, but we've only got, let's see, TGC04 only had 30 clicks. So I'm gonna let that one run a little bit. I'll actually probably reduce this one. We're trying to conserve cash right now. And so I'm gonna just reduce that one too, just because we didn't get any click-throughs. But I usually let it run until I at least get 100 clicks like this one. All right, TGC06, that one got a lot of clicks. Low cost, 158 clicks, $25.20. TGC06, we'll skip 5 for now. TGC06, looks like we got, no click-throughs, no sales. So lots of click-throughs though. And then let's see, that one doesn't apply to that. All right, so what I wanna do with this one is I'll probably keep, let's go down to 250. Again, trying to conserve cash. I actually like that one because it's getting a lot of traffic to our blog, just not getting sales yet. 7 hidden dangers of antacids. All right, so we did $15.81. So let's go down to that one. Let's see right here, $16. Oh, wow. Okay, so this one actually did produce. So let's go to the revenue for attribution. TGC 13. Oh, that's why I'm checking this week. That could be why. Okay, TGC 13 right here. 31 click-throughs, $119. So that might be our winner. So what am I gonna do with this one? Let's go back to our tracker. Cost per acquisition is $1.27, which is crazy good. And our ROAS is 31, which is crazy good. $31.40. So what am I going to do with this one? I'm going to double the budget. So let's see what happens when we double the budget. So with this one, I'm going to take budget away from these, and I'm even going to do it on this top one too, to focus on this one. All right, so let's see what we can do the simulation. And so let's see what happens. If we were to, so right now we're getting about 17 clicks per day. If we were to go up to $20, triple our clicks. What I want to do is just go up $10 for a week. And so we're going to go from 17 to 27 clicks a day. Our cost per click is going to go probably around $1.95 to $2.54, which you see that didn't play out quite like that. A high click-through rate, right at 5% interaction rate, which is our click-through rate. And so what I'm going to do is lower all of these to focus on this one. All right, cool. I think we did have one more. So let me exit out of this. I believe it was DB. Yep, DB. So this is getting 14-cent clicks, 141 clicks at $20.23. Let's go up to that one. Let's see. Yep, here it is right here. Looks like no. We're going to do, and this is just, we put this one on our Shopify site. So DB right here and nothing right here. No click-throughs or anything. All right. So 0 purchases. So what I'm going to do with that one is I'm going to decrease that one too, because I want to focus on the one that's actually producing for us. So DB, we're going to go down to 250. Lots and lots of interactions though, lots of clicks at cheap. So that's good. And then with these, we went over that in previous module. Okay, and that's good. Now, something that you don't see here is that I am getting almost 30 to 40 new email addresses per day on this. And so that's coming as a result of all this traffic that we're getting. And so what I want to show you is, this isn't working right now, but I'll fix it. But it was 240. And so although each individual blog is not contributing, it's building up our email list, which is building this up. So this is my main metric I'm making decisions on, is 244 ROAS. And so our ROAS is looking very strong. Although each individual blog is weak, I'm going to reduce the ones that aren't producing direct sales, but I'm still going to drive traffic to them. So we decreased to 250 right there. And then I'm still going to drive blog traffic to them because they're building up our email list. And as long as this continues to stay really high, I'm going to continue to push those. And so I'm going to lower these right now just due to cash constraints locally in our business right now, not locally, but right now in our business. But I'll probably increase those up even though they're not directly converting. And I'll start playing with the landing pages because they're getting a lot of traffic. So I hope this video was helpful in kind of measuring and optimizing your performance with the blog posts. They're not going to be direct sometimes. You're going to have to add Freedom Flywheel 3, part 3, which we're going to go over in the next module. So jump into that because that's when the magic can really start happening with your email list. All right, so here we are inside week 2 of optimizing our Google Ads campaigns. So last week we had 122 with 240. This week we had 371 in spend for 460. And so we need to get some things under wraps and let's see if we can make this a little better. So we're just gonna scroll through this and you can see that right here, $220 of that 460 came from our email list. Don't be afraid to use, the email list is the strategy. The blogs are one part of the strategy, but the email list is the strategy. If you didn't have your email list and you were just doing the blogs, you're leaving half your money on the table. Look at that. 220 out of 460, 120 out of 240. Half your money on the table because you're just doing the Google blog strategy. So keep that in mind when you're looking at this. And so let's look at these. So this one I reduced to 250 last week. I'm going to keep it there. Still not getting a lot of action on that, but I still want to drive traffic to it because it's still driving a lot of traffic. And you can see that from coming over here, DB1. Last week, we still drove 200 clicks to this website. It's a highly focused thing. And this is the only one I'm doing to Dr. Barry's. But when we scroll back up, you can see that the email list from Dr. Barry's drove 180 in sales. So that pop-up on Dr. Barry's was huge. That's why I'm not going to shut this one down. I'm just going to leave it going. Let it go and not do much with that one. This one we took down to 250, not making any sales. I'm going to leave it though. Still getting a lot of traffic coming back over to Google Ads. You can see TGCO2, 227 clicks last week for 10 cents a click. So I'm going to leave that on because it's going to build up our email list. And so 250 a day is not that much. 11 effective GERT treatments. You never know when it might pop like this because these might pop just like this one did. And now this one looks really successful. It's getting a 421 total ROAS, but 1954 just last week after we decreased the budget. So I'm going to leave it there. Let's see, TGC3, it drove last week 218 clicks. So yeah, I'm going to leave that. Click-through rate's coming up. So yeah, let's just leave that one alone. I could go up in budget, but the previous week I had a higher budget, didn't do as much. So I'm going to leave it right there for now. You could go up though. You could double it back up to 5. And then this one, no sales again, but probably driving a lot of traffic. So TGCO4 right here, 128 clicks for 18 cents a click. Very cheap clicks. I'm going to leave that one going for 250. Top 7 supplements, a little more expensive. Let's see. 37 clicks, not a lot of data there yet. 22 cents a click. We'll leave that one going for now. It's still learning. Let's keep going. 23 best foods. So we've gotten quite a few clicks on that one. So TGCO6, again, 3 cents a click though. So 920 clicks just last week. I'm going to leave that one on because it's driving a lot of clicks. So we're probably getting a lot of opt-ins from this. And then top 5 mistakes, number 7, again, didn't make anything. However, 58 clicks at 14 cents a click. So I'm going to leave that one going. You can see all of these are just 250 a day. Then this one I actually turned up last week. So if you remember the Antacids blog, I'll scroll all the way down to that one. 7 hidden dangers. We spent 58 to make 40. So this one came down a little bit this last week. ROAS decreased quite a bit as well. Overall ROAS is still at 277 though. And this last week was 0.74. So I'm just going to reduce that one back down. So I'm going to decrease from $10 to $5 per day. And then we'll just sit on that for a little bit because that one's a little bit more. So that's why it's a little harder to keep it. Well, let's just go down to 750. Let's go down a little less. See if that helps. $7.50. Oops. All right. So we got those all optimized. Let's go over to the Google Ads Direct. You can see if we would have shut this one off last week, we wouldn't have gotten this. So right now we're operating at $1.74 total, which isn't too bad. 319 just last week, 73 clicks at 45 cents a click. That came down quite a bit. And then 2 whole sales. So our customer acquisition cost is $12.50 or 23 total for the quarter, which is not bad at all. Reflux Essentials Acid Reflux. You can see this one, $19.45, $47. I'm going to bring that one down. Actually, no, I did decrease it last week. So no change this week. So let's look at that. So GA, we're down to 250. We're getting 73 cent clicks, so a lot lower. So that should come down. And then this one I brought down, but still getting pretty high cost per click, which is crazy for my brand name. Never seen anything like that, but we did, I believe, get a sale. So let's take a look at that. Yeah, we got a sale. So $36.95. Not going to change it at all right now. Actually, no, I did decrease it to $250 from $5. All right. And that's our optimization for the week. Hope that makes sense. Let me know if you have any questions. All right, so here we are in week 3 of optimizing our Google Ads to blog post campaign. And I want to go over a couple things here and show you the results so far. So as you guys know, I launched this business a little over 4 weeks ago. And I want to show you the results first. And so you can see we had our initial launch, and then you can see the slow ascent. Now, I haven't done much with Amazon PPC yet. We're spending about $500 a week on Amazon PPC, so nothing too crazy, nothing too significant. But where I am spending most of my time and efforts is in this strategy, the Google Ads to blog post strategy, the perpetual sales machine. It's going to create a freedom flywheel. And what you can see is this nice steady increase up that we're experiencing. To yesterday, we almost hit $1,000 in sales. I think that would have been our first $1,000 sale day. We didn't quite hit it. We were just short of it. So, but that's what's happening, is the steady increase. And it's because the emails are starting to accumulate and the emails are getting sent more. And all this stuff is happening, and there's more visitors coming to the blog, and it's causing this ascent in sales. So keep that in mind when you're thinking about, oh, this is a lot of work, or I don't feel like doing it. This is what works. Amazon PPC is a good addition, but this is what works. So trust me, focus on this. All right, let's go over to the data. So here's the data. First week, we did $80 in sales. Second week, $240. Third week, $460. Fifth week, $680. And so you can see we're increasing almost by 50% each week, which is huge. We went from 2 sales to 6 to 11 to 17. And the biggest thing that you can do is have that pop up with email sequence right here. 400 of the $700, over 50% of the sales is coming from the pop up and the email drip sequence. That's how important it is to get an email. A lot of people will do this Google Ads to blog post strategy and they'll say it doesn't work. It does work. You just have to implement the whole system. It's not just about the blog post itself or the Google ad. It's about the holistic system of capturing the email address, emailing them, and then sending them information in a strategic fashion, which I go over completely in here. So let's just scroll down this and go through the data real quick. So this is week 3. You can see this one, not doing much, not making any sales. However, we're only spending $250 in a day and 17, and we're still getting some clicks to the blog, and we're getting a lot of clicks from the blog to Amazon. We're getting about 4 clicks a day. I'm going to leave this one here just because it's a good awareness. And when you go back up here to the pop-up, we still got one pop-up sale. And so I'm just going to leave that one going at $250 a day. This one, $250 a day as well. Not getting a ton of, we did get that first sale and we're at $1.41 ROAS. So I'm not going to change anything. We're going to leave it right at that $250 per day budget and leave it alone because it hasn't proven anything. It's between that 1 and 2. So we'll leave it alone. Like I said at the very beginning, at every 10 you'll make, 6 will fall flat, 3 will do okay, and 1 will be a home run. So this is one that's just doing okay. This one's falling flat, but we're going to leave it running because it's gathering emails for us. This one, on the other hand, let's see, it's at a 404. This could be our home run. And so what we did last week is we increased it from $250 to $5 a day. And this week, I'm going to increase it to $10 per day from $5 per day. So we're going to double it. So let's go over to Google Ads. And this one is TGCO3. So we're just going to come over here and you can always click this little button and see what it's going to do. So if we go from $5 to 10, it's going to go from 333 clicks to 516 clicks. So we're almost going to double our clicks by doing this. So let's double our clicks. We'll go back to the data. Because we're hitting that 404, our CAC is $909 total for the quarter, $10.69. So we're going to increase it. Big change. You can also put like no change here, that you're not doing anything to it, just in case you want to come back to it and be like, did I do anything last week or did I do anything? No. So increased, let's see, this one, not doing anything, but still getting us a lot of traffic. And so if you go look at TGCO4, just last week, TGCO4 got 229 clicks for 8 cents a click. I'll take that all day long. Let me get this in order. Here we go. So TGCO4, 229 clicks for 8 cents a click. I'll keep it there. TGCO5, 116 clicks at 15 cents a click. So let's look at 05. So 05, we got our first sale. $3 ROAS, so $2.87. I'm going to let this run for a week. I don't need to change anything about that because I don't know if it's going to perform again because it hasn't performed recently, and we're in between that $1 and $2. I want to see it above $2 before I start scaling it. This one, I could change it. No, I don't want to change it. Never mind, because we have no ROAS. So scratch that saying. All right, let's go down to TGC7. Nothing there, so we're not going to change anything there. Didn't change anything in this one. 06. 06 is an interesting one. I'll show you why. Because we are getting a ton of traffic. So 879 clicks, 2 cents a click. So for $18, we're getting 900 clicks to our blog. And I bet you a lot of those are opting in for our email sequence. So I'm just going to leave that one going for $250 a day. It's not bad. Again, maybe fall flat, but these, don't worry about these for this purpose. So 7 hidden dangers of antacids. So last week we dropped, and ever since we doubled the budget to $10 from $5, it didn't work. And then we decreased it again. It's still running a little slow. So we're going to take it from $7.50 a day back down to $5. $5 seemed to be the sweet spot on this one. Again, some of these just won't scale. And depending on what you want your customer acquisition cost to be, you may not be able to scale some of these. And that's okay. They may just run in the background. Apologies, computer's failing. Let's see. So 7 hidden dangers of antacids. Let's look at that one. We'll go back down to 5 a day. Oops. So we'll go with 5 a day, and that was 13. Now we're on to 14, 15, 16. Okay, let's go look at these. 14, managing hiatal discomfort. Looks like it just started, so we're not going to do anything there. And it looks like it just started, so we're not going to do anything here. So it started this week, I think. And then 16 just started, so $10, no change there. All right, so yeah, just started those. No big deal there. Looks great. Let me show you the Google Ads Direct just because we're here. And you can see that if we would have paused this on week 1, we would have missed out on all these sales. So look at that. We're at a 437 ROAS. And so we didn't change anything about it last week, but this week I do want to change it. So we're at $5 a day. Let's go up to $7.50 a day. You can double it if you want. I don't know if I have the confidence that it will completely scale, but at 1111 ROAS, yeah, I'll double it. Let's do it. So let's go back up to here. We're going to double this one. Let's actually look what it's going to do when we double it. So you can click this little button here, simulator. Let's see what $10 will do. So we'll go from 45 clicks to 68 clicks, and you can see our cost per click is going to go up to $1.12 from 92 cents. So we'll see what that does. All right, so we doubled budget from $5 per day to $10 per day. So you can see these aren't necessarily campaigns that are going to scale very easily, but they can. And so this one, we are only doing a $2.50 a day budget. And you can see it's done pretty well the last couple of weeks. I'm not going to change it though, because we're doing 5 and didn't do as well. It seems to be doing better because it's getting more volume here at a lower cost per click. So we went from $1.06 to 29 cents, 18 cents. I think that volume is what's getting us more clicks as a result. And then we'll come down here. And then this one, Dr. Berry storefront, doing okay, $1.60. We'll just leave it alone. So it's right at $2.50. So we'll say no change there. And that's it. So that's how we're optimizing our Google Ads campaign. For these other ones that aren't really doing much yet, play with the landing page. And so what you can do is if it's getting traffic, so let's go, I'll give you one example of that. We already talked about it a little bit, 23 best foods. So this is getting traffic and it's our ideal target market. So what we could do is maybe change the banner ads, change the call to actions to see if we can get more clicks. So maybe try different banner ads here. So let's just do that real quick. So 14-day love your gut guarantee. So I changed that. Let's change this banner ad because it didn't do much last week. Let's try this one. And then we'll change it to be bigger right there. And then we'll try a different banner ad here. Place it. Let's just try the bottle. And then we'll try a different one here. Let's try enjoy your favorite foods again down there. So we're just changing up the banner ads just to see if that's going to help. Okay, I don't know WordPress, so I don't know how to fix this, but it might look a little ugly. That's okay. But let's make sure this is a little bigger. All right, and so we're going to update it. And I'm just going to make a note right here that changed banner ads and calls CTAs. Otherwise, no other changes. Okay, so let's take a look. I don't know why that is doing that, but let's take a look at what it looks like. You can see we're just trying different. Actually, let's make one more change. I'm gonna try one more thing. That's what I usually do when I am not getting sales. So this video is great, but let's see if the video is interfering with our sales. So we're gonna take this and see if we can move it up here. We're gonna move the video down to here. Oops. Add media, insert from URL. All right, you get the point though. I'm just trying different things. All right, let me know if that helps. All right, so let's go over what my Google Ads strategy was this last week and how I'm making some changes. But again, we're seeing significant acceleration in this strategy. So again, week 0, we'll call it $80. Week 2, $240. Week 3, $460. Week 4, $680. Week 5, or excuse me, week 4, 1, 2, 3, 4 is $1,519. And so we went from 700 to 1,500. We doubled. And most of you guys stop right here and say it doesn't work. But again, let me show you. $700 of that $1,500 is from our email list and the pop-ups. Repeated for emphasis, 700 of the $1,500 is from our email list and our pop-ups and our lead magnet, like that whole sequence. Now, let's go down here a little bit more, and I'm just going to go through each of these blogs. So this blog specifically hasn't done much. We're spending $2.50 a day, still haven't got a sale. This would be one that I would look at the landing page and try to make some changes to it. Whether that's a call to action, like up here, maybe adding, I see this one doesn't have the check price and purchase on Amazon button right here. It's right there, but it's not really that visible. But we're going to probably put a button right here to test this. That's going to be my big change for this one. I'm not going to change anything else, just that one. I'm going to add the button. So I'm going to come down here and I'm going to put add button under banner ads. Okay, so that's the first thing we're going to do. I'm going to make that red until I do it. This one. So this one's doing okay. I don't have too much of a problem with this one. We're at a 290 to 267 ROAS. That's an okay ROAS. Spending $2.50 a day, getting one sale a week. Ho hum.
down. It's not doing much. We could always check this to see if it's the landing page. So this is that button I was talking about. So I'm going to add that button to the other one. So this one is somebody looking at symptoms. So this one may never take off. There's the pop-up, but we could always test this out a little bit more, maybe change how this is all jammed together. We could probably add some spacing, just make it a little more readable. That's one thing that we could do with this one. So same thing. I'm going to make some changes to the landing page. Not much, but look into landing page format. And that's just because I think it looks ugly and it needs just a little help there. Oh, this is interesting. TGC03 spent 62, made 240 for a $6.32 ROAS. That's a pretty good ROAS. So it's getting a lot of clicks. What would you guys do in this situation? I'm going to double it. So we increased it last week and it continues to make even more. So we're going to keep going and double it again this week. So let me open my Google Ads and then you guys can see here. You guys should be able to see my Google Ads. Yes. Okay, good. So that was TGC03. So right now we're spending $10 a day. So what I love to do is just look at this and what's going to happen when we go to $20 a day. So we're going to go from 448 clicks to 701 clicks a week. Our cost is going to go from 64 a week to 130 a week. And so if we go back to our sheet and look at this, if we spend 130 in the week, this would still be a 2.26 ROAS. That's not even accounting for the added traffic that's going to come in. And so I'm okay with that. And then we should pay 20 cents a click instead of the 16 cents a click we're paying right now. I'm going to click apply. And so then I'm going to go back to my spreadsheet. We're going to say increased to $20 a day from $10 a day. So we'll see what happens there. And plus we're going to get more leads on that and hopefully get more sales on that as well. All right. So this one, $18 to make 40 cents. No change there. It's doing okay. It got its first sale. So we're just going to let that one go. Another article that's just kind of like the other one that was symptoms. Yeah, we got a sale from it, but they're looking for symptoms. They're not looking for necessarily a solution. This one, we're going to continue to keep at, it doesn't make sales per se. However, it's not spending much and it's getting a lot of clicks. So let me show you that one. TGC 06, 23 best foods. We're getting people on our blog for 3 cents a click. Let me see what date range this is. This is just yesterday. Let's go to last week. So TGC 06, 23 best foods, 800 clicks, 2 cents a click. So $18 got me 800 clicks to my blog. I bet you we got at least a 1% opt-in rate on that. We'll know more here probably next week, but lots of clicks to a blog over people looking for GERD foods, best foods for GERD. I think we're targeting GERD diet for that one. TGC 07, 17.0 looks good. These are just random blogs that we have just trying to drive traffic. We're not doing Google ads for those, so I'm not going to go over those. The 7 hidden dangers of antacids. This one's doing okay. Did really well week 1. And then we tried to increase it. It just hasn't worked. So I'm just going to stay at $5 a day. And I may mess with the landing page on this one. So we could look at the landing page real quick. Got the button, got the call to action. So what I'd do if I changed it, I'd change this banner ad. Try a different call to action. Enjoy your favorite foods again. Maybe it's something else. Safe for daily use. Maybe we put something else at the top. 14-day love your gut guarantee. And I'll just try different banner ads on these. Maybe try just the bottle and no text or anything. So that's what I'm doing when I'm looking at these landing pages. And remember, it is still copy. You're trying to see if you can change the copy. So this one we spent $5 a day on. Didn't get any sales. This one's $5 a day. Got 1 sale. We're going to keep it running right where it's at. For this one, no sales, I'm going to decrease it. I'm actually going to go look at it first. So this is TGC 14. We spent $31 for no sales. Let's see right here, 325 clicks. So 325 clicks with no sales tells me that that could be a landing page problem because that's a 0% conversion rate on 325 clicks. And so let's take a look at that one real quick. Same thing here. I'd probably retest these. Maybe highlight the bottle more and retest these landing pages.
Or maybe just a picture of the bottle and the link underneath it.
Yep, try that. Just a picture of the bottle with a link underneath it. So you just got to test because 300, go into that blog, you have the traffic, which is perfect. You want traffic first, and then you can figure out copy second. Because once you figure out traffic, you're getting eyeballs. Now we just need to get those eyeballs into converting to purchases. Let's keep going. I don't want to take too much more time on this. This one's looks like a winner so far. The ROAS was $20. So $18 spent, 120. So we're going to take this one to increased budget to $10 per day from $2.50 per day. So let's go over to that. TGC 16, come to this one. Oh, it's not going to give me any analysis though. Probably doesn't have enough data. So we're going to go up to $10 a day, 4 cents a click, 500 clicks. It's crazy. So hopefully it will probably go up to 10 cents a click and probably closer to like 700 to 800 clicks. And this is 6 reasons you should not take omeprazole, which is one of our big competitors. It's a medication. It's for acid reflux. Let you guys see that article real quick. Ooh, look at that. Bottle front and center. So not a banner ad. And bottle front and center at the bottom too.
Cool. All right. That looks good. I think that was kind of the last one. I think we have one more. And I'll show you the direct to blog strategy too. So this is Google Ads direct to, sorry, not to blog, Google Ads direct to your Amazon listing. So this one was doing really well. We had a 391 ROAS, 319 and 1111 ROAS. We doubled the budget from 5 to 10 and it dropped the ROAS down quite a bit. I'm not going to touch it yet though, because it got 83 clicks last week compared to 130 the week before, which is funny. Actually, yes, I am going to lower it back down. So we're just going to decrease it to 750 from $10 a day. That was GA01. Go back up here, GA01. We're just going to decrease it a little bit. And you can see what effect that will have. So we're at 750. If we went down here, 41 clicks, 87 cents. And you can see what would happen if we went to $200 a day. So, all right. So we did that one. For this one, acid reflux, I'm just going to keep it where it's at. It's at 250 a day. It gets a sale here and there. No reason. This one I'd probably move to just not looking at it every week because it just kind of does okay. This one seems like it's doing pretty well. Out of 9 clicks, we got 2 sales, which is really good. And that's our brand name. So I'm just going to leave it right where it's at. Omeprazole direct. So we just showed you the blog one. Now this one's direct. It doesn't have enough data. It's only got 20 clicks. So I'm going to let that one go for a while. And this one's only got 16 clicks. So I'm going to let that one go. But these are direct to Amazon. And so all of these, again, just started. So I'm going to let them go for another week. But yeah, that's my week 4 optimization for the Google Ads. By continually optimizing based on performance data, you can turn these campaigns into powerful profit drivers with an army of external traffic sources to your Amazon listing. This again creates that moat around your Amazon listing, helping boost your organic rank and sales while building your email list and building traffic to your website. Analyzing and refining your Google ad campaigns is crucial for success. Focus on profitability metrics like ROAS as you scale and tweak based on the data. So let's summarize everything we just went over with Google Ads to your blog post and print this list and put it on your desk. It's the same as the one from the previous module. Number 1, if you're not getting impressions, check for approval and relevance. Number 2, if you're getting impressions but no clicks, a low click-through rate, redo your ads and make sure they are more relevant. If you're getting lots of clicks, number 3, but no sales, make sure your blog post is relevant for what you're bidding on or for the problem that your product solves. Also make sure your Amazon listing is optimized for reviews, photos, copy, etc. Number 4, you're running out of budget but hitting your ROAS goals. If you've made it this far, I hope you know to increase your budget. All right, your action items. Build out 1 complete blog and run Google Ads to them. Try to make 1 per month or 1 per week because about 6 out of 10 of these will not work. 3 out of 10 will do okay, then 1 will go absolutely nuts. Keep trying until successful. Start with a small budget, small bets, $5 a day, and then scale as you see fit. As you make these, add them to your Google tracking sheet, which is down below this video. I've been selling on Amazon for almost 10 years and no one talks about this external traffic strategy to Amazon. But I can say without a doubt that this strategy is what has single-handedly built more millionaires than Amazon PPC or whatever other Amazon hack you've tried. So what is it? Capturing emails. In this video, I'm going to show you how to craft irresistible lead magnets that speak directly to your audience's pains and then convert them to a subscriber on your email list. I'll then show you what to send them and how to automate most of this. Doing this will build rapport and prime them for your solution. And the best part, AI helps you do this in minutes versus days like it used to take me. Let's jump in. To start building your audience, you need an irresistible lead magnet. This is something you give away in exchange for someone's email address. Giving your email address in return for something may not seem like a very personal decision for us because we're in the internet marketing world, but to your audience, it is very personal. Whatever you decide to give them, whether it be a listicle, a book, a coupon, it has to be 10 times the value of them giving you their email address. So what is the biggest problem that your product can solve? You're going to get sick of hearing me say that because I'm going to say it over and over again. It can be something as simple as a short PDF cheat sheet, a coupon for a product, or as extensive as a free dry eye treatment book or a free Amazon PPC course. Choose a lead magnet that directly solves a key problem for your ideal customer. This captures their attention and gets them invested in your solution. Here's an example of some effective lead magnets. A checklist, a list of action items related to achieving a desired outcome. Number 2, a cheat sheet, a simple 1-page PDF that gives tips related to their pains and goals. Number 3, a resource list, a curated list of helpful tips and resources for your audience. Number 4, a coupon, create an exclusive discount coupon as your incentive. Amazon lets you make coupon codes for percentage off or dollar off. Number 5, an ebook. Write a short guide in PDF format that provides value around your niche. It can be as short as 10 pages. You can do a webinar, a free online workshop teaching something useful. How many of you in this training watched a webinar of mine before joining me? The key is clearly articulating the core problem your product solves, then positioning your lead magnet as the solution. Here's some examples.
For I Love, we served postmenopausal dry eye sufferers. We gave them a free Rethinking Dry Eye Treatment book. For Dr. Berry's, we served postmenopausal acid reflux sufferers. We give them a free Eat, Sleep, and Breathe Your Way to Less Acid Reflux PDF. Profitable Pineapple, you're an Amazon seller, we give away a free Amazon PPC course. To get their email address, we're just going to put simply a pop-up on the blog post that we're already driving traffic to. On that pop-up, after they submit their email, we're then going to present the product to them as well. And then in that first email, we're then going to present them with the lead magnet. After submission, we have their email address and we'll follow up with them through the email, but you can direct them to a thank you page that discusses your product more in depth. On this thank you page, also put an Amazon attribution link to your product. For our Amazon PPC course, we have an offer to join our low ticket community on a free trial or a low cost trial to help liquidate the advertising spend. For Dr. Berry's, we have Reflux Essential Supplement with an Amazon attribution link to purchase on Amazon to liquidate the advertising spend. This is called a self-liquidating offer. The offer on the thank you page will hopefully negate your ad spend or decrease your cost per lead significantly. In your lead magnet content, be sure to mention your Amazon product as a recommended solution as well. The goal is directing them to your listing through that attribution link. A compelling lead magnet captures emails from qualified prospects, then your email marketing and Amazon promos convert them into customers. Let me show you how to create your lead magnet and then show you a few examples.
All right, so again, you have your ChatGPT prompt below this video. I'm going to show you how to write a couple different things here. So I'm going to do an ebook at the end of this video, but I want to show you a couple other ways that you can use this ChatGPT prompt to pretty much make whatever you want. And so let's just get started. So there's already a typo in the prompt, but let's fix that. All right, so we're going to pretty much copy all this and I'm going to bring this over here. I've still got my acid reflux bot that we've been using throughout this whole training, and I'm just going to paste that in here. Now, what I'm going to do here first, I'm not going to write an ebook for you. I'm actually going to do something different. Topic's going to be acid reflux. Actually, let's make a GERD one. GERD. Insert audience. Postmenopausal females suffering from acid reflux and GERD. Insert goal. Heal their GERD naturally. And then insert product. Dr. Berry's Reflux Essentials. All right, so this is going to be if you're going to do an ebook, which is a little longer. What I'm going to do is I'm going to create something pretty simple because I want to show you the simplicity. So I'm just going to delete the ebook part and I'm going to say, please create a one-page PDF on 7 natural ways to help GERD. And it's that simple. So I took out the ebook prompt and I just said a one-page PDF. I don't want you guys to think too much into this. I want you to keep it simple to get started. And 7 natural ways to help GERD could be that. An ebook might be more enticing. You just have to split test. You have to just try different things to see what's going to work for you and your niche. Could be a one-page PDF, could be an ebook, could be pretty much anything. So we talk about all the different things, checklists, cheat sheets, resource lists, coupon, ebook, webinar, all those things to bring in leads. So let's come back down here and over to, so this is it. Follow a GERD-friendly diet, manage stress techniques. And then what I'm going to do is I'll take this over and I'll just go over to Fiverr and I'll look for one-page PDF designer. It's essentially a flyer you're creating. Look at that. I'll get your pitch deck into a one-pager. That's a little more expensive. One-page flyer designed within 24 to 48 hours, $25. I'll design a one-page infographic, $10. I will design dessert company. That's an interesting one. Let me go back. So I'll pick this one. I'll look at the job. So 1 data point, unlimited revisions, 5 data points, 15 data points. So $40. I'm going to hire this guy for $40. I'm going to send him this information I just got from Poe and 7 natural ways right there. And that's it. That's how you create a lead magnet. It's as simple as that. Now, I want to take this one step further. So again, you can do a coupon too. So if you have a 50% off coupon running on your listing, which we do right now, that could be your pop-up. Leading with a product is a little more obtrusive. It's not as, what I'd recommend doing is putting this on the thank you page of your pop-up, which we'll go over in a future video, probably the next video actually. And that could be your thank you. Is on that thank you page, it says, oh, by the way, you get 50% off Dr. Berry's Eclectic Remedies. All right, let's go back to this. Now I want to show you how to make an ebook. If you want to go a little bit deeper, we're going to grab this ChatGPT prompt and bring it over here. Bring it over to my ebook outline. So insert topic, GERD, insert audience, postmenopausal females suffering from acid reflux and GERD. Insert goal, rethinking GERD treatment. A more natural approach to GERD and acid reflux. Insert product, Dr. Berry's Reflux Essentials. fill out the template below. Title ideas. List 5 title ideas for an ebook about topic. You don't have to fill that in because it's up here. Title should be curiosity, creating unique, attention-grabbing, powerful. Give an idea of what the ebook is about. Example would be 5 mistakes you're making with fatty liver disease. Ebook outline. Create an outline for the ebook with an introduction, a conclusion, and no more than 5 actionable chapters that will help audience. You don't have to fill that out. Accomplish goal. So they're going to have a more natural approach to that. Now we're going to hit enter. And what it's going to do now is it's going to create some titles for us, and it's going to create a 2,000 word introduction. So as that's typing up and as that's coming up, I'm going to come over here and I'm going to go to this follow-up prompt. So this follow-up prompt is going to be about creating the additional chapters. This is if you're writing a longer book. All right, so we got the introduction done. It didn't give us the outline. I wonder why it didn't give us the outline. Okay, let's do that real quick. Let's come back down here and we're going to do that. Come back over here to get this follow-up prompt. And here we go. So now we have the introduction right here already, and now we have this outline right here. Okay, now we're going to say this. Follow-up prompt. Based on all the previous conversations, write a very actionable, long, detailed, and helpful, unique 1,000 to 2,000 word text for chapter 1. Now, if you don't like what the outline says and you want to direct each chapter to a certain thing, then you can do that. You can do that by just saying, hey, this is what I want the outline to be. And then you put the chapters in that you want it to be. So now it's going to write 2,000 word on our first chapter. So now what we're going to do is we're going to highlight this. This is again our follow-up prompt. We're going to paste it down here, and then we're going to say chapter 2. We're of course going to wait for this one to be done. All right, so there's chapter 1 done. Let's do chapter 2. We're going to highlight all that again, paste it, and then we're going to do chapter 3. And we'll just wait for this to write. Okay, chapter 2 is done. Now chapter 3. And then we're going to do chapter 4 after that. But while this is writing, again, I'm going to go over to Fiverr. You don't have to put this together. I want an ebook designer. I will do ebook formatting and design for KDP, so you can publish it on Kindle Direct Publishing. I'll do a book cover design, book layout, and ebook design. So $75, $25. I will do book formatting. So you can see, pretty easy to find somebody that will do this for you and design a whole PDF for you for pretty much nothing. And you're just getting it from over here. Let's see what this one, yep. So this one's about done, and we're about done with chapter 3. Okay, chapter 3 is done. Let's do chapter 4, and then we'll do chapter 5, and then we'll do the conclusion after that. Okay, chapter 5. Okay, and finally the conclusion. So you can see right there that I wrote this whole ebook in less than 12 minutes. It took me 12 minutes to write an entire book. Guys, when I wrote Rethinking Dry Eye Treatment, it's a 200-page book I wrote in 2019. There was no ChatGPT. There was no AI. I literally wrote a 200-page book, and it took me months. It actually took me probably over 2 years to write that book. And I just wrote a book in 12 minutes with AI. So keep that in mind. There's no excuse for you guys not making a lead magnet. I just did it here in no time. And be careful with FDA structure function claims. And I recommend just putting a couple banner ads in here because it's going to be an ebook, so they can click right through if it's a PDF. So keep that in mind. Take action on this stuff. This is the key, is getting emails and nurturing them, giving them value, and then they'll support you along the way. All right, go make that lead magnet.
To get their email address, we're going to add an exit intent pop and a banner across the bottom that tells them exactly what they're going to get and ask them for their email address. After submission, we have their email address and we'll follow up with them through email. But you can direct them to a thank you page that discusses your product more in depth, but also gives them what they put their email address in for. I like to put product there and then email them, so it forces them to go check their email. On this thank you page, I also put the Amazon attribution link to your product. Let me show you how to create this pop-up and show you a few examples.
All right, now we're going to capture the email address with our lead magnet being what we're going to give them in exchange for their email address. And then we're going to form a pop-up on our website. So let me show you what that looks like. Most websites get it wrong by just shoving something down their face right when they visit the website. How many times have you been on a website and within 5 minutes of being there, it's like, get 10% off. People don't want discounts. They want solutions to their problems. They don't care about a discount. I want you to ingrain that in your head. If your answer is to lower your price on whatever is not selling for you, you have it all wrong. It's not price. That's just one part of an offer. An offer is pretty much solving a problem for a customer. That's what we're working on. And so you have to rework your wording, which is harder than just lowering your price. That's why we focus on high priced items. So we use OptiMonk. I also recommend HelloBar. OptiMonk has more functionality. It's just a lot more expensive. And it's simple to install in Shopify. Do not ask me how to install it. It's an app. You just go to the App Store, you find OptiMonk, and you install it. That's pretty much it. It's that easy. I'm not going to show show you how to install that in this video. I'm going to show you how to make a pop-up. So really easy. You can see all the campaigns that we have, and I want to show you some winning ones, but I'm going to show you how to make it first. And then at the end of this video, I'm going to show you some winning ones that are doing really well for us. Actually, let me show the winners first, just because it will kind of give you an idea. This one isn't as enticing. Let's go over to the GERD Chef because it gets more traffic. All right, GERD Chef. Acid reflux PDF. It's having trouble with our Klaviyo, so we'll fix that here. But anyway, so I want to show you this because it's pretty compelling stuff. And what this is we tested 3 different leads here. The first are 3 different pop-ups. The first pop-up was straight to the ebook. And so what we did here is we went straight to, hey, here's a free guide on getting less acid reflux. And our conversion rate was around 2.26%. However, when we changed to more of a question, do you have GERD or acid reflux? It went up to 3.2%. And then when we changed to, do you have stomach discomfort from coffee or food? It changed to 4.34%. So pretty significant difference there between the 3. Let me show you all these. So this is the first one, 2.26%. And what we did is we say, free guide, eat, sleep, and breathe your way to less acid reflux. Get your guide. And then on the thank you page, it says, check your email for a link to download the acid reflux guide. And then we have a check, price, and purchase on Amazon. This is where you could put your sale price right here. You could just put sale price and like get 50% off on Amazon. That's probably what I'll split test next, just to see if we get more purchases as a result. So that was number 1, is leading with this. So leading with this is like the 10% off, get it right away. But when you lead with their problem, you double your conversion rate almost. And so we led with the problem of the disease, and that one didn't perform as well. So do you have GERD or acid reflux? Yes. Next page. Did you want a free guide on how to decrease your GERD and acid reflux? Yes. Next page. Then we go to the opt-in, and then we go to the thank you page with that check, price, and purchase. That one performed in the middle, 3.2%, compared to the best one. Do you have stomach discomfort from coffee and food? Yes. Did you want a free guide on how to decrease your acid reflux? Yes. Eat, sleep, and breathe your way to less acid reflux? Yes. Or email, and then it goes over to your product. So I hope that gives you an idea of what to do with this, but it's super simple to make these. Whatever software you're going to use, HelloBar or OptiMonk, they have videos on how to make a pop-up. I will go through it quickly, but I wanted to show you the idea behind what we do for pop-ups. And we have this on Dr. Barry's site as well. We just don't get as much traffic there. That's why I wanted to show you this one, because you can see the data here, which is pretty enticing to not lead with the lead magnet. Lead with a question, get to the lead magnet, and then get to a thank you page with your product. What I usually like to do is I like to show this pop-up on exit intent. So when somebody's going to exit, it will pop up. After a certain amount of seconds, it will pop up. So after 7 seconds, it will pop up. I like the pop-up to appear a maximum of 2 times per visitor with at least an hour between the 2 appearances. I actually might change that because I want them to see it. And if they haven't opted into it, I want them to see it more. We're going to do it 10 times, but it will do an hour. So it might be a day between visits. And then they've never converted on this campaign before. So if they've converted on the campaign before, it won't show them again. Where would you like to send subscribers and data? You can hook it up to your Klaviyo. And it looks like everything's fine. Might be a Klaviyo issue, but I hook it right into our acid reflux PDF drip. That's our welcome sequence. That's our drip sequence. That's the drip sequence I'm going to show you how to make in the next video. And so I'm going to connect this directly to my Klaviyo. So in this video, I just want you to create the pop-up. You may not have the ability to connect it yet, but that will come in the next video after you make your list. And so it's really easy to make. I will briefly go over making this now. So we're going to click new campaign, create a pop-up. You can do gamification, sticky bar, side message, embedded content, image pop-up, all that. So we're going to do a pop-up. And then just pick a theme. It doesn't really matter because you're going to redesign it. You can have somebody design this for you on Fiverr. You can hire somebody to do this whole thing on Fiverr. It can be simple. This one looks great. And then you pick the domain, because if you've installed the app on your Shopify store, it should be there. And then you just change stuff. So you just type in here, email. You're going to manage input fields here. You can add more, add less. If you guys want to add elements, it's right over here. So you can add text, you can add images, you can do all that. Over here, you can drag and drop images over here. So you can change it however you want. It's very easy to use. And then down here is where you can change the thank you. And then the teaser is right here. So win a gift, ? I put have acid reflux or have stomach problems or whatever the problem is that you're trying to solve. And that's it. That's how you design it. I'm not going to show you different ways to design it because it's super easy. It's drag and drop. But yeah, so test these things. Don't get too involved with testing, but just test them. That's all you got to do is just take a look at them. But yeah, so that's what you do. That's how you create a pop-up. And I hope this video was helpful in just showing you the different types of pop-ups, but get this done. Get this done. I can't tell you how important this is. This is more important than PPC and checking your Amazon account every day. Getting emails is more important. So you've done all the work from Freedom Flywheel 3 to get that traffic to your blog. Now get them on your email address or email list. Get their email address to get them to sell more. This is the key to a perpetual sales machine. This is the key to a perpetual sales machine. I am pounding my fists on the table because this is it, guys. This is what will create success for you. All right, cheering for you.
Setting up a structured automated welcome email sequence is crucial for nurturing subscribers into loyal customers. If done right, it can dramatically increase conversion rates from your email list. In this video, I'll provide an in-depth look on how to create a 3-part welcome email flow that captivates subscribers and guides them down the purchase path. Email number 1, deliver the lead magnet. The first email has a simple objective: deliver on the promise you made to subscribers when they opted into your lead magnet. Thank them for subscribing and provide easy access to download the lead magnet, PDF, cheat sheet, coupon, whatever they signed up for. This builds trust and credibility right off the bat by demonstrating you deliver value, not just promotional spam. You can also use some of this first email to start introducing yourself and your brand's origin story. Share a bit about your personal journey to solving the problem they have. Sprinkle in some light storytelling to make it relatable without giving away the whole farm. Save more details for email number 2. End email number 1 by letting them know you'll share more helpful information over the next couple of days and thank them again for subscribing. Also, if you can leave a cliffhanger at the end of email number 1, it'll increase your open rates for email number 2. For email number 2, you're going to share your powerful origin story. The second email is where you can really use storytelling and emotional connections to start building rapport with subscribers. Really open up about your own struggles with the problem they face. Share your rock bottom moments when you realized nothing was providing real relief. Describe the pain and frustration you felt. Then segue into your breakthrough. What was the aha moment where you discovered or created the solution that finally worked? How did your life change for the better? Help them see you're just like them. Next, explain your mission and why you're so passionate about helping others struggling with this problem. Make it less about you or your product and more about making a difference by ending their suffering. Wrap up email number 2 by letting them know you have even more helpful tips coming to help them in the next message. Thank them again for being on this journey with you. Really take your time in crafting this highly personal origin email. It's the linchpin for establishing a deep emotional connection and belief in your solution. For email number 3, direct them to your product. The final email turns towards showcasing how your product provides the solution to their problem in a tangible way. Quickly recap their pains and challenges from the first 2 emails, then explain specifically how your product alleviates those issues. Focus on benefits, not features. How does it make their life better, easier, more productive, etc.? Write in simple language, avoid using jargon. Share any powerful testimonials from existing customers describing the night and day difference your product has made for them. Especially highlight relatable stories. End with a clear call to action to check out your Amazon listing to learn more and try your product for themselves. You can even add a special coupon code or a limited time incentive to give that extra nudge to purchase. Just make sure it comes across as helpful versus salesy. Close email number 3 by thanking them again for being a subscriber and letting them know they can reach out anytime with questions. Following this welcome sequence structure, you walk subscribers through an engaging journey, priming them for conversion once they hit the final product push. Some key tips for maximizing your results. Write conversational copy in first-person language. Share real stories, make it personal. Use compliant reviews from your listing to craft stories. Use formatting to improve scannability. Limit your sequence to 3 to 5 emails over 1 to 2 days between each email. Use automation with gaps between each one. Test different approaches and subject lines. Implementing a strategic welcome flow is well worth the effort for converting engaged email subscribers into loyal customers. Now let me jump over to my screen. I'll show you exactly how to do this with ChatGPT.
All right, now we're going to be creating your email sequence. This is probably the most intimidating part for people. I don't know why, because it doesn't have to be intimidating. It's very easy now with ChatGPT. We're going to easily create an email sequence. It's going to be 3 emails talking about the benefits and using storytelling. And so what we're going to do is, again, copy all of this. And we're just going to do email 1 right now. So we're going to bring this back over to our acid reflux bot. Paste it in there, and then anything in red is going to be your audience, your product, your benefits, your problem. And then you can even add a few reviews on Amazon to get some reviews in there as well. And then your story around the brand here. So let me first get the story behind the brand. It's not quite our story, but it works well enough for now. So we're going to come over here. I recommend copying this and then putting yours in permanently. Now what I'm going to do is insert the problem, GERD, acid reflux, heartburn, etc. Insert the problem or the product, Dr. Berry's Reflux Essentials. Insert the audience, going to be postmenopausal females suffering from GERD and acid reflux. Insert the benefits. So they're going to learn, let's see, benefits will be overcoming acid reflux naturally. And your benefits can be essentially your bullets. So let's open up our product. Benefits. Here's your benefits. Let's go back to Poe. Right there. Okay. Then there's the problem. And then I wanted to put some Amazon reviews in there as well. So let's see. I think those go down a little bit. Here are some Amazon reviews as well to help with storytelling. Make sure everything is FDA structure, function, claim compliant. Again, you need to consult an attorney before you make anything live. You don't want to get busted for that. All right, let's go to the ratings and reviews. Let's see. So here's some Amazon reviews. And you'll probably have better ones than me because mine are all from Vine right now. And then we just let it write email 1. Okay, so this is a good email. I want to make it a little longer though. And so what I want to do is please make this email 2,000 words. That's a really long email, but I'm just showing you kind of what the kind of things you can do. But so thank you so much for signing up for my free guide on managing acid reflux naturally. As a fellow reflux sufferer, I know how disruptive and painful this condition can be, but there are solutions. Attached is your PDF guide you requested, whatever the PDF guide is. A little about me, I struggled for years with burning reflux after nearly every meal, and acid stopped working, prescription drugs had side effects. I dreaded eating because the inevitable heartburn to follow, but through trial and error, I pieced together a natural remedy plan that finally brought relief. Now I want to help others end that misery too. Over the next couple of emails, I'll share more of my journey. And so then you can make it longer. And so if you have a great story, a compelling story, if you get somebody to read this email, they'll be with you for life if it resonates with them. So now let's do that again. So that's email number 1. We're now going to come down to here. I'll say same things apply. Now let's write email number 2. From rock bottom to reflux relief, my journey. My last message, I introduced myself. My hope is that by transparently sharing my own experience, you'll feel soon understood and empowered on your own. My early 30s, I started experiencing mild heartburn and indigestion. The culmination happened shortly after the birth of my second child. My whole body was depleted and hormones were off balance. So it's speaking right to that postmenopausal person or that menopausal or that hormonal person. After Nina R visit, that's when I made the decision I had to beat this naturally. Perfect. Nice long email. It will get them hooked if they read it all. You can shorten them too, whatever you want to do. And then same thing for email number 3. These are all ChatGPT prompts that you have down below this video and in the SOP. And this is the follow-up prompt I just did. So if you want to make it more detailed and long, you just write that in there. So subject, science-backed reflux relief in one simple supplement. And I send these out back to back to back. There you go. Then you want to have a link to your product page and everything. So that's how you write a simple 3-part email welcome sequence. If you want to make this longer, if you want to make it 7 emails, that's fine. I'm just showing you 3 emails because I don't want you to get overwhelmed by the word 7. Do whatever you want. Now, we're going to take these over to Klaviyo. And what we're going to do is we're first going to create a list. I'm going to hit create new and create new list. We're just going to call this one test. Create list. Once that's set up, we're going to then go to flows. We're going to create a flow. I'm going to build my own. And we're just going to call this test. You can add a tag if you want. Wow, we can even create it with AI in here. I haven't tried that yet, so do it at your own risk. Select the trigger. So the trigger is going to be, and again, if you guys have Klaviyo questions, please ask Klaviyo. That's what they're there for. I'm just showing you how I'm doing it, but ask Klaviyo. It's going to be the best thing. So the trigger is going to be when they're added to a list. So right here, the test list. Okay, so the trigger's done. We're going to hit save. Now we're going to create an email. So drag this email over, and then the next thing I want to do is set up a time delay. After that email, time delay is going to be 1 day. And then I'm going to do email number 2. And then I'm going to set up a time delay. Then I'm going to do email number 3. Then I'm going to set up a time delay. All right, so I'm not going to show you how to write each one of these emails, but I'm just going to go into the first one. You can have somebody design these. Again, watch Fiverr. Email design in Klaviyo. I will design Klaviyo email flows, and he will do this all for you. So if you take what you just did in ChatGPT and put it in a Word document or a Google document, they'll do the rest for you. They may even write some for you. So it's very easy to do this, guys. Email subject line number 1. Let's go back up to email number 1. Email number 1, your guide. Email subject line 1, and then preview text. Your PDF is inside. Sender's name, I like to put my actual name or my wife's name, and then the sender email address, and then you can do whatever you want. Drag and drop's the most popular. I don't like to use any of those. I like to use just a blank, pretty simple layout. These are all newsletter-esque and not my favorite things. Let me see if I can find like a very, up here, create blank email. There we go. And so I don't even like my logo unless it's on the bottom. I don't like my social media links. I like to have as few links as possible. You can put your logo there, but I'd rather have content first and then maybe your logo at the bottom. And then what we'll do here is we'll put some text in. Let's see, let's grab it. Okay. So you and I have trouble sometimes with doing it. There we go, double click. I'm gonna put it all in there, paste text only, then you're just gonna make it look good. So dear reader, I want this to be dear first name, so you can come up here to personalization, first name. All right, thank you so much. And then you're just gonna format this. Pretty easy, nothing too crazy here. Make it more readable. Long paragraphs are hard to read, so you can kind of break those up if you want. Put your name. And then you can do an attachment a couple ways. What we usually do is just put a link. So we'll have it as a PDF inside a Google Drive and then just put a link to that PDF. Then they can download it that way. I would break up some of these longer paragraphs just to make it easier to read. And there you go, a little easier to read. So that's your first email. You're gonna do that same thing. Oh, let me save it first. There we go, now it's saved. Go back out to the flow. So that one's written. Now we're gonna wait a day and do email 2. Same thing, we're gonna grab email 2, bring it over. Same thing with email 3, we're gonna do the same thing. And then time delay here, 1 day. Or this one's gonna be 3 days. So now after this, we're gonna start adding to our drip sequence. So this is our drip sequence. Email 1, 2, and 3 get delivered 1 day apart. So email 1 goes out right away, wait a day, email 2, wait a day, email 3. After email 3, we're gonna wait 3 days, and then we're gonna start putting our drip sequence out. And that's what I'm gonna show you in the next video, is how to make your drip sequence. All right, let me know if you have questions with this. After you have this in Klaviyo, then you can go back to your OptiMonk, go back to the pop-up you created. Oops, didn't mean to click that. Scroll all the way down. Not that one either. Integrations, Klaviyo. You'll have to do an API to get Klaviyo connected here. I'm not gonna go through that because Klaviyo and OptiMonk have that video. And then what you're gonna do is select your list, and you can see right there, test. You're gonna select that. I'm gonna select Acid Reflux PDF because that's my list. And that's it. Then you click save and you're done. You now have a pop-up that is gonna be live on your website if you installed your OptiMonk app correctly. And then, like I said, I like it to show on pretty much every page, but you can even individualize this per page. And so if you have different things that you're going after on different pages, you can select who should see the pop-up. You can add a new rule, and there's a lot of rules that you can explore here. But the big one is visitors who are currently browsing a specific page will see your message or not. So you can pick this and you can say page equals the Good Chef, but you can also make it a specific blog post, or you can say that you don't want to show this on the homepage, or you don't want to show this, exclude, don't show on these campaign pages. So you can exclude and include. So something to keep in mind. All right, let me know if you have any questions. Again, with any of the technical setup, reach right out to them. Their support's great. Both OptiMonk and Klaviyo have great support, and so does Shopify. So, all right.
You should wake up every day thinking about how you are going to build and serve your audience. This is where most entrepreneurs fall short. They don't write a follow-up sequence after they get the email as they are too worried about spamming their clients. We're not spamming, but we're serving at the highest level. We're providing them with more value. The more value you provide, the more sales you will make. The more you spam them, the fewer sales you'll make. Now that we've discussed building your audience, we need to know how to serve them well. After we drip out that initial 3-part welcome sequence, we drip content from the blog. We just add a summary of the blog and entice them to click over and read the rest of the blog post. As you add more and more blogs, this flow will grow as well. I usually send these out every 3 to 4 days, but how often you do, this is up to you. In Profitable Pineapple, we email a list daily on weekdays. In Dr. Berry's, we email 3 times per week. So how else can you serve them? There are multiple ways to serve your audience, and I'm going to start with the easiest way and work up to more difficult ways. Number 1, create a gathering place that solves their problem. This can be as simple as a Facebook group like Dr. Berry's Natural Acid Reflux Support Group, Profitable Pineapple's Amazon PPC Challenge, or I Love's Dry Eye Syndrome Support Community. Invite them to it through the email. Maybe add that as your email 4. The first thing you can do is post to the community or email blogs from other people that provide value to them. This is essentially what a newsletter is. You can put a Google Trend alert on your space, like acid reflux, and email other people's content if you're not creating your own. Number 3, write blogs and posts in the community or email them to your list. This is the best option. Write your own blogs and email them to your list to serve them, not to sell them. Now, you can stop right here. You don't have to do anything else I'm going to say. And that's going to be the easiest way to do it, is just create your own blog post, put it out to your community, and email it to them. That's one of the easiest things to do. However, if you want to take it a step further, that's what I'm going to go over next. So record a video and post it. Once you've written a blog, record and post a video and email it to them. The next thing you can do is you can go live in the community. Once you've written the blog, you can go live on YouTube or Facebook to go over your blog post, or you can even discuss someone else's blog post. Give them the credit, of course. You just want to continually email them at least once per week. As you continually write blogs and do research around the problem that your product solves, stay in constant contact with your email list. Then add it to the email flow we created before. Drip this content out to them so that you're automatically sending them an email every 3 to 4 days. This will keep your audience engaged, and then when you go to sell them, they will remember who you are and how much value you have provided. They will want to buy from you because of the value you've provided. It's the law of reciprocity. Remember that the more value you provide, the more sales you will make. The more you spam and try to sell them, the fewer sales you'll make.
So we've created your welcome sequence, which is a 3 email sequence. Now what? What do we do now? What do we email them? I don't know how to provide value for these people. And I went over this, of course, before we went into the screen share, but the simplest way to do that is you are already writing blog posts for these people. These blog posts are around the problem that you're trying to solve. And so now we want to get people over to that blog post with other ways other than Google Ads. Because again, we have Google Ads going to a blog post. The blog post is going to Amazon. Now we have an email sequence, and in email 3, we talk about our product, and we're going to have an attribution link that goes over to Amazon. So now what we're going to do is we're going to push these blogs over to Amazon. We're going to push these emails over to Amazon. We're going to push these emails over to our blog, which is going to build up our blog SEO, build up traffic on our blog, but it's also going to build more external traffic to our Amazon listing. So the goal of these emails is to get more traffic on the blogs, which will then get more traffic on Amazon. Also, the goal of these emails is to get more traffic to your Amazon, but we're going to provide value. We're going to provide value over selling. All right, so what are we going to do? We're going to add another email after 3 days. We've written all these blogs that I've showed you in other videos. And so now we're just going to show those blogs. So what I'm going to do here first is I'm going to grab this first blog, and I'm going to highlight the whole thing. So we have Google Ads traffic going to this. You can see the teaser right here. Here's the pop-up. Do you have stomach discomfort from coffee and food? Did you want a free guide? You can just see it right here in action. It's pretty fun. And then check price and purchase on Amazon. Perfect. Works great. All right. But I grabbed all this blog. I'm going to go over to my bot again, and I'm going to say, could you please make this blog into an email and leave a teaser to entice people to click over to the blog post. And I'm going to get the name. The name's not at the top of this. So it's 15 most common acid reflux symptoms, I believe. Yeah. The edit link. Here we go. Let's see. Okay, there's our subject line. Come over to Klaviyo, set this up. Email number 4, email 4 subject line. Put those parentheses down there. And then I don't want to skip smart. I want to take that off. Click save. And then we're going to edit it. Let's come into here, grab this. We'll do drag and drop again, create blank. And once you have your template in place, I'll show you how to pretty much make it so you don't have to keep doing this over and over again. Get rid of this, get rid of this. All right. There you go. Nice, short, quick email. Put some bullets in here. Read the full post here, and that's where your link goes. Oops. There you go. Or you can make it cleaner by just doing that. And gratefully, Dr. Jenna Ziegler. Again, logo or not, up to you. Nice simple text email with one link. Perfect. Saving. Now it's there. Return to flow. Email 4 is done. I'm now going to take this. I'm going to clone it. That way I don't have to redo that formatting again. Then I'm going to take this and I'm going to clone it. That way I don't have to choose again. I can just drag and drop right there. All right, let's do email 5. So we're going to go to 17 GERD symptoms. Actually, no, let's do this one. 7 hidden dangers of antacids. Same thing for this one. Just going to grab all of it and put it in. Okay, so grab that subject line, bring it back here, copy of email 4. So it's going to be email 5. And then we're going to come down here. Then we're going to click save, edit the template, and grab this email. Okay, then we'll grab the link. There it is. Perfect. So let it save. I'm going to go back to the flow. And then once you have these done, you can go from draft to live. And now that one's live. And you can make them all live just right here. So you can make them all live real quick. And of course, I haven't written email 2 and 3. I didn't put anything in there, so those won't go live. But that's it. That's how you do this. And then every time you make a new blog, you just create a new email. And what I like to do then too is, on top of putting this in the flow, what I also like to do is I like to broadcast it right away out to my list. So I'll go back out here and I put it in the flow. Now I'm going to make it a campaign, a one-time campaign just to send out to my list. I'm going to click create campaign, email, continue, send to, let's see, acid reflux. Don't send to unengaged. Skip recently emailed profiles. Cancel that. Continue to content. Subject line, why A and acids are not the answer. Dr. Jenna Bigler. Drag and drop. Create a blank. You can create saved templates as well. That way you don't have to keep redoing everything that I'm showing you, but I'm just showing you guys how to do different things. Delete that one. Bring some text in. Delete the social media. Okay, looks pretty good to me. Make sure that works. Yep, looks good. All right, done. And then you can do smart send times, send your message to optimal send times. And then we'll smart send test, and then schedule. That's it. You're done. So I just showed you what to deliver now after you've done all this. Let me know if you have any questions.
Persistence, like everything else in life, is key. When people ask me how we became so successful, I always tell them we decided early on that no matter how tough times would get, we would continue doing what we believed. Find your audience and serve them at the highest level to get them out of pain or help them find pleasure. Regardless if Amazon suspends us, or we are out of stock, or we have a lawsuit with a big pharmaceutical company, or if we lost our life savings to a Ponzi scheme, these are all true stories. And actually, the day I recorded this video, I just got a lawsuit and it's for $245,000. So regardless of all this, we'd persist through it and keep doing what we were put on this planet to do. Heal 1 million dry eye sufferers naturally, or help the 1 billion that are blind due to lack of glasses. That is our big why. And we wake up every day thinking about how we can do it. And that is through building our companies and making impacts on you. When we make impact on you, you're going to go focus on your big impact. If you stick to this strategy of coming out with one blog post per week, or even one per month, driving traffic to it, retargeting visitors, email follow-up, and continue to serve your audience at the highest level, you will succeed. You are sending a ton of traffic to not only your blog, which is going to gain emails, but also external traffic to Amazon, which will boost your rankings and create the freedom flywheel that cannot be stopped. For every 10 blogs you write, 1 will do amazing, 3 will do okay, and 6 will flop. Just keep going. You've got this. Now, this module milestone is I want you to get your first 5,000 email addresses. You got this. All right, so I want to show you guys what this looks like now that we have everything up and running. This is the Perpetual sales machine in motion right now. So this is yesterday, August 1st, 2024. You can see we got 101 clicks, which isn't crazy, but it's a good amount of clicks. 100 times 30 is going to be 3,000. Your goal for Freedom Flywheel 3 is to get 10,000 visitors to your website and get 5,000 emails on your list. So this is right here is pacing 3,000 people on your website. Let me show you what's next. So I don't know what happened here, but looks like they turned off our ads for a little while. I don't know if they were reviewing something, but I didn't get an email. But anyway, let me hop over here to Klaviyo.
All right, August 1st. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. 31 emails. So we got 31 emails yesterday on these 101 clicks. However, we also have the organic traffic too. So we have our organic traffic on our GerdChef website, plus the 100 clicks that we got. Here's the website, what it looks like. Here's those articles that we've made and we're driving traffic to. You'll see the pop-up come up in about 7 seconds, or maybe, no, because I've already opted in. But that's what this looks like, guys. 31. So 31 emails in a day. 5,000 divided by 31. It's going to take you 160 days to get to 5,000 emails. That's nothing. It's nothing. And then it goes over to our drip sequence. So let's go over to that. I want to show you guys ours built out. And guys, we've been in business for 4 or 5 months now. And so yours will get to this big. So we have the PDF. We mentioned our product in the second one, kind of in a salesy letter. Why answers are not the answer. So this is going over to one of the blog posts. This is an affiliate. They pay to be on our email list, so it helps pay for ad spend. We push them over to our Facebook group. Here's the GerdChef intro. We do a conditional split. This is more advanced. Don't worry about this. But what we do is we conditionally split it. So if they haven't opened an email and all of that, we just kick them off the list as an unengaged visitor. And then if they have opened an email, they continue going down the list here. And you can see all we do is we just add a blog post to the email sequence whenever we get a new blog post out. We already had blogs in place because we bought it with the business, but you will get to this point eventually. And like I said, you don't have to keep writing blog posts to write blog posts. The goal is to have a select few 80-20 blog posts that do most of the work, and then you just push traffic to them. We just have a lot more blog posts, so we're going to push traffic to our website as much as we can. And this drip just goes on, and it goes Monday, Friday. We just do wait 0 days Friday, wait 0 days Monday. And that just means the drip sequence goes out Monday, Friday, and then we send an email every week on Wednesdays. That's it. At the beginning, we just do wait one day. And so I showed you guys how to do a 3-part email sequence, but you can do whatever you want. So I hope this was helpful in bringing it all together. And then like you saw on previous, these blog posts have banner ads that push them over to Amazon. Perpetual sales machine, creating this moat around your listing, external traffic, pushing. It's huge, guys. This is how you build a business. This is how you build something that doesn't rely on Amazon. Because if something happens to our Amazon account, which you guys all fear, which is never that bad, because I've had it happen to me many times, you can just switch it over to Shopify. It's that easy. Shopify is a little harder to convert, of course. However, still, it's something. So go all in on Amazon. Push that perpetual sales machine. Go all in on this system. All right, I hope this was helpful. I wanted to record a quick video about Facebook retargeting, and I almost don't want to call it retargeting because the old model of using pixels to retarget people on Facebook is kind of dead. Pixels are going to be dead within the next year or so. So what I want you to do is focus on creating just a good Facebook ad. A good Facebook ad will retarget people that are on your website. Facebook knows that it knows more than you do about the people that you're trying to target. So if you're targeting somebody with menopause or targeting someone with acid reflux, it's going to know what to go after and who to go after, because they know who's in that purchase state, who's looking for more information on that kind of thing. So just remember, we're trying to make a good Facebook ad, not necessarily a good ad or a retargeting ad. Now, with that being said, focus on your Google ads first. The reason we focus on the Google ads first is because we're looking for winning messaging. We're looking for articles that are meeting our target ROAS, like this one right here. So a 1.18 ROAS is right at our target. That's exactly what we want to hit. And then this other one is at a 1.25, right at our target ROAS. And so we know those are winning articles. The messaging is right. And we want to now try Facebook to it. Now, the problem with just driving Facebook right back to this article is that these attribution links are tied to your Google ads. And so it's not going to be as helpful. So what we need to do is we need to just replicate this whole article. Super easy to do inside Shopify, super easy to do inside WordPress. So we're just going to replicate the article. Once we replicate the article, we're then going to make new attribution links that are targeting specifically for this Facebook ad. So let me show you what that looks like. I'm not going to show you that complete process because it would take forever, but I'm going to create a whole new section. Instead of Google ads, it's going to say Facebook ads spend. but nothing else changes. You're going to have your Facebook ad spend. You're going to have your revenue from Amazon attribution. Your ROAS will be the same, or it calculates the same. The click-throughs, everything is the same, except we're now sending Facebook ads traffic versus Google ads traffic. Now, the big difference you have to understand, and the reason I promote Google ads first, is that Google ads is search intent based marketing. People are searching for specifically what your article answers, for what your product solves. Facebook and TikTok are interruptive marketing. They're on Facebook, they're on TikTok to entertain themselves. Now you're trying to take them off of Facebook or off of TikTok to go read an article or to purchase your product. So your ROAS will be lower with these than it would be if it was Google or even Amazon PPC. Amazon PPC is like buyer intent marketing. Google can be buyer intent or search intent. And then Facebook is interruptive marketing, just like TikTok, like I just explained. So expect a lower ROAS as a result. That is why we use Google to test messaging first, and then we move to Facebook ads. And so now let's jump into how to do that. So let's come here. Again, I replicated this article. So this article now has different attribution links that are for Facebook ads, not for Google ads, for Facebook ads. So specific attribution links for Facebook ads. I show you how to make attribution links in the previous videos, and we're just going to replace all of these attribution links with the Facebook tracking. Once we have that, all we're going to do is keep it simple. We're going to create a Facebook post. And so what I like to do is come over here. I'm going to go over to my Facebook account. I'm going to go into Dr. Barry's, and I actually need to switch to Dr. Barry's. And I'm actually going to show a different article. Let's show this one. All right. So I'm going to come over here to Facebook. We're going to make a post. So I'm going to put this post right here. You're going to see that pop up. It's going to pop up the picture that you have. So make sure you take a little time for that picture that's on the article, because that's what's going to pop up. That's what's going to be the lead magnet, essentially get people to click on it. And then what I usually do is I can take this whole article. I'm going to go over to my acid reflux bot channel. You can do this inside ChatGPT or whatever. I'm going to say, make me a Facebook post for this article. And it's going to be that whole article in there. Now, I'm going to say one more thing. Make them want to click to read more in the article. There you go. Let's go back here. And again, this isn't like the perfect ad training for Facebook. It's just a basic ad. Trying to keep it as simple as possible. Let the content do the talking. I'm going to put this right here. That's going to be the link. I'm going to put another link right there. Okay, so we're going to post that. Now that we have that posted, you can just boost it. I mean, that's the easiest way to do it, but I like to have a little more control with my daily budget. So what I'm going to do here is now I'm going to come over to Campaign Manager. I assume you already have an account opened up. I'm going to go to Create. We're going to do a traffic campaign because we're just trying to get link clicks, because that's what we can track. We can't track sales, which is what most people would do if you're doing it to a Shopify store, but we can't track that. So we're just trying to track link clicks. I'm going to click Continue. We're going to do a manual traffic campaign. Once we have that, I'm going to name it. And so let's go back to our measurables sheet. I'm going to scroll down here. We're going to call this Facebook TDC. This is going to be 02, and that's the name of it. So then we're going to come back over here, name it the exact same. That's what you're also going to name your attribution link as well. We're going to scroll down here. That's it. That's all you have to change there. We're going to click Next, go to Website, send traffic to your website. And then I like to start out small. Start out as small as 250, but I'm going to go with 5. We're going to start it immediately. Audience controls. If you have things that you can change in your audience, like if you're in the menopause space, 40-year-old females is what you want. And so what you're going to do that way is just click this audience suggestion. Otherwise, just leave it open. If you don't know your target demographic, just don't touch anything here. Make sure you have your location correct though. And then you can change age and demographic right here, but you don't need to do detailing. You don't need to do any of this. Just leave it wide open because their AI knows more than you. So then we're going to click Next. We're then going to scroll down here. We're going to use an existing post for ad setup. And then when you scroll down here to add creative, click Change Post, and you're going to find that latest one you just did. We're going to click Continue. And that's it. That's all you have to do. You can do a call to action button, like learn more. So let's put learn more, but you don't need it. You don't need a call to action button, but it just adds that button right there. And that's it. Now we're going to click publish. It's going to publish our ad. And then we just start tracking it like we normally would with our Google Ads.
All right, take a breath. That concludes my complete, free, no strings attached Amazon PPC and my Perpetual Sales Machine Masterclass training. I hope you found immense value in this content and are walking away with clarity on how to scale your Amazon business through Amazon PPC, through Google Ads, and building your email list. As I mentioned at the start, I'm Dr. Travis Ziegler. I built an online business on Amazon up to $500,000 per month and then sold it for a multi-million-dollar exit using my Perpetual Sales Machine system and Amazon PPC on autopilot training that I covered in this video. Bookmark this video to come back to frequently. If you look down in the description, there are little chapters so you can come back to each chapter that you need at that time. I did that on purpose so you can come back and look, find exactly what you need. Now, I used to be an optometrist enslaved to the 9-to-5 grind, but I was able to retire from seeing patients and focus fully online at just 33 years old using this strategy. So why did I create this 100% free training? Once you reach a certain level of financial success, it becomes about making an impact, not chasing money. With a net worth of over $5 million, I can now focus on helping others, specifically entrepreneurs like you. My main mission is to eradicate blindness for the 1 billion, yes, billion people that are lacking adequate vision care globally just because they don't have a pair of glasses. But I also want to empower e-commerce sellers to achieve financial freedom so you can focus on making your own positive impact. I sincerely hope this Amazon PPC Masterclass and Perpetual Sales Machine training has equipped you with the skills and the mindset to reach new heights of success. If you found this training valuable, please share it with other sellers who could benefit. Together, we can transform more lives through the power of e-commerce. If you want my help in any of this, you can join our coaching program, or you can hire my agency to do it for you. In my coaching program, we meet weekly, and you also get all the software that you need that I showed you how to use in this video, including the Amazon PPC software that we use in this video, and ZonGuru for research and reporting, and SKU Compass for inventory management. Again, all included in one low fee. You can apply to join our coaching program at profitablepineapple.com. Now, if you're doing over $1 million per year, apply to work with us. Get this off your plate, and you can do that at profitablepineapple.com, as you shouldn't be doing any of this. Again, I hope you enjoy this training. Visit us at profitablepineapple.com to learn more about anything we offer. If you have any other questions or comments, please put them down in the comments below.
Hey, I wanted to thank you for watching this video, and I picked out another video just for you. So make sure you check out that other video. And what do they need to do? Do they need to like and subscribe? Like and subscribe if you enjoyed this content.